I'm a numbers guy, and as a numbers guy, I think it's time. I'm a numbers guy. I'm a numbers guy, ladies and gentlemen. As a numbers guy, I gotta say this right now before we get started. Okay, I brought in this brown guy. He's Muslim. His name is Mehdi Hasan, and as you know, I will never have Hassan Piker on the stream, on the broadcast, because he will never be able to value tame people. Okay, I only have people that are gonna value tame people. Okay, as a numbers guy, I'm gonna chat GPT it. I'm gonna grok it, and I'm never gonna Claude it. You already know. Okay, it turns out this Mehdi Hasan guy, he knows a thing or two about the numbers. Okay, because throughout this conversation, I was chat GPTing it, I was grokking it, and I was grokking my shit. Okay? I said, Vinny, help me out. It turns out Mehdi Hasan knew what the he was talking about.
Story. Okay. So tell me your story, your background.
My background is, if the accent didn't give it away, I'm a British American. I'm a dual national, British American citizen, citizen of both great countries, born and raised in the UK. My parents, immigrants from India. Moved to the UK in the 60s.
What part of India?
South India, Hyderabad.
Okay.
Best biryani in the world.
Best beer?
Biryani.
Biryani.
Yeah.
That's the best beer.
I'm not going to be the guy who gives you beer recommendations.
Best beer. Okay, got it.
So
I went to Mumbai. I went to Mumbai 8 years ago, and I spoke at IIT Institute.
Oh, yeah. It's big.
Incredible experience.
Incredible place.
Yeah.
But Hyderabad has better food. So I have to say that as a Hyderabadi. So my parents moved in the 60s and 70s to the UK. I was born in 79. I think we're similar in age. And I moved to the US 12 years ago, come February. So it's been over a decade I've been here. Became a citizen in 2020, been a journalist all my life.
What do you prefer? UK or, and I know, listen,
oh, this
Mom's
is a
watching,
controversial question.
Just ask
Mother,
me. I don't want to upset Mom, so you don't have to answer
family,
it if you don't want to.
They both have their brilliance. I go back to the UK all the time. I'm heading out there next week. I get to go for work and pleasure. And
wow, flex on me, Mehdi. At least one Hasan is allowed into the UK. Oh, look at me. Oh, I can go back to the UK willy-nilly. Oh, look at me. This is why I'm the better Hasan. I'm allowed on the Patrick Bet David broadcast, and I'm allowed inside of the boundaries of the United Kingdom. Oh, I can go anywhere. Hasan simply cannot. Look at me.
Going back to the UK, but the US, I gotta say, the US has given me opportunities and open doors that even the UK I don't think could have done.
Really?
And I think...
Wait. Okay, 447,000 views came for the comments, and they do not disappoint. This is what happens when your training ground is Vinny and Adam. Adam and Vinny watching from the back like, thank God that's not me today. This was brutal to watch. Patrick, what's your point? I bet you Patrick won't listen to the market on this debate. Adam lending Patrick his body bag. Patrick got owned. Adam is going to sleep like a baby tonight. This was almost as bad as Dave Rubin shellacking on Jubilee. You know what's really funny? I genuinely don't understand why these guys like think they can go toe to toe with Mehdi Hasan. Okay, it just doesn't make any sense. He is literally the maximum debate lord. He is the ultimate debate lord. I have never seen him. I have never seen him on the back foot on any debate, even including people that I agree with and favor the ideological position of, as opposed to Mehdi Hasan. Right? There are some out there. He's just an incredible debater. I mean, he wrote an entire book about debating. He'll lose if he talks about China. No, I've actually had some private conversations with him about China too. Like, because we've tried to figure out like where our disagreements are. But he's just a fantastic debater. Sam Cedar is also a very good debater as well. But I think Mehdi's even faster than Sam is. Like, Sam has a different way of going about it. Mehdi has the talking points dialed in and data points dialed in. Very clean, very sleek, very straight to the chase. In many ways, the cadence is very different than Sam Cedar's. I would say, like, obviously I'm nowhere near as good as either of these guys, but I'm probably a little bit closer to Sam's side as far as like my cadence goes, because I take like the long road and the long approach to explaining things. Probably over-explain things. Whereas he's just like, boom, 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 boom. Here are the data points.
I think you hear that from a lot of black and brown folks from the UK. Because I'm someone who's criticized racism, obviously,
Sure.
in the UK and in the US. But what's interesting is you talk to people in the media space, entertainment space. You look at someone like Idris Elba. You look at someone like my good friend, my old school friend, Riz Ahmed, Oscar-winning, Emmy-winning actor. They've all talked about how when they came to the US, they got more opportunities than they got in the UK.
Why do you think that is? Is it just capitalism? Is it just business? Is it incentives?
I think there's also, I mean, the country is a bigger country. I think we can sometimes forget when we live here how this is a continent of a country.
Yep.
So just geographically, space-wise, there's more places to just do things. The UK is very heavily concentrated around London, right? The entire country, to the great consternation of people in Manchester, Birmingham, the entire economy is centered around one city. Politics is centered around Westminster in London. And I think there's also, in England, we don't have the legacy of, plantation slavery and the black struggle for civil rights in the US, but we do have a different kind of legacy of empire and that form of, history to overcome. I don't know what the right word I'm looking for, like staid, stodgy. It's just a kind of an old way of doing things. You hit a different kind of glass ceiling in the UK. I'm not giving a pass to the old kinds of racism and bigotry there still is in the US that we're still fighting with. But there is something about being a person of color and just having a little bit more ambition in the US is going to get me in huge trouble
Look at
with
the two of
people.
us.
I'm
You take forever to
screwed
explain,
now.
bro. I know, I
Okay,
do.
next week, if this airs before the next.
Both of us are brown and winning in America, which is a good thing.
Yes, from different parts of the political
That's right.
divide. I think
that's
fair to
right.
say.
By the way, in high school, if I was in high school with you, you're 15, 16, who's Mehdi Hasan? What were you doing?
I was the same person I am now. I was a debate.
Okay. Let's get to the good stuff. When does it start? When does it get juicy?
I was an arguer. I was the guy with the big mouth. I was the guy getting thrown into the hallway. I was the guy going to detention.
I know they talk about me. I know. He hits the clip copy for Mehdi, and there's one that he doesn't know the context of. The landlords let the streets roam red in capitalist blood, and he gets flubbed apparently on that one. But
answered back. I talked a lot.
Teachers, students, didn't matter.
I found report cards recently that my children and I sat and went through. It was really embarrassing. My daughter sat with me. We went through the report cards. Every single one is, he doesn't stop talking. He answers back. He thinks he knows everything. He won't stop asking questions.
Is that a family thing or is that a you thing?
It's a family thing, for sure.
Got it.
Yeah, I wrote about it in the book. My father passed away last year.
Sorry.
Thank you. He was a very disputatious individual. Loved to debate, loved to argue, super provocative. Even in the Muslim community, the story I tell. Remember in the late 80s, you'll remember this because you're of Iranian heritage, Ayatollah Khomeini gives the fatwa against Salman Rushdie for
Yes,
satanic
of course.
verses.
Yes.
Muslims in the UK are furious, especially in the UK, more than
By the way,
anything.
he helped them sell millions of copies by doing
Indeed,
it. Yeah.
indeed. So listen to this. So in Bradford, big Muslim city in the UK, they even burned copies of the satanic verses. Got huge issue we could talk about another time. But anyways, huge issue in the UK. My dad goes out and buys a copy of the satanic verses, reads
As a Muslim?
as a Muslim, and puts it on our dining room bookshelf right next to the table. So every time our friends, family come over for dinner, it's there. And people are saying to my dad, what the hell are you doing here? Why do you have satanic verses on your bookshelf? And my dad said, have you read it? And I said, no. They said, well, how do you know what to object to about it? And I think that attitude of his, which was quite provocative at the time, and even till his death, he was known as a provocative individual. I think I borrowed a lot of that. The ability to be able to ask questions, be offensive if need be provocative if need be. Don't give a shit what people think. If you need to ask the right questions, you need to say what you want to say. That very much comes from my father, from my household growing up. My sister is also a journalist. We very similar in that sense. About
Was he a journalist or no?
No, he wasn't, but he was very political. He was a very traditional, he was a civil engineer. My mother's a doctor. They're very classic Asian, Desi, Indian couple. But he was very political from the moment he moved to the UK. He loved British politics. Till he passed away, he was asking me questions about Trump. What's he doing? Is he going to survive? Like in 2024, all he asked me was like, why are they running Biden? Why are they running Biden?
At what age?
This was at 80, he passed away last year at 87. So this would have been at 86.
Good for him.
So he was super.
Was he sharp to the very end?
No, unfortunately. He wasn't sharp at the end. But even when he wasn't sharp at the end, he was still very political. Just want to talk about politics whenever I call him.
Never had a desire to run and do anything? Just opinion?
No, just loved it. There's a certain generation of Indian immigrant men who have a lot of opinions.
Well, the opinion part, I agree. Like
But he also read broadly, read widely. He could quote Shakespeare.
Who influenced him? What influences politics?
His uncle growing up. My dad grew up as an orphan. His father died when he was 2. He was raised by his uncle mainly, who was a kind of polymath. And I think he absorbed a lot of that. So my father was someone who could quote Shakespeare, but he could also quote Allama Iqbal, the famous Urdu poet. Like he could switch between different cultures, different intellectual references. So it put a lot of pressure on me and my sister.
But was he a devout liberal himself? Like, would you consider him would he today be a progressive himself or no?
I think he very much would see himself as a liberal.
Okay.
My parents are very different. I think my mother is more conservative, more practicing. My father was more intellectually engaged with the
Like
religion.
a literal conservative? Like conservative?
So bad economist, if you're into that level, being a journalist. It's just, I didn't know what else to do. I did to run for office. I know Zoran well. I've met him a few times. He actually spoke at our anniversary party recently, and I had to speak after him. And I'm kind of arrogant. I think of myself as a good speaker. I got nervous that day. I have to speak after Zoran Mamdani.
Wow.
What the hell? What am I doing here speaking
Did you
after
feel the
Mamdani?
energy that he had?
He was Muhammad Ali. I'm looking straight there at Ali right there.
Yep.
He is the Muhammad Ali of politics right now.
He is so good. Son of a bitch. He is so goddamn good. And Mehdi is also very good as an orator as well. I mean, these are, with Mehdi, it makes more sense. He's had a lot more practice. Zoran is my age. The f am I doing? You know what I mean?
Just the energy in the room, people going crazy, his every move, hanging off his every word. He's got that. If he was American born, he would be one of the top runners and riders for 2028 easily.
Super capable.
But here's the difference between me and Zoran Mamdani. There are many differences. The big one is he has this charming electric smile. He is he's the guy who kisses babies at events. He wins people over. I have what's called RAMF. I have resting angry Muslim face. So when I'm talking to people, when I'm listening, I look mad, right? People have told me this over the years. Producers have told me in my ear, you look angry, smile. Not in a misogynistic way, like said to women, you should smile. But people tell me, smile.
Yeah.
So for me, running for office, I look angry all the time.
Yeah.
You can't win like that.
Yeah. Zoran is a remarkable schmoozer. Okay. You put him in a room, I swear to God, like I've seen it in person as well, obviously, in private conversations as well, but like he is so good at making you feel special and rizzing you the up. Okay. He is the goddamn Rizzler. So yes, the Trump situation is unique. I obviously have talked about like the background and how like, Zoran is seen as like an insurgent that, opposed the Democrats, and Trump probably sees a little bit of himself in them. But it absolutely has a lot to do with the fact that he can charm your face off straight up.
Yeah. The smiling. If you're brown, you need to be smiling.
Kelly
You a
or
glazer?
me.
No, I mean, I'm honest. I'm honest.
Or people, family that are taking pictures. Patrick, can you smile, please? I'm smiling.
He charmed you the first time you guys met. He did. That's true. But he's just very good. He's just very, very, very good.
You're not smiling, so it's not. Maybe it's a Middle Eastern thing. I don't know.
But I think for brown and black people, sorry to come back to racism again, I do think there's that extra pressure to show you're not an angry black man, angry brown man.
Yeah.
Obama was always seen as beloved because he was like, oh, you could imagine your daughter marrying him when he comes in the room. There was always that kind of sensibility around Barack Obama.
So you think that's the part with Mamdani? He's got a little bit of that Obama-esque thing going for himself.
For sure. I mean, he won over your guy.
Yeah. You talking about Cuomo or you talking about Sliwa?
I'm talking about Donald Trump.
Oh,
he won him over. He went to the White. You saw him in the White.
Tell me you don't love the fact that you're saying my guy. That my guy said, just tell him how you feel. Tell me you don't respect that.
That was an amazing moment.
Tell me you don't respect that.
I respect Mamdani for pulling it off.
But do you respect that Trump's like, just tell him you don't like me?
I don't respect it. I don't understand it.
You can't say that.
I swear to God, I don't
Dude,
understand
you know you respect the fact that...
I've studied Donald Trump.
Oh, okay. Point one for Patrick Bet David. See, this is Patrick in his element, right? The debate hasn't started yet, but he already won in this conversation because he's doing the muscle guy technique. Okay? He's kind of like, come on, you like it. Classic move. Definitely, he's going in hard.
Unfortunately, through no choice of my own, for 12 years. I moved here months before he came down that golden escalator.
You respected that.
I do not respect Donald Trump. But I watched that clip, and I'm someone who, you could ask me about Trump, I could talk about Trump all day long.
Yeah.
I know everything about Trump. That moment still...
he's big. He's doing what we like to call big dogging. Exactly. He's big dogging. He's like, come on, big dog. Come on.
He looks at Mamdani the way I've never seen him look at anyone. I've never seen him look at Melania the way he looks at Zoran Mamdani, right? In love, just in awe. He goes on Sid Rosenberg's radio show. You see that?
Yeah.
Sid Rosenberg, he's a jihadist. Mr. President, he hates you. Nah, he's a good guy. He's at the
And that
State of the
still
Union.
doesn't get you to say you
I don't
respect
understand
Trump.
why, but can you tell me why?
Yeah, I think he respects talent. But honestly,
like game recognizes
Horses-
game.
No, it's, look, you're here. I like your talent. And I watch and I see what you do.
Yeah.
Listen, we may not agree on, 50%
He's not like
of
that
things.
with most other people.
But no, he is. He respects talent, and he's got it.
Fawning over people? Trump doesn't fawn over
To
people.
bring the guy
Putin maybe,
over. He's done it with a few different people.
Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong-un, Zoran Mamdani. Those are my
What does
three.
that say about your Mamdani, though? You got to be careful with that.
That's why I
because
don't
you just put him in a bad place.
That's why I don't
So
understand.
be careful what you're doing.
That's why I don't understand. I genuinely
Mehdi Hasan compares Mamdani to Putin and Kim Jong-un. Don't do that. Why are
Out
you
of
doing
context.
that?
This is why no one likes right-wing media. Out of context.
Just say you like the fact that they got along with
I do like the fact they got along.
I do as well.
Because Zoran Mamdani went, in his second time he went to New York. He's so smart. He knows how, Trump is very easily won over. He takes a front page of a newspaper, right? He takes a fake newspaper front page.
Yep.
Why has people not thought of this before? With Trump saving New York, gives it to Trump. And then he goes, can you free this Palestinian student who ICE just picked up? By that afternoon, Trump has freed that student. Right? That is a mayor who knows how to get results and win over Trump without giving up his own self-respect, without like fawning over him like I think Wes Moore was in one clip where they used it against him, where he was very, very friendly.
Will you give any credit for the fact that by the afternoon, the most powerful man in the world gave him what he asked for?
No.
You won't.
I'll tell you why. Can I tell you why?
When is your birthday? Let me.
tell you
Where's
why.
the July 10th, 79? You are this stubborn.
Why? You've done your homework. I'll tell you why I don't respect it. Because I'm glad Zoran Mamdani did it, but what does it say about our leader, the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, the self-proclaimed leader of the free world,
Yeah.
that it's so easy to play this guy? World leaders have been doing it for years. This is the problem with him. It's so easy to manipulate him. He's so easy to be won over. And I'm glad when my guy's doing it for a good cause, but people do it for bad causes too. I'm sure we're going to talk about Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu did it to get him into a war of Iran. That's my problem. When Trump first went to Saudi Arabia after he got elected in 2017, there was a story about how when he drove from the airport to the embassy or hotel, wherever he was staying, the Saudis, this is in 2017, remember his first trip as president was to Saudi Arabia. The Saudis put up on billboards his tweets. Can you imagine that? How smart that is? That Trump is driving along and he's seeing his own quotes. Like, these people know how to play him. They know how to suck up to him. Kim Jong-un.
His good quotes or his bad quotes?
No,
Like
no,
they're
good.
not-
They're
okay.
praising him, right?
All right.
Every foreign leader knows how you can suck up to Donald Trump. You praise him, and now in the second term, you give him money. You can now bribe the president of the United States.
So do you think there's an element, you've never been in sales before, but you're a businessman now, right?
Yeah, I'm selling. I have to
You're
unfortunately
now sales.
do that stuff. Yeah.
And that's
subscribe to.
Dude. Okay, Patrick Bet David waiting in a territory where he's most comfortable. He's a numbers guy. He's a businessman. Okay, I see what he's doing. He's like a panther. Okay, setting a trap. Mehdi doesn't know what he's arriving into. He's in the Vietnamese jungles, and he's about to step into one of those like bamboo traps, and he doesn't even know it yet. Okay, this is Patrick's environment. Okay,
join to capitalists, which I'm
Subscribe to
so
Zetail.
happy.
All the cameras. ZETEO.com.
By the way,
Your audience.
respectfully, you leave mainstream. You're at MSNBC. I think you're the number one guy for them with the eyeballs you guys are getting. I don't know what
Young
it was.
people online for sure.
Yeah, for young people online, you're number one. So, and then I don't know what the story is. What happened there?
stop wishing this was you. Okay, I am a little jealous. I'm a little jealous. Oh God, I wish I could bro out with Patrick Bet David so bad. I want to bro out with him. If he said I'm a numbers guy at any point, if I had an opportunity to go on a show and he told me to my face that he's a numbers guy, I would lose my mind. Okay, I don't think you guys understand. You would never see me again. I would die on the spot. I'd be like, oh my God, you said it.
a lot of different stories. They were giving you another job. You chose to leave. You do independent. And then independently, you have what, $3.5 million in reoccurring revenue 12 months later.
Yeah.
12 months later. That's amazing to be able to do that. And then today being a business guy. So it's great to have.
And I've never run anything in my life, so I was very worried.
So maybe that PPE degree you got in economics, that capitalist was inside of you and we brought it out. So that's great.
Okay.
Welcome to the Club of Capitalists. It's great to have you with us.
I'm a socialist/capitalist. There you go.
A multi-millionaire socialist, which is great.
Wrong with that? Bernie's a millionaire.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But let's go to the part about you brought up Trump and Bibi. So Axios brings out the story. At this point, you've seen it. So Rob, if you want to go down so I can read the whole thing, you're effing crazy. Trump fumes at Netanyahu in call on Lebanon. Go a little bit lower, Rob, so I can read the whole thing. So President Trump lashed out at Israel over Israel escalation in Lebanon and an expletive Latin call on Monday. Two U.S. officials and a third source briefed on the call told Axios why it matters. Early on Monday, Iran threatened to abandon negotiations with the U.S. over Israel, saying actions in Lebanon. On the call, Trump called Netanyahu.
What the? Wait, bro, how did they dive in? I walked away for 1 second. What the happened? He's like, oh, yeah, you're a socialist millionaire. Oh, I love it. And then boom, I come back and it's like Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump are actually fighting. What do you think about this?
Two U.S. officials and a third source briefed on the call told Axios why it matters. Early on Monday, Iran threatened to abandon negotiations with the U.S. over Israel, saying actions in Lebanon. On the call, Trump called Netanyahu crazy and accused him of ingratitude. According to two of the sources, he also put the brakes on Israel's plan to strike Beirut. Behind the scenes, one U.S. official told Bibi that following through on his threat to bomb Lebanese capital would further isolate Israel from around the world. Two of the sources said Trump claimed he'd help keep Netanyahu at a jail. He said, if it wasn't for me, you'd be in jail right there. You're effing crazy. You'd be in prison if it weren't for me. I'm saving your ass. Everybody hates you. Everybody hates Israel because of this. Do you think this call happened?
The call definitely happened. But both sides are spinning it in their own ways, and they're spinning it with the classic people. So just background on this. This is an Axios piece. The author of this piece is Barak Ravid, who is an award-winning journalist, won a coverage, co-authored by Mark Caputo, former colleague of mine at NBC News. But Barak Ravid is famous, or should I say now infamous in media circles, for being the guy who the White House always goes to leak stuff about conversations with Israel.
Is this the guy that leaked it, that Bibi got up, that Biden got upset at?
Yes, same.
This is the same
So
guy.
he did both.
Okay,
He's bipartisan. Whether you're Joe Biden.
He's a fair guy.
Well, it's not about being fair. It's the point is that whoever's in the White House, they know that this is the guy who does the stories about split between Israel and America. So we've had about 2 dozen of these stories over the last 3 years.
Is this a guy you trust?
Unfortunately, no. Now it's not that I don't trust him. I'm not saying he's making stuff up, but I'm saying he's clearly become a useful vessel for information from the White House that they want to get out. They know if you're Joe Biden or you're Donald Trump, you know that if you want to get out that you're pissed at Netanyahu, Barak Ravid is the guy you go to. Now, on the other side, you have Amit Sigal, who is one of Israel's most famous journalists, very close to Benjamin Netanyahu. Channel 12, I think, is his network. This guy is now reporting today, the day we're talking, that actually the Israeli side is saying, no, Trump never swore at Netanyahu, never mentioned jail or prison, and they disagreed about how to handle Hezbollah in Lebanon. So the question then becomes, for those of us who were not in the room, who do you believe? Serial liar Donald Trump or serial liar Benjamin Netanyahu? Journalists who act as vessels for leaders on both sides? It's very hard. This is why people have a real issue with mainstream media right now. Because what do you do in a situation like this where both sides are spinning furiously? And I can believe either version. I can believe that Trump told him you're crazy. We wouldn't put that past Donald Trump. I can also believe that they lied to make Trump sound stronger than he is, and Netanyahu's telling the truth. I don't know.
Okay, so how do they typically get the credibility? Because anybody can say this was said. So can you go back to the article when it says two sources were there? What is the, you're in this world.
Yes.
Is there a system or a standard to be able to, because this is a big deal.
Yeah, it's a big deal too. I mean, look, all the traditional rules of political journalism went out the window when Donald Trump came along, right? So, my colleague Swin Subsang reports on the White House for Zateo. He has very good contacts. And, he tells me some of the crazy stories he gets from behind the scenes in terms of people trying to screw each other over, right? In the Trump administration, there's a very unique dynamic. And, he's referred to it as a Reservoir Dogs dynamic. It's been referred to where everyone's got a gun to each other's head at the same time, right? So they're all trying to screw each other over. So that's another issue is, are two of the sources people who are allied with each other? Are they from different wings of the White House? Pat, with this Iran war, there are different elements in this administration. Some people want the war done, finished. Some people want it to keep going. So there's different pressures on
This
Trump.
is not 100%, 80% story. This is
So there's different people leaking for different agendas to try and end a war or escalate a war.
Give me how this makes Trump look good. How does it make it look bad? Who's winning with the story? Who's not?
So
optics, purely
Trump,
optics.
you know the MAGA base better than me. Many of them are your viewers. Many people in the MAGA base, not as many as people suggest. My good friend Cenk Uygur, I know you had on the show. He thinks there's a big split in MAGA. I'm less of that view. I look at the polls. 80% of MAGA still loves Trump. 70% love this war. But there is.
Why are they Googling? This show is so funny, dog. They're just Googling Ahmed Segal and then Cenk Uyghur. It's
a growing
nice.
minority who don't like what's going on with the foreign wars, with the betrayal of anti-war promises. And a lot of them see Donald Trump as being, I can't come up with a better phrase than Netanyahu's bitch. And this would help Donald Trump say, look, I'm telling Benjamin Netanyahu, you're crazy. I saved you from prison. I'm the dominant partner in this relationship. And by the way, this is not just a Trump issue. Every American president who's dealt with Netanyahu has come out getting screwed over. Joe Biden got completely screwed over. He gave his entire presidency to save Netanyahu. Look at him today, destroyed. Bill Clinton in the 90s came out of a conversation with Netanyahu. You know what he said to his team? He said, who's the superpower here? He was so pissed that he got talked down to by Benjamin Netanyahu. So American presidents have been dealing with Bibi for many years, and they've always tried to assert their dominance, and many of them have failed to do so. So I think for Donald Trump, it's good if people believe it. The problem is, those of us who know the Axios reporting on this, we're very, very skeptical.
So let me ask you
this film before.
If you're Trump's advisor, which you're not, but let's just say if you were Trump's advisor, and Trump hears you, and he says, screw this guy, that call did happen, that's exactly what I told him. What does he need to do publicly for even a guy like you to say, shit, this happened?
That's a great question, because Donald Trump's word means nothing to me. I've been documenting his lies for many years. No one's told more lies than Donald Trump in the public sphere. So actions matter more than words. Same issue with Biden. His people would leak, Biden's very upset with Netanyahu. Okay, but what are you doing about it? Right? Many of us frustrated with the genocide would say. Same question now. What are you going to do about it? Donald Trump has given Netanyahu everything he wanted, right? Even if this conversation is true, he's saying, I saved you from prison, in the sense that he demanded the Israeli president.
Did he? Don't you think he did, though?
In many ways he did, because every time this war continues, Netanyahu avoids trial, right? Every time there's escalation in the war, he doesn't have to go back to court.
That's right.
And Trump has publicly called on Herzog, the president, to pardon him, which he hasn't done yet, but I'm sure he's feeling the pressure from Trump publicly calling him out. So he has helped Netanyahu. But worse than that, you look at what's happening in Gaza. He's given Netanyahu everything he wanted. And this really bothers me, because in 2024, I spend a lot of time pointing out to people on my side, leftists, Muslims, Arab Americans, people in Dearborn, Michigan, who welcomed Trump. And I said to them, you're going to get screwed over by this guy. No, 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 no. He's more anti-war than Kamala and Joe. This is what I was told by Arab Americans who voted for Trump. He will be the anti-war president. Stephen Miller said he won't send our boys to die. Trump said, remember what he said? He goes, Liz Cheney will go to war with Kamala and kill Muslims. I won't. Sorry, they all believed that shit. Then he bombed, 6 countries last year, 7 countries last year. Now he's in a war with Iran. In Gaza, he had this ceasefire at the beginning that people were very happy about. But since then, he's allowed Netanyahu to do whatever he wants. And earlier this week, Netanyahu went on camera and he said, we now control 60% of Gaza, and I'm going to take 70% of Gaza. Even Biden, Harris, Blinken, none of them said that would be possible. Trump has basically given Netanyahu carte blanche to do whatever he wants in the Gaza Strip. So when your answer to your question is, what does he have to do to prove he's holding?
A guy like you.
He has to hold.
It's impossible to win a guy like you.
I will give credit. I'll say it now on camera.
If what?
If he manages to get Netanyahu out of Lebanon and out of Gaza, which he won't. But that's what I would want to see, because that's what's happened on his watch. On his watch, Netanyahu's taken more territory in both those places.
Right.
Prove to me that you actually care about Middle East peace. Prove to me that you have control over Netanyahu and American weapons, and get him to pull out. Because right now, Greater Israel is happening in front of our eyes. Netanyahu's doing the project that far-right Israelis have always wanted. He's taking Lebanon, southern Lebanon.
You're saying Egypt,
he's taking
Turkey,
Gaza.
all this stuff.
Who knows what's coming
next?
next?
What you're thinking?
Well, if you embolden the guy, what is the lesson of the last 3 years? There's impunity. You can do whatever the F you want, and America will never stop you.
Okay, do me a favor. Differentiate between what Bibi's vision is and what Israel's vision is.
What do you mean by that?
Okay, so for instance, you could have there's a difference between what America's vision is.
Yes.
Be the greatest country in the world versus what AOC's vision would be if she became president versus Trump, right? So what do you think is...
Which is the worst country in the world, obviously. AOC, if she's president, she wants America to be number 200. Maybe AOC would be inventing countries to make sure America lasts. Trump, number 1. AOC, maybe like number 60 at first.
Bibi's vision versus Israel's vision.
That's a great question. And I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad tidings. We do this thing in the US, especially on the liberal side, where we say, look, we're against the Netanyahu government. We're not against Israel or the Israeli people. The problem is the Israeli people have made it very clear over the last 3 years that they're totally behind all these wars. There's been no real anti-war movement. In Israel, there's no real...
There's a little bit. It's not a big number.
It's tiny. It's tiny. You look at the polling, 80% of Israelis support
20% is what I was going to say.
Every military operation blindly. You look at the polling, some of it's horrific.
Yeah, Benji says, nope. The Israeli people. He said it's not the Israeli ruling class, it's the Israeli people that are at fault.
Like 80% of Israelis support removing Palestinians from Israel. from Gaza, and another small majority support ethnically cleansing them from Israel itself, Palestinian citizens of Israel. Israeli society...
What percentage was this one?
So I think it's 80% say they're fine with getting them out of Gaza,
Okay.
like forcibly.
Right.
And there's another majority or big plurality of Israelis who are Israeli Jews who say even Palestinians in Israel should ultimately emigrate.
West Bank and some of that.
No, Israel proper, within the Green Line.
Got it. Okay.
1/5 of the population of Israel is Palestinian citizens of Israel. So the polling is horrific. There was a poll done last year by Penn State, I think it was, where almost half of Israelis said that when we capture a town in Gaza, we should treat it like the Bible and Jericho. We should kill all the inhabitants, all the men. Like this kind of crazy. So, okay, all these polls, you take them with a pinch of salt. I get it. But anyone you speak to in Israel who's a serious commentator on Israeli politics will tell you that over the last 5-10 years, Israeli society has moved to the right, to the far right, in a way that American society has not. Donald Trump is polling in the 30s right now. Even at his peak, he got 49.8% of the vote in the last election. He's never had a majority.
True.
In Israel, the right-wing parties, the far-right parties are dominant right now. Maybe in the 90s, early 90s, there was a peace camp. There was Oslo, all this stuff. That's gone now. You could argue about why it's gone.
He's not wrong when he says about American society has not shifted to the far right in the same way that Israel has. He's right about that. As a matter of fact, you can even point to the polarization of the Democrats and how much more open-minded Democrats are to more radical, more left politics than they ever have been before.
How is that possible? How is it that in Israel, the guy is being that aggressive and his support is getting higher?
I don't think his personal support is going. We'll see what happens in these elections. Because you
just said 80%. I mean,
the war, right? This is what I'm saying. This is why I'm saying
Sure.
Don't focus on Netanyahu. It's a very good cop-out. Even Bernie Sanders, who I'm a big fan of, he often says, Netanyahu. A lot of Palestinians say, Bernie, it's not Netanyahu, it's Israel. It's the Israeli political establishment. So if you swap out, I'll give you one example. If you swap out Netanyahu tomorrow with Naftali Bennett, who's an opposition leader, former prime minister, I interviewed him once. Naftali Bennett is also on the right, also likes war, has threatened Turkey, has threatened Lebanon. You've got another opposition leader, Avigdor Lieberman, former defense minister. You know what he said this week? He said, flatten the suburbs of Beirut. We should be going in and don't listen to Trump. So the opposition in Israel are equally hawkish, right-wing. So this idea that it's all about Netanyahu, it's a myth, I'm sorry to say.
Okay, so you're saying the two are the same, is what you're saying.
On issues of war and peace, yes. I'm sure in some domestic politics, tax rates, I'm sure there's
smaller stuff is going to be
domestically within Israel, I'm sure they are.
Down to the war,
when it comes down to the region, Israel's role in the region.
Tell me what the vision is. What do you think their vision?
Bro, I think Israeli domestic politics is even funnier when you learn about like what the major distinguishing factors are, especially because even on the domestic agenda, they only go further right. So because the entire culture, the entire society is anchored around the ethnic displacement of Palestinians that are treated as like an ever-present threat all the time, and it's like supposed to be this security threat, this security state, it inevitably creates unbelievably reactionary politics on the domestic front as well. So like, yeah, you have the Ashkenazis, the older Ashkenazis that are like a little bit more woke, I guess, as woke as you can be, which is not woke at all, obviously, when it comes to genocide. But most of the distinguishing factors in Israeli politics on the domestic side, if you're going to, think about Palestine as a non-issue because everyone agrees with it, it goes unbelievably far right. Like, should women be able to read? Far right. Like, should women be allowed to learn how to read? Okay. Now, of course, Israelis that are like liberal Zionists or whatever will refuse to acknowledge why that's the case. Like, they'll talk about how it's because Benjamin Netanyahu is a far right figure and he created this coalition and gave a lot of legitimacy to the worst elements like the settlers. We don't like them, all this shit. But the only reason why these guys are allowed in polite society and have a growing movement and a voice is, well, one, because of demographics. They're the only ones who are and having 8 kids. The more fundy you are, the more fundamentalist you are, the more likely you are to have children. That's why the next generation of Israelis are far more radicalized than the older Israelis. Yeah, the liberal Ashkenazis don't have children. And it's only the ultra-Orthodox population that's just like repopulating. That's part of the reason why Israel hasn't actually run into the same like developed nation issue of demographics, and because of their lack of interest in addressing the whole society being anchored around far right militarism against and ethnic cleansing and justifying ethnic cleansing against the Palestinians. Of course, the guys that are more radical are also going to be radical on other shit too.
What do you think Israel's vision is?
There's a best case scenario and there's a worst case scenario.
Okay.
The best case scenario is that they have this idea of we must be in a state of permanent war footing, right? I think there's a phrase for it, I forget the name, combat between the conflicts. There's some military doctrine that says even when we're not at war, we carry on doing preemptive strikes, we carry on doing cyber warfare, we carry on doing assassinations, so that Israel remains the regional hegemon. We keep our superiority, our military edge. We let everyone know in the region who's boss, even when we're not in a formal state of war. That's the best case scenario, that this is just a security doctrine that says we will bomb and invade whoever we like just to remain top dog in the region. That's best case scenario. Worst case scenario is it's ideological, that these are fanatical, messianic people who believe that all of the territory is theirs, given to them by the Bible. I interviewed Naftali Bennett in 2017, nearly a decade ago, for Al Jazeera. He was education minister at the time. I never forget this interview. I said to him, we were talking about peace treaties and two-state solution, and he said, the Bible says it's ours. I'd never heard someone say it that bluntly to my face. I can't imagine Ilhan Omar going on TV and saying, the Quran says this, right? This guy's openly saying, the Bible says the land is ours. Where do you go with that? There's no debate after that, right? That's just a kind of religious, ethnic nationalist, messianic vision. So Benjamin Netanyahu, even though he's not a religious man, has signed off on a greater Israel. He was asked about whether he believes in it. He said, absolutely. The opposition leader, Yair Lapid, who's a kind of centrist, supposedly a liberal, he was asked after the Mike Huckabee, Tucker Carlson interview. He said, do you agree with Mike Huckabee that all of the territories from the Bible, it's all yours? He said, yeah, our borders are biblical. This is what the opposition leader said. Forget the right-wingers Smotrich and Ben-Gvir.
What do you think is the likelihood their vision becomes a reality?
Right now, more likely than not, because the United States of America has allowed Israel to get away with a genocide.
How long? I mean, long term,
long term, no. Long term, it's perpetual war for perpetual peace.
And by the way, deep down inside, do you really think Trump wants this war to continue?
No. Trump doesn't like long wars.
No.
He likes short wars. That's why he's been humiliated by Iran, because he thought this would be over in a few days.
By the way, nobody thought Iran was going to be able to, not nobody. A lot of people on his camp, when they sat there and talked about it, it is a very fair argument to say that. No, let me make my point on what I'm saying. It is a very fair argument to say that unlike Venezuela, which
this is such bullshit. Of course, everybody knew this would happen. There's a reason why no previous administration has ever done it. Literally, everyone knew that this would happen. I am not a numbers guy, as you guys know. And even I knew. Why did I know? Because the generals, specifically Dan Kane, came out and leaked to the media that this was a spectacular failure if implemented. And he only did that after he couldn't convince Donald Trump. So literally everyone knew that this was going to happen. His analysts knew that this is what would happen, down to expending their standoff munitions that they have developed for their peer and near peer adversaries that they've stockpiled for Russia and China. As a matter of fact, the only aspect that they didn't know, they knew that they would, close off the Strait of Hormuz. That was always an imminent threat. Collapsing the global energy markets, that was always an imminent threat. The only thing that actually surprised even the American analysts was how effective the Mosaic defense structure would be at pummeling American targets. They didn't know how much intel Iran already had. That was one of the major, that was one of the new things that we found out after this, right? We always knew that they had the capacity to close the Strait of Hormuz with relative ease. We always knew that they had a capability to withstand tremendous American attacks because of the missile production facilities that they have underground. The stockpiles are underground, but no one, I don't think, knew exactly how accurate their strikes would be. The Iranian strikes would be. But everyone understood that this would be a very difficult task. We didn't know two things. One, how effective they would be at destroying American targets. And two, how effective they would be at propaganda with Lego videos. Nobody knew how good the Lego videos would hit.
We went in, we got Maduro, and we're out. Most likely, Cuba is going to be the same way as Venezuela, probably even easier when they go through and get it.
Sure.
Iran showed up strength to the world.
Yeah.
And you got to give them credit, no matter what anybody says, conservative or on the left.
You can give them credit militarily, obviously not politically, but Trump, I don't think we can defend him with nobody knew this. But he did this line recently. Nobody knew they were going to hit the Gulf states. We all knew they were going to hit the Gulf states. They've been saying this for years.
Iran was going to hit the Gulf states.
Iran was going to hit the Gulf states.
Do you think
that's been their doctrine for years.
Do you think that unified the Gulf states even more?
No. I think we've wrecked our long-term relationship with the Gulf states.
Tell me why.
I think in private, all of these Gulf states will, in public, they'll say what they got to say, but in private, they know the U.S. security umbrella does not extend to them anymore. They know that even if they give Donald Trump a $400 million plane, even if they put $500 million in his crypto business, Israel will always take precedence over them.
Do you think the Gulf states prefer Iran to be led by IRGC, or the story we saw recently with Pezeshkian, who's a moderate, stepping down because he's like everything's being run by. Who do you think the Gulf states would rather have?
I think the Gulf states are not a monolith, first of all, Patrick, because the UAE is very different to Qatar and Kuwait, right?
But they're neighbors.
They're neighbors, but they have different foreign policy.
I understand.
The UAE is an outlier. The UAE is very hawkish, very pro-Israel, very pro-America, very anti-Iran, which is kind of crazy because, if the US and Israel move on with their lives, the UAE is exposed to Iran for the rest of their lives.
Isn't UAE succeeding the most out of most of the Gulf states?
Are they?
Financially?
Are they? So many businesses have cleared out. Tourism has fallen. It's a huge industry based on tourism.
For the time.
You think people are going to go back? I think my thing is...
I think so.
I think that their image has been...
Brother, what are you saying? Bro, this is a brief glance into Patrick Bet-David's mind, okay? He just knows Instagram. He's a numbers guy. He knows Instagram. All of his buddies are going to Dubai constantly, so he's like, UAE's doing really good. That's incredible. Why are none of your buddies that are normally in Dubai currently in Dubai? That's so funny. He's like, I don't get it. They're popping on Instagram.
Permanently destroyed. I don't think you could put it back in the bottle. They had this image, especially to kind of white Westerners, as this business, tourist, even residential utopia. You go there, there's no crime, you chill out, everything's cheaper, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's gone now. Once Iran has done this, I think they've destroyed that image. Now, if you're Amazon or you're whatever it is, Chase Bank, you're going to go back into Dubai, Abu Dhabi, knowing that Iran can then do this again at any time they want. As long as Iran is still run by the same government, I don't think these Gulf states get that image back. And I think the Qataris understand that, even the Saudis understand that. They want a region, I think privately, and I may be wrong, and the few people in the Gulf I speak to say this to me, they recognize that Israel is the real problem in the region. They may not say so publicly. Some of them have signed up to the Abraham Accords like Bahrain, etc., UAE, but I think they understand that Israel is the destabilizing force in the region. It's Israel that bombed 6 countries in the Middle East last year. It wasn't Iran that did that. It's Israel that went to war now and brought the United States into this conflict and led to Iran bombing Kuwait and Qatar and Saudi Arabia and the UAE. And I think that is the situation we're in. I think you're going to see these Gulf states, if they're smart, making overtures to the Chinese and to the Russians in future years. They have to kind of diversify who they rely on.
Say it, Mehdi. Most of days, Turkey messed up that he won't say it. See, he won't say it. He's afraid of the Turk.
Maybe it's me being a Syrian. Maybe it's me being Armenian. Maybe the fact that I lived in Iran could be the reason for this. But nobody, sells Israel as this incredibly powerful organization and brains than those who hate Israel. All they talk about is how powerful Israel is. I don't think there's anybody that's the Don King promoting how smart, intellectual, brilliant Israel is than those.
That's cap. Israel is the king of lying about their capabilities. Are you kidding me? I know the argument he's trying to present here was just like, oh, Israel's small being nation. Israel's enemies actually end up and making Israel look good. That's bullshit. Israel literally constantly lies. Israel lied to Donald Trump. Israel lied to Donald Trump about how easy of a campaign this would be and how much intelligence they had. Remember, oh my God. Remember when they killed Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and every mainstream news reporter was like, this was a brilliant act of espionage. And it was like, dude, you killed an 88-year-old guy in his house. What do you mean this was a brilliant act of statecraft and espionage? And he was in his house alongside his family. You did not identify where he was. He wasn't in a unique position. He was in his house.
Who cannot stand Israel?
Well, I'm not one of those.
But if okay, so if
I mean, let me just go through the list. I'm not somebody who said Iran would roll over. I said Iran would make Iraq look like
Not
a walk
that,
in the
but
park.
I'm talking about
right.
like how-
I warned that Iran and America would not be able to destroy Iran in the way they thought they could destroy Iran. It was insane. It was hubris to think they could do that. I've been saying that for 15 years. I've been saying it since Iraq, 2003, when I was a 23-year-old marching against that war. When Bush was thinking about Iran, I was saying,
are you afraid of Israel?
Am I afraid of?
Are you afraid of Israel?
What do you mean?
Are you afraid of Israel's aspirations?
Oh, yeah. But aspirations are different, right? Can they pull it off? I agreed with you that just because they have this messianic vision doesn't mean they're going to win.
Yeah. Did you just say they located the house? They located the house of the supreme leader? Do you think he had a tactical secret house? Yeah, guys, stop doxing the president. Hello? Stop doxing the president, please. Many people, do you see that, chatter? People are posting the address of the president over and over again in the chat. That's messed up.
Yeah. I mean,
I agree
to
with
me,
that.
it's like okay,
No,
like
they didn't win in Gaza.
bro,
Patrick, I said in 2023,
Yeah.
this whole plan, when people were like yourself and others were saying
Yeah.
Israel has a right to self-defense, destroy Hamas, I said, you can't. There is no military solution to your problem.
yeah. So you know what it is for me. Don't talk to Mehdi because Mehdi's going to do this. No, I want to talk to Mehdi. No, I'm telling you, be careful. No, I want to talk to Mehdi. Oh, don't talk to Bibi because I want to talk to him. I wish you had an hour and a half to talk. No, don't talk to Nick. No, don't talk to this guy. I want to talk to him. I don't sit there and see that, my God, everything, they're so powerful. They're going to control America. They do this, they do that.
What the f does this have to do with people warning you not to talk to Mehdi Hasan? Also, now I'm wondering who's been telling him don't talk to Hassan Piker.
I mean, you kind of giving them too much credit.
I mean, you're mixing different things together, though. One thing is militarily, can they win on battlefields? No, not always. Hezbollah defeated them in 2000, famously. That was the first time they were defeated by an Arab force on a battlefield when they withdrew from southern Lebanon. They're back now. We were told Hezbollah was done. Do you remember a couple years ago? Oh, the pages and the assassination of Nasrallah. They're done. It was a paper tiger. They just killed 30 Israeli soldiers in the last few weeks, right? They've injured hundreds more. Who knows what the real numbers are? So clearly they're not done for. Hamas is still around. And the Iranians still have, 70% of their missile stock, according to US intelligence. So the idea that these were all paper tigers was bullshit. That's a different argument. I'm not a military expert. I'm not going to sit here and adjudicate, who has the strength in the field. Politically, though, in this country, does Israel still have power? Sure. They still have politicians who support them. They still have lobby groups that advocate
so
on their
does China.
behalf.
So does Qatar.
No,
so
not on the level of Israel. Come on.
Okay, let me...
Oh, come on. God, he is... okay. You are a literal slave to AIPAC if you make this idiotic argument. Dude, it is so funny. Like, there is no comparison. There is no comparison to the level of influence that any foreign ally or adversary has inside of the United States of America to Israel. Nothing. Nothing comes close, dude. The Qatar meta is so funny.
Ask you a question. Let me ask you a
Go
question.
on.
If you had $5 billion
Yeah.
to win over influence in people in America politically and inject your way of thinking,
Yeah.
would you put that money to buy over congressmen and senators, or would you put that money into winning over kids? Where would you put your money?
Both.
No.
Either or.
Okay, then do diversify. Diversify. Seriously, use it as a mutual fund. You got $5 billion. How much you put in one? How much you put in the other one? Honestly.
I don't know. I
want you to think about it.
50-50. I think they're both important.
You think
you talk about
50-50?
when you say young people, you mean like TikTok? You mean like
Universities,
controlling
no, I'm
social
talking about universities,
Oh,
TikTok,
university.
social, give money to universities, give money to places to get the kids influence.
I mean, I'm sure Mehdi has already picked up on what PBD is trying to do here. He's going to say the amount of money that Qatar spends on university is far larger than Israel. That's what he's going to say. That he thinks he's setting up a trap, okay? Which is, again, insane because, like, the opaque funding structure that exists for pro-Israel institutions and pro-Israel groups in the United States of America go far beyond the influence of just like directly funding university initiatives. Okay? Like every Hillel on a campus is objectively and openly pro-Israel. It's just true. That's not a part of the funding mechanism. You know what I mean? There are ideologically Zionist college professors that are, defending Israel unconditionally. There are Jewish advocacy organizations that almost entirely involve themselves with pro-Israel advocacy. There is no comparison that you can make between Israel and Qatar. And of course, this is just on the influence peddling side of things. You can also look at the impact of this lobby, right? The impact of the pervasive influence peddling operation. Yeah, there's alumni funding too. Obviously, it's just, there's no comparison. When people hyper focus on AIPAC, they actually don't tell the entire story at all. That's not even the tip of the iceberg, honestly. There is, once again, no comparison between Qatar and Israel, and that's precisely the reason why there's no other country that we have a level of allegiance with like we do with Israel. Yeah, in terms of influence peddling, Israel is in a league of its own. After Israel, you have Saudi Arabia, and then further down UAE, Qatar, and then probably China, but none of them are near Israel. Not even close. Not even close, because a lot of first of all, none of them can engage in advocacy in the country without fair restrictions, except for Israel. Try to play that, oh, well, I'm an American Muslim, and that's why I believe it's appropriate to get my notes from Saudi Arabia when I do advocacy for Saudi Arabia. If you think you can pull that shit off, let me tell you, you are getting slapped with a FARA violation so fast, your head's going to spin. Imagine I'm American-born Chinese. So I went and I met with the Communist Party of China, and they told me like what to tell the American government and how to lobby the American government. It's over. You're going to jail. It's not happening. Whereas there's one group of people that can do this. Americans, not just Jews, Christians as well, can go and fund an Israel lobby that goes to Israel and literally talks to the Israeli government and is in constant coordination with the Israeli government. And that lobby is not seen as a foreign lobby, even though the foreign name is in the name of the lobby, AIPAC. I've seen a new talking point going around that you actually live in Qatar and have investment properties in California with Jank and use that money to fund our enemies. People live in delusion, dude. I'm sorry. Damn it. They figured out our operation. This is unreal. The new school student senate voted to cut ties with the campus Hillel group because it literally sponsors students to materially participate in the bombing of Gaza. And so the new school admin is investigating the student senators. Saudi Arabia is our ally. Saudi Arabia has a lot of money. Can you imagine doing this for Saudi Arabia? Oh, we're going to be participating in the bombing of Yemen, which is being conducted with American weapons. It's ridiculous.
Where would you put the money?
But let me take your example, take it a step further. Okay, let's say I put it all in students. I win over young people. That's already happened. Have you seen the polling? The young people hate Israel.
I know.
But does it translate into policy? No, because the Congress...
Chef says, I'm Qatari. The amount of money that is spent on American universities is for them to allow branches of the university to operate in Qatar's education city. Texas A&M is one of those universities, and it left Qatar because its pro-Israel board hates Qatar. Yeah.
Still controls the...
Oh, yeah. Israel's economy is fake. I forgot. That's the other side of the story. Israel's economy is entirely fake and also entirely propped up by American billionaires that just basically dump boatloads of money into Israel. There are a couple industries in Israel that are actually viable, that are, growing. Obviously, pharmaceuticals is one of them. But outside of that, they have nothing. They have no natural resources, and their economy has been fine, all things considered, in spite of the genocide. And there's a reason for that. That's because it is literally like a parasitic tick on the side of the American economy. And the American economy, oh, yes, the Russians too. Before I forget, you're absolutely right. Russians use Israel as a launching pad into the European markets and the international markets. but also it's literally like a skin tag that just sucks all the whatever it can from the American economy. Russians use Israel to evade sanctions. Americans have an incredible amount of loyalty to the nation state of Israel, and they will literally just dump boatloads of money. The tech sector is fine, but it's limited. What are you talking about? Like, yeah, they have spyware. That's it. They have Waze and they have spyware. Like, that's not, none of this is real. It's not a real country. Okay? It's not. It's just a fake made up country with nothing. And now it's got a growing defense sector as well, obviously.
So I'll give you one example. 8% of Democrats support Israel's war in Gaza. 8%, according to a poll last year. In Congress, it's the other way around. It's like 80% of Democrats support Israel, only 8 or 10% are voting against weapons or genocide. I'm ballpark figures here. So what's the disconnect? The disconnect is we have a Congress that doesn't represent the public on either side of the divide. I don't think the Republican Party fully represents its base, but more so, Democratic Party certainly doesn't represent its base on Israel, the leadership. You look at these primaries, we're sitting on a day where there's going to be a bunch of primaries. So my big point here is, yes, it's great that young people have been won over. It's great that everyone under the age of 50 in the United States of America, whether Republican or Democrat, does not want more weapons going to Israel. That's the latest polling. Under the age of 50, everyone.
That makes sense to me.
Right? But Congress does. So the disconnect, this is why we have such a crisis of democracy. This is why Israel matters so much in our political system. It's not just a foreign policy issue. It's an issue of our democracy where we have members of Congress and a president who does not follow American will, does not follow the will of the voters. And so to answer your question, yeah, you do need to spend money lobbying Congress because ultimately they're the ones voting on weapons. They're the ones voting on aid. They're the ones voting.
And there's more domestic considerations as well. Not only is it like obviously rerouting money that could be going to the United States of America to like endless warfare that we're fighting now, literally at the behest of Israel, billions of dollars of funds burning in real time every single day. But also on top of that, because of the unbelievable amounts of unprecedented influences foreign country has on American domestic policy, it actually turns into a real fundamental problem in American society, like in regular society. Censorship, First Amendment violations. Like whenever someone tries to tell me, why do you care about Israel so much? It's like, well, there's only one foreign country on the planet that has been able to destroy the American First Amendment, and we'd never even talk about it. We don't even talk about it. Most people don't even know that this exists. In 38 states, the Israeli lobby has directly written and has advanced bills that make it illegal for American citizens to demand boycotts, to demand divestments, and to demand sanctions from the state of Israel. That is a clear-cut definitional violation of the First Amendment. And it's ironic because many of these states are hog states. Texas is one of them. I'll give you an example. In the state of Texas, if you want to be a teacher at a public school, you have to sign a loyalty pledge to the state of Israel that says that you will never boycott, that you will never demand boycotts, divestments, or sanctions from the state of Israel. Isn't that crazy? Every time I bring this up, people go, nah, you're lying. Google it. Google it in many of the red states. Google it. That is a direct violation of our First Amendment. And we don't have that for America. We don't have that for Russia. We don't have that for Estonia. We only have that for Israel. So how can you sit here and tell me that Israel doesn't get special privileges, that Israel's lobby is not a malignant force in American politics that absolutely interferes with regular frequency on American domestic affairs? It's ridiculous. No other country comes close. That's it. Dude, if I want to cut the grass at the intersection ditch in Tennessee, I have to sign an anti-BDS pledge. Yeah. You have to sign a loyalty oath, not to the United States of America, but to the state of Israel to work for the municipality. And that's not all. That's not all. For example, and you can always get fired at will in these states too, because there's no labor protections. On top of that, what else was I going to say? There's one more thing that I was going to mention that always people up. I talked about BDS. Oh, There are also numerous, at the local level, there are numerous initiatives against protesting Israel, right? They're obviously hidden under hate crime statutes where they claim to be, combating anti-Semitism, like the bill that Scott Wiener unironically wrote, championed, and advanced in the state of California. Nothing comes close to this level of direct involvement. Israel, on top of that, also subverts the democratic process. This is precisely the reason why they hate AIPAC Tracker, they hate DropSite, and they called them out by name. Because AIPAC doesn't ever run ads about how much a candidate loves Israel. AIPAC knows how toxic of a brand Israel is, or how little people give a shit about Israel in American elections, right? Or at least for the past couple of years, they knew that nobody really gave a shit about Israel before October 7. So they run ads for candidates that are pro-Israel, and they run ads against candidates that are even like a little bit critical of the nation state of Israel, and the ads never feature Israel at all. No other advocacy organization does this. None. None of the other lobbies do this. Just AIPAC. So not only do they not get restricted as a foreign agent, which they should, but they also actively undermine democracy by promoting candidates, by dumping unlimited amounts of funds to certain races to promote certain candidates and to unseat others without ever mentioning Israel at all. No other country does this. No other lobby does this. American lobbies don't do this for American interests. That's it. There's no comparison. Whenever people say, oh, why do you care about Israel so much? I'm like, why don't you care about Israel? Are you insane? Are you stupid? Are you out of your mind? Are you oblivious to what's going on? What other foreign country is at the precipice of so much enmity that they are about to create a real political problem as far as their unlimited funds that they receive, that they are now advancing a measure in Congress to literally merge the foreign military of Israel and the American military? Do we have one with other countries? You say England, not true. Not true. Israel is the only country that gets the latest technology, latest great technology. No other country gets to have it. No, not Japan, not England. We don't do that for NATO. We don't do that for any other country. It's not hyperbolic. Out of the F-35 fighter jet program, Israel is the only country on the planet, for example, that gets to have its own software, its own operating software in the F-35 fighter jets. No other country has complete control over their own F-35 fighter jets. Not a single other country has that. Only Israel. They can get fighter jets, they can get F-35 fighter jets, but none of them have the operating software that is indigenous like Israel.
To censor our speech, saying anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, all of that stuff is coming out of Congress, and people say, oh, Qatar and this. I just gave you an example. The Qataris gave him a $400 million plane. The Emiratis gave him $500 million for his crypto fund. The Saudis have sponsored multiple multi-million-dollar golf tournaments at his properties, hotels. Did it come in useful? When it came down to it, he picked Israel. He picked Miriam Adelson. He picked Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah. He picked AIPAC. He picked Marco Rubio.
I don't know about that.
He picked all these people. What do you mean? We've seen it with our eyes.
I don't know about that. Listen, let me ask you this. Do you think, and by the way, you didn't answer my question. So I want to stay on the money part, and then I'm going to go to the next question.
I did answer. I said, I could spend it all on the kids. It doesn't matter.
No, but so
because ultimately Congress is still more important.
So you would put all the money in Congress and
No, both. I said split.
You would do 50-50.
50-50. Win over the people, and then win over the people who represent the people.
So where does Qatar put their money? They put $6.5 billion in universities. Where does China put their money? $5.5 billion in universities. What type of influence do you think they got long term? You think long term? Like you think China thinks short term? You think Qatar thinks short term? You think they're trying to buy influence long term when they get in front of the kids?
You think? Do you have evidence? It's a serious question.
The dollar?
No, I mean, no. I'm talking about. Do you have evidence that? Well, first of all, what Chinese investment has gone into university?
Do you want to pull it up, Rob? I mean, this. You know.
I know that. I know the Qataris are sponsored. I've been to Georgetown, Qatar. They spent a lot of money on U.S. universities. But it's great. I'm asking about what's China's sponsored university.
Oh, China's given donations.
He's talking about the Confucius Institutes, but he's failing to make the point because he doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm fairly certain he's talking about the Confucius institutes that used to exist in America. I think they made it illegal now or something. I'm pretty sure. I remember there being some controversy about it. But once again, it doesn't matter, because what level of influence does China have on American foreign or domestic policy? There is no comparison. Israel also has the highest number of companies in the American stock market. Far larger number, I believe, than even countries that are far larger than Israel, like India.
The Chinese government sponsors American universities. I did not know this.
Let me pull up.
I'm happy to show my ignorance.
By the way, I don't know where the money is coming from, but I'll show you here. China has invested an estimated 5.6. I was short by a billion.
Okay.
6.4 billion in American universities over the recent decade, making it one of the largest foreign. So why are they doing
No, hold on. You didn't read the third sentence.
Which is what
These funds research. You think research partnerships with the Chinese is making kids on campus pro-China?
No, no. It's not what I'm saying. Okay, Mehdi, you're very smart. So you went to Oxford. You got the PPE degree. It's like not the PPP loan. You got the legit PPE degree, right? Do you not think if these schools are getting this types of money, which phone call you think they're picking up?
Oh, you think we know, Patrick, because we just saw what happened the last 3 years. Did Colombia go pro-Israel or pro-Qatar?
But what did Colombia do?
They went pro-Israel. They silenced all the pro-Palestinian.
But what did they do? But what did they do?
They rolled over for Donald Trump and they rolled over for the Israel lobby.
Dog, most of these universities don't have literal campuses in foreign countries like China as they do in Tel Aviv. That's one. Most of these universities' alumni, even if they are Chinese, are not actually making administrative decisions at the behest of a foreign nation like our American alumni are at the behest of Israel. That's a huge part of this problem. Some of this stuff is not going to show up for a numbers guy to find out after ChatGPTing it. Okay, after grokking it, ChatGPTing it, grokking it.
Was the event that happened that got them to get there?
I don't know which event.
Why did they do that?
I don't know. I don't know where you're going.
You follow the stories. You tell me, who was it? It was 3 universities, right? Columbia was one of them.
And there was a bunch of universities that cracked down on pro-Palestine centers.
Why did they do that?
Multiple reasons. Pressure from politicians who are pro-Israel.
You think maybe
pressure from donors who are pro-Israel. Pressure from activist groups. This whole ridiculous debate where we conflate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. I remember when I launched...
I'm not with that. Just so you know, like in Florida when they're saying you can't debate and criticize Israel, I'm not part of that camp.
Not just that. DeSantis is one of the many governors and Republicans
I'm not part of that
who have
camp.
said that if you're an American business that engages in BDS, you can't get contracts with the state. That's insane. That American business can't do what it wants to do.
But by the way, what I'm trying to tell you is I think the reasonable people are not with that. Short term, some of these things may come and go.
Yeah. The media created campus anti-Semitism crisis and Israeli propaganda campaign completely divorced from reality. Universities' own internal reviews find campus anti-Semitism to be on par with campus Islamophobia, yet one is covered 63 times more than the other between October 2023 and April 2024. Yeah. A Chicago professor was just suspended after assignment mentions Palestinians. Okay? We call it the P word. Chicago professor suspended after assignment mentions Palestinians. School of the Art Institute Chicago professor put under investigation after student complaint about a case study. Professor in the U.S. was just suspended for mentioning Palestinians just days after Hassan Piker was barred from the U.K. for condemning a genocide. Your rights are being stripped away in service of Israel's impunity. I mean, dude, simply put, can you imagine the British government barring me entry for saying, like, Russia? You know what I mean? For saying, I don't like Poland, criticizing Estonia, Lithuania, any other country. Dude, I mean, look, one of the better examples of this is, ironically enough, Daniel Biss's gubernatorial run against J.B. Pritzker. When he was running against J.B. Pritzker, his lieutenant governor pick was DSA. His lieutenant governor pick was DSA, and therefore, DSA Chicago at the time was pro-BDS and still is. 2018. He dropped him. There was controversy around the lieutenant governor pick of a Jewish liberal Zionist who was running for governor with family members who live in Israel, and his hand-selected lieutenant governor pick was DSA, and therefore was on board with BDS. And they dropped him. Daniel Bish dropped his ass. What other country has this level of involvement with the lieutenant governor pick in Illinois, in the state of Illinois, who has like no guarantee that he's going to win anyway? They're out here funding like comptroller races and shit. Ridiculous.
Long term, they're not. I had Randy, what's his last name? Randy Fine. I had him on and I asked him the question
He's a racist.
about where he's at. I think you may have even tweeted something about it when we talked about it. I asked him a couple questions, pointed whether he was pro-America, America first, or Israel first. If you're in America, hey, I have a problem with you not being America first, but I want to go back.
Oh, yeah. Randy Fine was being honest with you when he said America first, right? Come on, man.
Back to this. If they give $6 billion, you think they're dumb that they're just giving $6 billion to universities? You don't think they want things in return?
No, I
you don't
think everyone. I think you made that point earlier. There are many lobbies trying to get their way. I'm not disputing that there are many lobbies. In fact, I'm the one who says, let's not treat the Israel lobby as a unique lobby. People are like, oh my God, AIPAC. I always say AIPAC, NRA,
Great. All of them.
Big Pharma, all of these people.
All of them.
I want to get money out of politics. I'm on the
Right? But it's not enough to ask these people if they're America first. You have to ask them what number to rank Israel. If they say number 2, then at least that's something. I have a feeling most wouldn't say that, though. Now Israel wants a permanent seat in the Situation Room. What the f-? Israeli officials and their allies in Congress and pro-Israel organizations are seeking to ensure that going forward, the Israeli Prime Minister and his or her officials will be functionally and permanently granted seats in the U.S. Situation Room. What? Oh, this is with the NDAA? I mean, it would be anti-Semitic not to, right? I think it would be anti-Semitic not to do this. So obviously we have to, right? But hey, guys, Patrick Bet-David thinks China has the same level of access in the United States of America. So let's endlessly pontificate on that issue. Thank God I didn't fall into the trap of sounding anti-Semitic for a brief moment there. There is something poetic about all of these groypers who were like, I'm not dying for Israel. That's why I'm not voting for Kamala Harris, who are literally going to now die for Israel. Like, yes, instead of drafting the Haredi population, which would have created a lot of political turmoil, Israel has decided to draft the American population. Isn't that nice?
As well.
I'm a Bernie, Elizabeth Warren.
I want to get money out of politics.
Let's get rid of Citizens United. Yeah, Citizens United, West Supreme Court decision.
Yeah.
Okay, so, but let me come back to your direct point about influence.
Like the members of Five Eyes don't even have that. Buddy. Buddy. What the is the Five Eyes in comparison to the level of unprecedented access Israel gets? Come on. Those are vassals. We are the vassal at this point with Israel's interests.
I'm not disputing that they're spending money, they're lobbying, everyone's doing it. I'm saying Israel's winning, and the evidence is what's happened.
I'm saying Israel's losing.
I've not only do I have a kid in college, I have multiple Muslim friends, leftist friends with kids in colleges.
Kids are now Jewish.
I have kids who've been arrested.
Yeah.
I have kids who've been doxxed. I know kids who have been suspended. I know kids who have been expelled because of their criticism of Israel. I watched a video of Rumeysa Öztürk, a young Turkish student at Tufts, be picked up by 8 ICE agents and detained because she wrote an op-ed in her student paper saying we should divest from Israel. And Marco Rubio had her detained for a year, right? So don't tell me that Qatar is winning this argument. Qatar is not winning the argument on campus.
So
that's just a complete, last 3 years is a complete denial.
I get your argument, but I would dispute it in the following way. Everybody is...
You are delusional, man. Okay, Mehdi's being way nicer than I would be at this point, by the way. I mean, I've already brought up a bunch of talking points here. But like, come on, dude, come on. This is one of those things that like, even the dumbest guy you know would be like, I don't think that's the case. Okay? The dumbest guy you know heard his favorite content creator, Patrick Bet-David, present this argument and went, I don't think that's the case at all, and I don't trust you anymore.
Trying to win influence. Everybody.
Agreed.
And they're spending money. So
Agreed.
no matter what it is,
We
everybody.
agree.
But the question is, whose money is working and who's not? The part where I go that's not working is, do you think Israel's popularity in America has increased or decreased in the last 5 years?
No, because that's a different argument. That's because people saw a genocide live stream to their phones.
Also, does it even matter? We literally don't have a real democracy. This is the point that I've been trying to drive home every time I do one of these media hits in the UK or in the United States of America, where I keep reiterating this point over and over again. I'm like, right now there's a crisis in democracy because the enmity towards Israel is so overwhelming by the masses that these countries in the Western world are basically having to make very difficult decisions on whether or not they even maintain the appearance of a democratic process or if they just cast it aside completely and go full tilt authoritarian fascism. Okay? Because eventually people are going to keep demanding, keep protesting. Protests are going to increase in their intensity because you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. And at that point, people are going to start realizing, okay, what the is democracy at all? What good does that do for me? You know, I've been out in the fucking streets. I voted. Nothing works. And eventually, they are no longer just going to oppose Israel. They're going to oppose their local governments, their domestic, their state governments. They're going to oppose the concept of democracy in and of itself. This is a real violation of the social contract. And I don't think those in power understand what they are teaching people.
Right, and you can't buy your way out of it.
It's more than that's one of it.
That's one of the big issues.
It's one of the bigger issues, but it's more than that. So whatever they did, like even when Charlie Kirk, the letters came out when he was having a conversation with Bibi, and I don't know if it was the 7 things he wrote, the 6 things. Do you remember that when he wrote a letter? I don't know if you remember that or not.
I wasn't a big Charlie Kirk reader. You'll be shocked to hear.
Yeah, well, you would have liked him. It was a special guy.
No, he didn't like me. He wanted me deported. He called for me to be deported from this country because he's such a free speech champion he was.
What was his reason for it?
Because I said something about COVID that he didn't like.
What did you say about COVID?
Something about the whole school.
What difference does it make, Patrick? Are you going to agree with Charlie Kirk and be like, you know what? He was right. You should be deported. Like what? Again, are you a defender of the First Amendment or not? If you are, then you recognize that Charlie Kirk was wrong to say that. God damn.
Position on, lockdowns, vaccines, whatever it was. He didn't like it, but instead of debating me on it, he said, who's this guy? He should be deported from the country.
Can you tell me specific what it was, Rob?
Rob can pull it up. There's a lot of.
Now, if you said something crazy shit on Twitter and he responds back to you,
hold on. Even if I said something crazy,
he
First Amendment
crazy too.
First Amendment doesn't cover crazy.
His First Amendment he can also say that.
But
that's
you
part
think
of
we
his
should
First
threaten people with deportation?
I don't know. You said some crazy shit. What did you say?
No, I didn't say anything crazy. I'm just saying. Even let's say I did say something crazy.
No, but even
if I didn't say anything crazy.
But let's just say he said that. That's his freedom to be crazy.
Of course, it's his freedom.
Yeah.
I'm not going to like the guy. You're like, I would have agreed with him.
That's a different
That's how we got onto Kirk. I'm like, why would I agree with the guy who hated Islam?
No, you don't have to.
He hated Islam, and he wanted me deported.
That's a different story.
That's a different story.
But by the way,
Rob is fast.
Rob is fast.
We need you, Rob.
Charlie.
This is speed.
Charlie was a phenomenal guy. But let me go back to it.
We'll have to agree to disagree.
Yeah, that's totally fine. So, but where was I going with this? We were talking about the influence, and then we went to universities. What topic were we on? I brought up Charlie. Rob, do you know where I was going?
You were saying talking to Netanyahu and the stuff.
Oh, yeah, when he talked to Netanyahu with the 7 points, and he said to him, he said, you're losing the kids. Whatever you're doing, the propaganda, you're losing the kids. So it's not working. So if you say the influence of AIPAC or whatever they're spending their money to win over Congress and all these other guys, guess what happened? I think they gave money to John Cornyn. AIPAC did. He lost. He's been there for 40 plus years. Paxton won.
Yeah.
So what happened with that guy winning? He was a guy that was not even supposed to win. He had issues, letters came out with his wife, all this other stuff. It wasn't a pretty thing. So I don't know if their influence, don't get me wrong. When you talk about Mary, she's put up some real money there. I mean,
Trump's been very open about it.
She's put up some real money there.
And can I say, I don't think we're disagreeing that much. I think we're not actually disagreeing. I agree with you. I'm the first to say I'm very happy to see young people switching on this. I never thought a day would come in my lifetime where polls showed that the American public supports Palestine more than Israel, which we're now seeing from Pew and Gallup. That's an amazing change in public opinion for people like me. But what I'm trying to say to you is all of that is valueless, worthless. Why the AIPAC calculation might make sense to AIPAC is Well, who cares what public opinion say? If we can,
Short-term,
it is short term, but if we can control,
Long-term?
but they don't think long term.
No.
Maybe the Chinese do. The Israelis think short term.
No,
the
no,
Israelis
I'm not
think.
talking Israeli.
Okay.
I'm talking about those who wanted to make sure, like whatever their belief is, whatever your belief is, folks that are not pro-Israel, right?
Yes.
And hey.
Yeah, they've not won hearts and minds. We agree on that.
Oh, no. I think, I go to schools and I talk to kids. First thing I ask is, who do you watch? Used to be Charlie Kirk. Who is it now? Really? What's your position with Israel? Oh, boom. I mean, it's like zero to anger towards Israel. So guess what that means? Whatever the propaganda was, correct or not, it worked for those that are anti-Israel.
But guess what?
Okay, I need to say something here. I think this is a moment where the less you know, the better you perform. Like, I think Patrick Bet-David is a more difficult person to debate for Mehdi Hasan than like the average, like Shannon Kestenbaum or Rabbi Shmuley or whoever because he is throwing some of the dumbest arguments that I have ever heard. Like, this is basic level shit that you have to describe to him. Like, you have to describe to him, shapes and colors before you can even come to terms on what the debate even actually is about. Because he keeps advancing this point where it's like, well, Israel is so powerful. Why does everybody hate it? And it's like, I don't know, dog. Maybe because they did a genocide and they were unbelievably arrogant and annoying throughout the entire process and have actively demanded people get fired and have gotten people fired and have also subverted democracy, the democratic process. They've gotten congresspersons to lose their goddamn positions of power for even daring to criticize the state of Israel. Perhaps all of that combined pisses off a lot of Americans, even the dumbest Americans are like, yeah, this shit sucks. It is actually because of Israel's profound influence that is the reason why it has profound enmity. This is a really stupid argument. And I don't know if he's like weaponizing his stupidity here or if he just like genuinely doesn't think this is he genuinely is like, what do you mean? But everybody hates Israel. Like, how could you say this is a powerful lobby?
They've made a lot of progress.
Guess what's scary?
What's
when
that?
the pro-Israel side hear you say that, when they see the numbers of people watching Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson or Nick Fuentes, God help us, when they hear that, they don't go, shit, we need to work harder to win hearts and minds. What they say is, we need to crack down on democracy and free speech because that's the only way we stay in power. That is why Peter Beinart, my good friend who used to be a hardcore Zionist, now a liberal.
That works anymore.
Peter makes the point that you're going to see a lot of Zionist groups in this country allying with the
Damn, he said liberal Zionist. He didn't say anti-Zionist. He said liberal Zionist. He's right, by the way, I think, to a certain degree, Mehdi.
Right. Traditionally,
Mehdi.
American Jewish groups have been
ADL, all
pro-Democrat,
those guys.
liberal.
Yeah.
But now they're allying with Trump and MAGA because they see a way of suppressing speech and joining with authoritarian forces because they can't win the argument fair and square.
I think that's a mistake.
It is a mistake.
But
that's what they're doing. Jonathan,
I understand that. But what I'm saying to you is it's very important to win over the kids. Very important to win over kids. And
Agreed.
when I see China, Qatar putting that kind of money in schools, their long-term thinking is let's win these kids over and then let's see what happens. So I don't think Israel is winning when it comes down to winning over.
Did you see the Jerusalem Post conference in New York this week?
No.
They hosted a conference that ties in with the Israel Day crazy parade. They had Ronald Lauder, the Estee Lauder guy, the billionaire, giving a speech. His son-in-law is the Federal Reserve guy, Kevin Warshie. I don't remember his name.
Is he Jewish? He's Jewish?
Ronald Lauder is a very leading figure in the American Jewish community, big supporter of Israel. He gave a speech at Jerusalem Post conference, and in that speech,
There you go.
he said that Mossad and Shin Bet, the Israeli intelligence, domestic and foreign intelligence, should be working hard to get American kids to support Israel, influence operations. Openly called for it in a speech. There's a clip doing that. It's insane, right? So when you're talking about, this is what I'm saying to you, it's not that they don't know what's happening, but their solutions are so batshit crazy.
Go back to that story.
And so authoritarian.
Israel is losing the information war.
So they get it. They agree with you and me.
Yeah.
But their solutions are scary as shit. They're authoritarian.
It's not going to work today, though.
I hope it doesn't work.
You know why it's not going to work today? You know why it's not going to work today? Why is it not going to work? Are you with MSNBC today?
No.
Okay, where are you at?
I'm independent.
What can you talk about?
Anything I want.
Anything you want.
Yeah.
As long as you don't say something crazy that you get a strike on YouTube, you're good
But
to
that's
go.
the thing, right? Look at TikTok. when Mitt Romney had Antony Blinken on stage. Do you remember that famous conversation a couple of years back? And he said, everyone's like, oh, they're going after TikTok because of China, because of China, because of China. And Mitt Romney just sits with Blinken and says, every time I go on TikTok, you see 6 times, 7 times as many pro-Palestinian posts as pro-Israel posts. We got to do something about that. Blinken's nodding. I'm like, Mitt, you're not supposed to say that out loud. You're supposed to say that in a smoke-filled room. He said it on stage, right?
Damn, he's wearing him down at least. Here's what's interesting about that story too. You guys notice how that never got any coverage whatsoever? Like the Israel angle, that was pretty apparent, like pretty out in the open, got a lot of coverage here, got a lot of coverage in Zateo, Dropsite, and independent media, and yet never really saw that take shape in mainstream outlets at all. Wonder what that was about. Interesting. They're about to talk about you? Hell yeah.
He made it clear that the TikTok, taken over TikTok by the Ellisons and co. was always about Israel more than it was about China. And that does worry me because you could say, oh, well, I wonder today if, God forbid, the genocide restarted today at the level it did in October 2023 after the horrific massacre on October 7th, what would we see on our social media screens today? I think you'd see much less than you saw in October, November, December of 2023.
So if you, okay, fair on what could happen there. But to me, I think the independent content creators, Israel wasn't used to these guys 20 years ago. And this is a very different game.
Yeah.
Who's he talking about?
So they were not accustomed to these guys coming on and not meeting anybody and just sit in front of the computer, play video games and talk. And nowadays you have streamers. Streamers are influencing kids. Gamers are influencing kids. How long this is going to last, I don't know.
But look what the UK government just did.
Who are you talking about?
Cenk and Hasan.
Cenk and Hasan.
Yeah.
So again, that's the short-term crackdown. We can't win the
What was
argument.
the reasoning, by the way? What did they say?
Anti-Israel.
But what was a specific
They didn't
thing?
give a specific as far as I'm aware.
Well, I mean, UK, you know your country.
I didn't
How
see,
many
I haven't
times?
seen the details because
Rob, do you know
I know that they didn't say, look, banned for criticizing Israel. They say. I don't know what the UK government has said. But
they're saying this. You don't know if that's the position.
I don't know. I don't know the exact. But my point being, this is exactly what we just talked about, which is, again, we can't debate with Hasan Piker, the streamer, so we just prevent him from coming to speak.
You can do it here, though. This is specifically in UK.
But my point is, but they're doing but they do it in reverse, right? So with the UK, you pressure the UK
government. I don't know
government.
about Cenk, but you want to pull up some of the stuff Hasan said? You want to give him feedback on what he said? Like,
I give him feedback. I know Hasan very well.
Have you heard about some of this stuff?
He knows that he said some
capitalist blood on the,
He said some outrageous stuff.
He said,
he knows
is he the guy that's
a lot of stuff is quoted
happen again or something?
No, what he said. Okay, come on, hold on. What
Can
he
you
said,
just pull up the crazy shit he said?
No, hold on. I'm not going to.
I know you're going to do.
Yo, get his ass! Get his ass, Patrick! Get his ass! Yo, cook him! Cook his ass! He's a fraud! Pull the clips up!
Defend him, but I want to know what's.
I'm not going to defend him, actually.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm going to defend him from falsehoods. I've spoken to Hasan very bluntly and said, you have given your opponent.
9/11.
Yes. What is the context of that?
Tell me.
The context, he was talking about American foreign policy and, the quote-unquote famous line about, chickens coming home to roost. It was a very provocative statement. He's apologized for that, by the way.
He's on the back foot. He's on the back foot, Patrick. Hit him. Hit him more.
To be clear.
Sure.
But even Robert Kagan, you know who Robert Kagan is? The big neocon.
Yeah.
He came out recently and said, you know what? 9/11 was a result of our bad foreign policy. He just said it in a more diplomatic, Atlantic magazine-friendly way.
So you're supporting him saying that, Hasan Piker?
No, he shouldn't have said it like that, because America deserved 9/11, makes it sound that those people died was worth it. No.
Right.
But did America bring 9/11 on itself? 100%. Our U.S. foreign policy created Osama bin Laden, created Al-Qaeda, created all of these wars in the Middle East, created that jihad in Afghanistan.
He's doing too good of a job defending me. Get his ass, Patrick.
110%. That was a blowback from U.S. foreign policy. Every serious scholar who's looked at that admits that now. We're coming up to 25th anniversary of 9/11. Even Robert Kagan is saying.
When do you think, Rob, can you pull up how many arrests happen in UK versus other countries on social media? I don't know if you've seen this. It's worth watching.
Okay, Patrick is flailing a little bit. Patrick, stay on message. Stay on message. Cook his fraudulent ass, Patrick.
It's a little bit out of context.
But you know, when you talk about Piker, Hasan Piker, what he said, to me, you can say anything you want to say. The only thing I have a problem with is when it comes down to a threat to someone's life.
Yes.
Give your opinion. Hey, I disagree with this guy's this guy's a that. But when it gets down to that, and then
he's never threatened anyone's life.
When he said capitalist blood, let them die. Can you pull up that clip?
Yeah, get his ass. Get his ass. Mehdi was not ready for this one. I don't think he had ever seen this one.
Clip.
I don't know that clip. I need to see
If
the full
Hasan
context.
said right here, I'm 47, you're 46, I think we're a year apart. You're 79, right? 7K. So we're the same age. So when you sit down with a young guy like that, and we've made some major mistakes in our career.
You. I talk to Hasan all the time. Don't give your opponent sticks with
Here's the one.
beat you.
Watch this.
The guy is a non-violent guy. He doesn't support war or killing. He just says provocative things.
Do you have it, Rob, with audio or no?
My understanding is that the property owners who have properties there choose just not to rent it at all.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those and murder those in the street. Let the streets soak in their red capitalist bloods, dude.
Yeah, that's a dumb.
Oh, wow. Where's the rest of it? Damn it. Get his ass, Patrick. Get his ass. Cook him. Let's see how Mehdi defends this one.
Good looking.
Masterful pearl clutch, Mr. PBD. I almost believed you cared. Yeah.
Dumb thing to say.
Talented guy, good speaker. Why would you say something like that?
He did. He literally did text me while that was happening. He's not even lying. He straight up texted me. He was like, what the The ultras who called you an opportunist were 100% right. You're flip-flopping on yourself. I just ChatGPT it. I'm a numbers guy. ChatGPT told me this HasanAbi guy, very dangerous. Argument done. Why are you hating on Mehdi? He stood up for you. Man, I'm joking, dude. What are you? God damn it. How can I make it more clear that I'm joking, chatter? I'm literally defending Patrick Bet-David shitting on me. What the? Robbing everything of its context on purpose. Like this is not an active policy that I'm implementing or initiating. I'm literally talking to a landlord at that point. It's LARPing. Who gives a? No, Mehdi was like, I've never seen that clip of you. You sound so angry. That's what he said.
After this, say you screwed me over on the Patrick Bet-David, because I'm not going to defend that. I don't know what the context for that is. But look, even you said, let's park Hasan Piker. Cenk Uygur said a lot of things that are very provocative too. Sure. Not like that, but about Israel.
Yeah.
The point is, to come back to my wider point, which is there's still a way for them to shut down the conversations, to censor speech critical of Israel,
Cenk
to stop
is pretty loud. Cenk is everywhere today.
But now he can't speak in the UK, is my point.
Well, that's the argument for UK's dumb policy.
Well, it's not just the UK. You don't think the US?
Bro, pull up
no
the numbers.
Way. Come on.
Pull up the numbers. Yeah, he's a numbers guy. Get him, Patrick. Get his ass. Ah! Stop. Pull up the numbers. Oh my God. I just realized he literally leans into ChatGPT at anytime someone standing in front of him starts opposing him a little too good. Anytime an interlocutor actually starts cooking him even a little bit, he's like, I'm a numbers guy. Stop it. We got to ChatGPT it. We got to grok it. That's how he centers the conversation back. Almost every one of your haters. What is this? The difference between you and Hasan Piker is that 10 years ago, you were a literal neo-Nazi that called for the genocide of non-white people on a daily basis. Hasan, despite all his flaws, never went through a neo-Nazi phase in his life. What is this? When Hasan Piker says, but that I said that horrible thing in 2019, it was so long ago. I want to remind you that he and his community have insisted that things a person posted 10 or even 17 years ago represent who that person is, was, and always will be. It's the standard that he said. Wait, what? I've literally never done that, actually. No. My policy on this is very clear. Things that you've said in the past are not reflective of who you are right now. But if things that you've said in the past are reflective of who you are right now, then yes, of course, you can point to things that you've said in the past because you're continuing to say those things right now. I've always been a major advocate for change. This is actually one of the most what the f is wrong with this guy? I don't understand this guy at all. It's the thing that like people get the most mad at me about. Like wokes and radlibs will constantly yell at me over this shit, where they will turn around and they'll be like, dude, you're idiot. Like, no one has the capacity to change.
Compare, the US is much worse.
Dude, well, look at this here. The number of arrests for hateful messages. Social.
Marco Rubio locked up students in this country for their speech, for speaking. For a young woman in a hijab from Turkey wrote an article in a student paper. She said we should divest from Israel.
I don't know the whole story. So
pull it up, whatever you want.
I don't know the whole story.
A judge threw it out. He said it was a chilling free speech in this country. He had her released from prison. Multiple cases. I'm going to give you one.
Was she a U.S. citizen?
No, she was a Turkish student.
She was a Turkish student here.
Legal student, studying at Tufts.
Student here and criticized American policy.
No, she said, she didn't even criticize the American government. She said, my university, Tufts, hey Tufts, we should divest from Israel. Marco Rubio locked her up. This is one right here? This is one right here.
F1.
The judge threw the case out. He said it was a complete assault on free speech. In fact, a Reagan judge, Patrick, you don't have to trust lefties. Let me quote you a Reagan judge, a guy called William Young, appointed by Ronald Reagan. When he looked at the cases of all these students, he said Donald Trump has launched a, quote, this is his words, full-throated assault on the First Amendment. Right? Marco Rubio is deporting people like Mahmoud Khalil, who you may not be a fan of, not because they did any terrorist activity or called for the killing of anyone, but because under some random 1952 immigration law, the Secretary of State has the power to deport anyone he says is undermining U.S. foreign policy through their speech.
Can he?
Well, it's never been tested at the Supreme Court. There's one judge who adjudicated on this law. You know what her name was? Guess what her name was? Judge Marion Barry Trump. Trump's sister is the only judge to ever look at the 1952 law on its merits, and she said it was unconstitutional. But it then got rejected by another court on procedural grounds. Yeah, it's never been tested. You and I, if I just describe it to you, you and I think it's insane, right? The Secretary of State should not have dictatorial powers.
I don't know the laws behind it. So
let's assume I'm right.
Sure.
Assume I'm right. You would disagree.
Trump's sister is woke.
With the idea that the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, Marco Rubio, whoever it is, has the power unilaterally to throw out people who have broken no laws because he didn't like what they said. Surely you as a free speech guy would be opposed to that.
And by the way, the way you're making it seem like is you're quick to forget what happened under Biden. You're quick to
just said Blinken too.
Speech was
just said Blinken's name. How can you say I'm quick to forget Biden?
You know how many...
No, hold on. How can you say I'm quick to forget Biden? I just said Blinken.
I'm just reminding you how many people on YouTube got strikes, videos taken down, what things we couldn't talk about. We couldn't criticize anything about vaccine, COVID.
That's not true.
You know how many strikes I got?
You're exaggerating. You couldn't criticize anything about vaccines. I was there at the pandemic. People were criticizing vaccines. You were criticizing
videos were disappearing like this.
You did not go to prison, okay? Let me tell you something. You did not go to prison. You did not, you weren't threatened by the federal government like I am, okay? With bullshit subpoenas. None of that shit happened. You did not get deported.
I can do easy research for you, send a report to you. Okay. Videos were disappearing like that. People that were talking, creating content, massive YouTubers were disappearing.
So, hold on. You've just made my point for me. A minute ago, you said America's much better than the UK. Now you're saying America's dictatorial too, so we're agreeing.
No, I'm not saying America's better than UK. When it comes down to arrest, we don't arrest.
What it was Ramey Sostek. I just showed you.
You want me to...
Joe Biden, under Biden's watchful gaze, 3,500 peaceful campus protesters were arrested. Okay, so yes, we do arrest people. You're wrong. That was just under Joseph Robinette Brandon, mind you, who's also just as bad as Donald Trump is on this issue. Okay, let's be real. 3,500 just student protesters. No students were arrested. What do you mean no students were? 3,500 students in the United States of America during the election cycle under the Biden leadership by local police departments were arrested for exercising their First Amendment rights. Nuh-uh, if PBD doesn't know the numbers, it didn't happen. Grok it. Grok it. Chat GPT it now.
I can go through the list. Should I go through the list? Mahmoud Khalil.
Are you really going to defend
I know these people.
UK versus US?
I'm going to say right now the US is much worse than the UK.
Stop it.
And actually, by the way, the UK...
Stop it.
Hold on. The UK is really bad right now.
When's the last time somebody knocked on your door and said, Mehdi, be quiet, you're talking too much?
You know the UK is...
Wait, they did that in Florida like the other day. They do that in Florida all the time. Like literally, you'll have the sheriff show up to someone's home and be like, what's this post about? Straight up.
the way, I don't want to defend the UK. The Labour government in the UK passed a law that criminalized Palestine Action. You heard of this group, Palestine Action?
No.
It's a group that went and threw paint on some. It broke into a military base and threw paint, and I think they assaulted a police officer, fought with them. I can't remember what the charges were, but they were classified as a terrorist group alongside ISIS and some far-right white supremacist groups. Insane. There's no intelligence for this. They rammed it through Parliament, got it voted on. And then they started rounding up people. I don't know if you've seen the videos. Every weekend for the last few months in the UK, people were protesting against the genocide. Little old ladies, a guy in a wheelchair, vicars, priests, grabbed by 2 police officers, arrested, you're a terrorist. Because they said Palestine Action. You can't say Palestine Action. So I'm not going to defend the British government. They're deeply repressive right now. But funnily enough, Elon Musk never talks about cases like that. He always brings up the cases about
Tommy Robinson.
all of that stuff.
I'm sure you're a big fan of Tommy.
Oh yeah, and he's a big fan of mine. But the biggest threat right now, there's no more repressive law than this law they did to basically, if you go out and say Palestine Action, you say the 2 words. If I go to the UK tomorrow and say Palestine Action, I will be arrested.
So what do you think about what happened to Henry Nowak?
Who's Henry Nowak?
Henry, you don't know who Henry Nowak is?
I will if you remind me.
Can you pull it up, Rob? Henry Nowak. This is the guy in Southampton, England, last year, December 3rd, 2025. 18-year-old kid is going home, murdered by Vikram Digwa. The video just came out. The Vikram guy stabs Henry Nowak. That's the problem. Media is not even talking about this. Stabs Henry Nowak. I don't know how many times. Cut and stabbed Nowak a total of 5 times with a knife.
What does this have to do with free speech? What does this have to do with anything that they were just talking about? He just went, what about this guy? He got killed. It's like, okay, that's it's a horrible story. It's devastating. What do you want me to say about this? You know? Bro, this is Boomer Leftovers. It's just him saying, I'm scared of this. Look. This scared me. When I found out about it, it scared me. I couldn't even chat GPT it. Huge story in the UK right now. Okay. So, Henry Nowak, 18-year-old British university student, was murdered by Vikram Digwa. Digwa was a 23-year-old British Sikh man, cut and stabbed Nowak a total of 5 times in the night. When police arrived, Digwa accused Nowak of assault and the officers handcuffed Nowak. He died shortly after being handcuffed. What the? Shortly before the stabbing, Nowak filmed Digwa walking away from him during a verbal altercation. Digwa maintained that he acted in self-defense after Nowak continued pursuing him, made racist remarks, and punched him. Prosecutors argued that these allegations were baseless and fabricated in an attempt to justify the stabbing. The jury convicted Digwa of murder on the 28th of May, 2026. Digwa's mother was found guilty of assisting an offender. The judge rejected Digwa's accusations that Nowak had physically or racially abused him. Digwa received a life sentence with a minimum of 21 years. The police response to the crime recorded on body-worn cameras was referred to the independent police. They're trying to use this as a case to counter to BLM and want to portray that people against police violence or reptitude only care about it if the person is POC. You didn't hear about this? Made you look, Patrick Bet David wins. Yeah, here's the thing I don't understand. We're having a conversation about, like, out of the 2 countries, like, which one respects free speech less, right? I don't even know if I agree with Mehdi's take that, like, America respects free speech less than the UK, but this has nothing to do with that. This is just like regular police incompetence. Is there like a real systemic problem with, like, white people being stabbed and then being arrested falsely because the black or brown perpetrator falsely claimed that the white stabbing victim? First of all, why are cops handcuffing stabbing victims? Like, even if they're a perpetrator, why are you handcuffing them if they have been stabbed? That's a little insane. And like that in and of itself is very strange to me. But also, is that like a real, they didn't believe that he was stabbed? What the? They thought he was faking. No, because the Sikh guy lied. Sure, I got that. But why didn't they check? Like, what do you mean? There's just a dude who was sitting there stabbed, and he's like, I've been stabbed. And the cop is like, step right over here. You're getting arrested, scum. Like, that's what who trained these guys, dude? Reno police department? Who the That's like American levels of police incompetence. The BWV shows that the officers attending didn't believe he had been stabbed. I don't think so, mate. I think is one of the officer's words. The policing problem where instead of assessing the situation properly, they just immediately go to restrain people. Yeah. The argument is that the police showed racial bias favoring non-whites. Are people sincerely making an argument that police are woke in the UK? Is it upside down world over there? What the f*** is going on? Like, people are sincerely using this one incident, this one instance as a clear-cut example that, like, police in every single circumstance will favor the non-white person. Like, is this a real like common issue? I'm still confused as to what this has to do with the argument that was presented about free speech protections in America versus the UK. So no one is blaming the cops in general or blaming police malpractice here. Or rather, if they're blaming police malpractice, they're saying the real malpractice is that the cops are too woke, I guess, and always believe black and brown people. They call it two-tier policing. Okay, are UK cops actually woke? I don't think so. Is that a thing? The police are blaming DEI training? Wow. I guess it's cool seeing other countries be just as stupid as we are, you know, in some ways. It makes me feel like I'm not so alone, right? Henry Nowak died the same way civilization dies, abandoned, handcuffed by authorities who neither trusted nor cared for him, and accused of hate crimes he did not commit. His murder is as tragic as it is enraging. I mean, it is tragic. It is enraging. I mean, it's totally ridiculous. But I feel like you don't really care about this at all if you're just using this as a jump-off point to land an insane position out of nowhere. Do things happen in the world of conservatives where, like, there's like malpractice or incompetence or ineptitude demonstrated in that moment that doesn't immediately correspond to like broad systemic hallucinations like white people being under attack by minorities? Nigel Farage. The fear of being called racist was greater than dealing with Henry Nowak's murder. We should respond to this with pure cold rage. But the fear of being called racist was greater than dealing with Henry Nowak's murder? Who's afraid of being called racist? I have not met people that are afraid of being called racist. As a matter of fact, it almost feels like they love being called racist, the way that they behave usually. I just don't think I don't think there's a real fear in any Western society at this point where people are just like, oh no, I'm going to be called racist. I mean, I get called racist all the time. Like all the time, nonstop. The ADL has spent tireless amounts of money and efforts to not only call me a racist, but also like try to get me deplatformed and shit. So I assume you skipped the riots Tommy Robinson triggered together with Nigel in the UK? Yeah, I didn't know that UK was having riots again. Jesus Christ.
When police arrived, Digwa accused Nowak of assault, and officers handcuffed Nowak. He died shortly after being handcuffed. The video came out, I think, yesterday, Rob, if you want to pull it up. And it showed the guy can't breathe.
There was a riot following Farage's call for rage. 11 officers injured, classic stochastic terrorism. Excuse me. That was a brave act where it seems like the British public was no longer afraid of being called racist. Or are they still afraid of being called racist? I don't know. I'm confused about this being called racist thing.
He's having a hard time breathing. He's telling the cops, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. All of a sudden, he dies. And they said, no, you said some racist comments. Rob, I sent the video to you in the notes if you go to it. So,
okay.
So
what's the point of that?
But I'm going to tell you what's the point of, no.
It's horrible.
No, but because the cops sided with Digwa, they said Digwa told them.
Okay, what's the broader point, Patrick? This is a horrible situation. Like what when guys like this bring stuff like this up, I wonder always like, what you think I'm going to be like? Like, what do you think Mehdi's going to turn around and be like, that's awesome. He deserved to die. Is that what you think is going to happen here? Like, what's the point? Like, yes, I'm not exactly a fan of police. I don't think they do a good job.
That he made racist comments. And with the guy saying, I was stabbed by these guys, he's running away. They caught him. The guy had an 8-inch knife, the typical, the Sikh, what do you call it? Ceremonial knife that they have. You know which one I'm talking about.
Yes, which now,
he gets stabbed.
now they want to ban.
Can you?
I did see British politicians say they want to ban it, and I didn't realize the context. This is the context.
And this is the context. And they said they wanted to ban it. Keir Starmer came out today and said, no, we're not going to ban it. But you know what you can't have in England? You know what you can't have in England? You can't even have pepper spray. Pepper spray has not been legal since 68, but they can have that knife. How does that make any sense? So for me, you and I can cherry pick stories on both sides to create rage on why this or that, but the stats are the stats.
What?
So when you're saying...
Wait, do you think the stats are on your side on this incident? Is there an epidemic of white people being stabbed and then being lied about and then cops coming up on the scene and being like, well, we're woke. Well, I'm woke, governor. Got to arrest the white stabbing victim in it. Is that what's going on? What are you insane? What stat is there for this incident? I mean, this is a horrifying situation. It's you know, through and through police incompetence. Okay, classic case. But I just don't think that this is like a commonplace situation. The father of Henry Nowak wants to make it illegal for Sikhs to carry kirpan's ceremonial dagger now. Reform wants to ban too. The Sikh community is saying the knife used was not a kirpan and has condemned the murder. Yeah, dude, England is so strange because they do have knife bans. I don't have an opinion on this. I don't understand it. I don't even understand why like the Sikh population want to have kirpans on them, but I also don't even understand why there's like knife control. What's the religious significance of the kirpan? I feel like this is one of those things that they tweak the algorithm on so that we talk about this. Sometimes there will be like a totally new thing that I've never encountered before, and I feel like I'm fairly tapped into like all of the comings and goings and the debates. And then there will be like this new thing all of a sudden and everyone's talking about it. I'm like, is this like how did this happen? How is this like a big point of contention? When did this, like, what's the driving motivator here? It's like, oh, if I can't have one, he can't too. Is that what it is? Like, are you jealous that Sikh people get to have a religious knife, but you don't get to have a knife? It's one of the 5 Ks alongside uncut clean hair and a beard and certain underwear, metal bracelet, and a hair comb. Oh, I did not know that. I didn't know that every Sikh person always carries a knife with them at all times. Because you can't go around with a samurai sword is why gangs use knives, a lot of big zombie knives. Knife controls because they're the go-to for gangs to use as we don't have guns. You can't buy a kitchen knife in a store if you're a kid. It sounds hysterical, but it did used to be a thing. It's like half real problem, half overblown by the media. That's kind of cool that like your religion forces you to carry a knife on you at all times. Wait, you can carry it on a plane? Lots of kirpans don't actually come out of the sheath. It's bolted in. That's kind of cool. That's a cool religious practice. I like that. I think they should keep it. I think that should not be banned. There you go. I've decided. Sorry to all the people who wanted the kirpan to be banned. Sikh organizations describe the kirpan as an article of faith that symbolizes dignity and a duty to stand against injustice and protect the vulnerable. You are just in the American algo. More context. EU media is trying to make it a story too, very enthusiastically. I'm unsure. Do Sikh people even have like, is that even a stereotype that like they get violent or something? I don't think so, right? Literally the chillest people, anecdotally speaking, at least. I guess they're brown and they have big beards, right? So that's... Sikhs are literally the EDL's model minority. They have so many tokens, Lamau. Yeah, no, they do get confused for Muslims because of the garb and the turban and the beard. I can't believe we've moved on to so many different places from this conversation, but at least I learned a new cool thing.
That story about America and UK, you hear a story like this. Where is the rage with this? Where's the outrage?
That's not even a free speech story. We were talking about free speech. You brought up stats about social media arrests. And I'm saying to you right now in the US, you can be arrested by this government, detained for a year without charge.
If there's a 10-to-1 fight happening, you're morally obligated to jump in defense of the one. Are you making fun of me because I do that? Or are you saying that's like the Sikh credo?
Because you said something the government doesn't like about Israel. by the way, about a foreign country. It's not even about the American government.
Yeah.
You're not even criticizing the American government. You're criticizing a foreign government.
I'm going to go look it up, and I'll give you
Please
my
do.
response to you personally
Look up,
myself.
have them on your show. Have Mohsen Madawi on your show. Have Badr Khan Suri, who's in court right now, on your show. Georgetown student. These guys were picked up off the streets by men, unmasked men, unmarked
These
cars.
people love America.
Yes.
They
Why
love
are they here?
America. I don't know. Are they planning on staying here or going back home?
Mahmoud Khalil is married here, has a kid. He had a kid while he was in prison. Donald Trump, the Family Values Party, the Republican Party, didn't let this guy be with his wife when she gave birth, didn't let him hold his baby.
What do you say about Henry Nowak, what I just showed you?
I think that's horrific.
That's UK.
I think that's horrific.
But this is the
I don't know
part that's
I don't know the details, but obviously the police got it wrong.
This is the part that kind of, so you represented the media on the left, okay? So Rob, can you go back to that story that New York Times, if you search the two different words of George Floyd versus what happened with Novak, you just had it up right now a minute ago.
What is the argument, man? What does this have to do with, bro? What does this have to do with what Mehdi and you were talking about moments ago? This thing has gone completely off the rails, man. I am valuetained, though, as always.
Come on, you're gonna do this?
No,
the media
be
is
fine.
the media is.
But wait a minute. This is New York Times. Go to the first one.
I'm not a fan of the news.
You type in Henry Nowak. How many names? Results 19. Go to the next one, Rob. George Floyd, 6397. There is no incentive to tell this story because it doesn't go with the narrative.
So I disagree with you. I grew up in the UK. Right-wing media has been telling these stories all my life. All I've seen is black people and Muslim
UK
people
is getting
on the front
destroyed.
pages. Have you looked at the front pages of the Daily Mail, the Daily Express? What do you mean the UK is being destroyed?
You think UK is doing good?
Yeah, I mean, no, but not for the reasons you think.
Why do you think UK is not doing good?
I think economically it's doing very badly. It had very
Why?
bad leadership for the last 15 years. I was there. The Conservative government that came in 2010
Yeah.
did an austerity program after the financial crisis.
You put it
basically
on Cameron.
destroyed.
Cameron is
David Cameron
yeah.
and George Osborne
Yep.
did an austerity program that basically gutted the British state, gutted our competitiveness, didn't cut the deficits, actually ruined our fiscal credibility, downgraded our credit rating, destroyed our growth over the course of a decade, undermined our health service.
Do you put anything tied to immigration to that?
No.
None.
Immigration's been a boost for the British economy. In fact, cutting immigration is bad. Look at Brexit. Brexit's been a disaster for the British economy. Do you know how many people in Britain want to rejoin the EU? A majority. Pull that up. The majority of Britons want to go back into the EU.
Yeah, he said, I'm a numbers guy too. I can be a numbers guy too. You're not a numbers guy, Mehdi. Don't try to be a numbers guy. You don't get to tell Vinny to pull shit up.
What do you think that is?
Why
do you think that is, Patrick?
Do you think?
Why do you think Britons want to go back into the EU?
You
You just said Britain's being destroyed.
No, but
I'm
have
saying
you
they
looked
want to
at the,
rejoin
have
the
you looked at the
EU.
crime numbers? What's going on in UK?
Crime is very low.
Have you looked?
I think one of the funniest things that I genuinely love about Patrick Bet-David is in his mind, he's truly white. Like he behaves with the confidence and the swagger of a white man. And I think in his mind, he's like when people go, hey, you know you're not white, right? Like he's just like shocked by it sometimes. He literally thinks he's part of the team like 100%. And I love it. I love him and I love that for him. And it's really funny because I don't think anybody that's in his immediate vicinity reads him as white at all. The only reason why he can have this level of delusion is because he's in Miami, and Miami is the place for guys who are not white who think they are. So he's surrounded by other Patrick Bet-Davids who are just like, yeah, I'm a numbers guy too. What do you mean?
Crime is very low, Patrick.
So let me ask you.
Do you know what the crime rate in London is?
So did you see the tweet that
You know,
came out
I know you're not a fan of
yesterday?
Sadiq Khan. You're not a fan of my good friend Sadiq Khan, are you?
What EU did? You saw the tweet that came out. What EU was saying they're doing, that they want to find a way to get rid of illegal immigrants.
Okay, you're jumping around, Patrick. Britain is not in
not.
the EU. We're talking about Britain. You just said Britain's being destroyed, which is nonsense. And then you said crime rate. Have you looked at the London crime rates?
You don't.
Last year, London
Tell me.
had its lowest per capita murder rate since records began, had the lowest volume of homicides for 30 years under Sadiq Khan, third-term mayor, who people in America, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, get very worked up about. I don't know if you guys get worked up about him. Been a very successful mayor, and crime has come down by record numbers. Violent crime and murder.
When you're looking at EU, do you know which country?
When the numbers guy encounters the other numbers guy. Oh no, he's getting numbers mogged. No. He's getting numbers mocked.
The EU has the lowest rape
Talk about
rate.
the UK, Patrick.
Stay with UK. Stay with
The UK is not in the EU anymore, sadly.
Yeah, he's just trying to dance around. He's like, oh, yeah, what about the EU? What about the UK? Okay, how about Italy?
To me, I'll put them somewhat together in the
Even
same
though
area.
they left 10 years ago.
By the way, so you're saying immigration coming from all these countries has been a successful project for the EU?
What's your definition of success?
Many different ways.
Economically,
Economy.
the EU desperately needs migrants. Have you seen the age rate? Pull up the demographic.
Okay, so
it's a dying continent with a very low birth rate, as Elon Musk likes to point out.
So when you think
They got
about,
no one there to work, to pay taxes, to look after the elderly, to run the health services, etc.
So maybe the one argument I'll go to see what you'll say about this. Do you think the West, when it comes down to West, Muslims can coexist with the
just
West?
took a handbrake
I'm
down
curious. I'm curious.
We went from Britain's being destroyed to London crime to EU to Muslims.
I'm curious.
Okay, we got to
Tell me where you are with this. Do you think they can
I'm
coexist?
Muslims.
Okay.
What do you think my
Do you think
answer
they can coexist?
Do you think I can coexist with
I
them?
think you can coexist.
Why me?
Educated, you're a worker, you're now a capitalist, you're contributing, you're creating jobs. I would say you're net positive.
Do you not think most Muslims do that?
I don't think depending on where they're coming from, they don't, because if their countries did a good job, why would they leave it?
War?
Can't argue with that. He's so racist. Dog, you're brown. Do you? You're Iranian and a business owner talking to a British Indian guy who's also a business owner in America. And you're like, well, we are the good ones. That's awesome. Oh, this is so stupid. Look at Mehdi's face. He's like, what? That's great. Thank you, man. Thank you. Patrick Bet David. And thank you, Mehdi Hasan. This has been wonderful so far.
That we caused?
War that who caused?
That we caused.
So they're leaving because of us.
Well, the big controversy in the UK over the boats, the small boats coming across the channel. Do you know what the top 3 nationalities are in those boats?
Tell me.
Iran, number 1.
Okay.
Afghanistan, number 2. Iraq, number 3. Now,
So-
Iran is a current war. Let's park Iran. But are you telling me we're not responsible for the
Yeah.
mess in Afghanistan
So-
and Iraq? Come on.
When you look at this, let me show you this. Rob, can you pull this up? When it comes down to...
Yes.
Let me see which one I got here.
I love Rob bringing up these.
No,
I love he
know
brings
you
this
like,
up.
I know you like number.
No, I love it. I love being proved right. as
He
well.
said, I know you like number. Oh, he's doing new ones. He's using new sound bites. I know you like number.
Bringing up these.
No,
I love he
know
brings
you
this
like,
up.
I know you like number.
No, I love it. I love being.
I know you like number. I'm a numbers guy. I know you like number. I will show you. Rob, bring the numbers up.
Being proved right as well. It's
Per
good
capita.
for my ego.
No. Per capita. When you look at the countries, Rob, I think you got it. Gulf states, how they perform per capita versus some of the other Muslim nations.
That's okay.
Look at this one here.
Because they got oil and gas.
You think it's only oil and gas that's causing them? You don't think?
Did you know what these countries were like in
Let
the
me ask you a
60s and
question.
70s?
He didn't just do that. That's so dumb. He's so. That's awesome, dude. That is awesome.
Iran has plenty of oil.
Yeah.
How come they're not in here?
Maybe
Iraq
there was
has got oil.
Can I answer your question?
But this has been going on for a minute. This
Can
is
I
not a
answer your
1 year thing.
Can I answer your question?
Sure.
Why do you think Iran's not doing well economically? Should I go through the list?
You're going to say it's sanctions. You're going to say
Of course I'm
because
gonna
of
say
America.
sanctions.
You're going to say it's America's fault.
Not just America's fault.
So how
but
come
but partly. Hold on. How much? Okay, you left Iran during the Iran-Iraq war, right? Is that
I
when you
left Iran after Khomeini died, 6 weeks after Khomeini died.
Okay, so Iran-Iraq was done by then. So Iran-Iraq
July
was
15th, 89.
So Iran-Iraq was done. Iran-Iraq was
was
1980 to 1988.
Yes.
$600 billion of damage done to Iranian infrastructure, the economy, the cost of that war.
But
that was a
whose
war that
fault is
Saddam
Whose fault
Hussein.
is that? Oh, you put it on Saddam.
Whose fault do you think it is? Who invaded who?
So, by the way,
hold on, Patrick. Come on.
You don't at all put that on IRGC?
No, I put it on the
You
guy.
don't put it on Islamic Revolutionary
I put
Guard?
it on the country that invades the other country. That's how the world works. I blame Russia for the Ukraine war.
Why
They
do they
invaded
have a hard
Ukraine.
time getting along with other people?
Why did Saddam Hussein? Are you pro
Iran.
Saddam?
No. Why does Iran have a hard time getting along with other
That was
people?
when I said there was an Iran-Iraq war. You said, is America to blame? I said, yes, we backed Saddam Hussein. Did we not back Saddam Hussein? Did Donald Rumsfeld not fly and hug? You can pick up Rob can bring up a video of Donald Rumsfeld hugging Saddam Hussein in 1983 in Baghdad. Were we not supporting the Iraqi invasion of Iran that cost Iran 1 million lives? $600 billion of infrastructure damage. You're saying that didn't play any role in Iran's economic future.
Why don't they?
You're not answering my question.
No, but you don't understand what I'm saying.
No.
But Mehdi, let me ask you.
You want me to acknowledge?
He's dog walking him so hard that he has like reduced in size, which is once again, as a big Patrick Bet-David fan, shameful. And I don't like Mehdi Hasan's performance here. He's hurting my goat too hard. Okay. He's hurting my goat too hard. I don't like it. I know you like number. I know you like number. That's going to be my new stem probably. I know you like number. I'm a numbers guy. I know you like number. Why the hell are you going to try to debate someone who literally has a book called Win Every Argument? Yeah. I already read the comments. Everyone's talking about how Mehdi dog walked him. This is embarrassing.
No, but look, let's give credit to, for instance, when Mamdani goes to the White House, you and I both gave credit to both of them.
He's like, remember the time when we agreed? Can we do that again? He's literally doing that. He's like, remember how good it was when you weren't defeating me and instead we were agreeing? We need to go back to that.
Being diplomatic.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Do you think Iranian leadership with the IRGC is diplomatic?
No. They've been horrific.
Okay, this is cowardly from Mehdi. Yes, they have. They absolutely have. The Iranian leadership has been unfathomably diplomatic. As a matter of fact, until the last iteration of the Operation Epstein's Fury, the Iranian diplomacy side was so aggressively restrained that it was perceived as a weakness by both America and Israel. And that is literally part of the reason why I think Donald Trump was goaded into thinking, oh yeah, we can defeat these guys. They're so scared of us. It's not even a comparison between the United States of America, the serial violator of all international rules and norms, and Israel also, and Iran. Yes, it sounds insane to say this, but as far as international diplomacy goes, international relations goes, 100% Iran is far more aware, far more restrained, and far more diplomatic than both Israel and the United States of America. Like, this has nothing to do with like internal repression, domestic repression, things of that nature. Obviously, I'm not defending things that the Iranian government does in that regard. But as far as like international relations goes, yes.
In their leadership, I think they've given their opponents a stick with which to beat them. I was a big critic of Ahmadinejad back in the day. He said dumb things.
So do you think Khomeini was good for Iran?
Do I think Khomeini was good?
Do you think
for
Khomeini
Iran?
was good for Iran?
No, in hindsight, of course not. If you look at the record,
So
today,
then we're on the
look at
same
what we
page.
left behind.
What I'm trying to do is
I've said this before. I went on Piers Morgan.
Wait. Okay, once again, hard disagree on that issue as well. I mean, if you don't want Khomeini or Khamenei, don't intervene in the Iranian affairs. Like the revolution doesn't happen if America doesn't install a puppet leader and instigate a coup.
Sure. Just to be clear, for people who don't know, I'm Shia, Right? I'm a Shia
I
Muslim.
know you're Shia,
Which
yeah.
is the majority religion in Iran.
Sure.
Right? So I do, but there are two types of Shias. This is a very crude, I'm trying to explain to your audience. Religiously, theologically, politically, there's two types of Shias. There are those who believe in what's called Vilayat Faqih, WF. They believe that Khomeini, this was a political theory, some say a religious theory, pushed by Ayatollah Khomeini, that said that the clerics, the Ayatollahs, the mullahs, whatever you want to call them, they should rule. Power should be with them. That is the model that Iran has followed. There is another school of thought that comes out of Iraq, mainly out of a city called Najaf, and an Ayatollah called Sistani, who is the leading Shia Ayatollah in Iraq today. And they say, no, we are all for religion. We're all, we want everyone to practice Islam, Shia Islam, but we're not going to rule. After the Americans toppled Saddam, Ayatollah Sistani did not do a Khomeini. He did not say, I'm going to become supreme leader of Iraq. He said, have elections, democracy, vote. I'm going to stay in my house and I'm going to give you advice, religious advice when you need it. I follow the Ayatollah Sistani view of the world, crudely put. Sure. I don't follow the Ayatollah Khomeini view of the world. So when you say to me, was he good for Iran? As a governmental system, no, I don't support the governing system of Iran the way it is. But you're changing the subject. You're avoiding you are.
I'm not.
There was an 8-year war. We were talking about Iran's economy.
I lived there. Trust me, I lived there. I witnessed it.
I understand.
You should entertain the idea of living in a Muslim majority country, see what it's like.
I understand.
I lived there.
You're jumping.
Oh my God. What the does this have to do with guys? The conversation started because Patrick Bet-David said something unbelievably racist that was so racist that I thought it was funny because he just like casually said, why would Muslims leave their countries if they were run so good? And that's the reason why Muslims actually don't succeed in the Western world. And therefore they're not a benefit, but a burden. That was the implication. That wasn't like 3 or 4 arguments ago. That was the argument. And now we've arrived at, I lived in a majority Muslim country and it sucked. And that Muslims can't coexist for the most part in the Western world with others.
Around it.
I'm not.
You were talking about the economy.
Iraq, Iran. I'll let you finish your thought and then I'll go back to my question that I had.
So
go ahead, finish your thought.
I'm going to finish my thought. Well, it's a thought that requires a response from you, which is if there's an 8-year war that Iraq started and we supported that cost $600 billion to Iran, that took out 1 million members of their population and then was followed by crazy sanctions. Are you telling me then that it's fair to compare that economy with Abu Dhabi? Are you seriously telling me that's a fair comparison?
Can you go back to that chart again, Rob, for me? So you just defended Iraq, right? That we backed up Iraq.
Yes.
That went against Iran.
Yeah.
How come they're not on the top GDP? Per capita on this list.
Do you know what happened to Iraq after the Iran-Iraq war?
So now you have another reason. It's America's fault again.
I mean, do you study history, Patrick? Do you know what happened in 1991? We did a Gulf.
Why do you got to bring up information like that? Who cares if America just did sanctions on Iraq? I'm a numbers guy, and these are numbers that I'm unfamiliar with. I didn't ChatGPT it. I didn't grok it. Look at the numbers I put in front of you, and don't look at any other numbers or other events that have happened throughout history.
The Gulf, Saddam idiotically invaded Kuwait.
Victimhood language for you to say. So on one end,
wow.
On one end, you're saying this. On the other end, you say, no, it's because
you're
of this.
Comparing countries. You're showing me a graph comparing countries that have never been bombed, invaded, and occupied with countries that have been bombed, invaded, occupied. And then you say, why is the GDP per capita higher in one, not the other?
Why haven't
That's an insane comparison.
Why have they made so much progress? Why? They're Muslim majority.
Yeah.
Okay, why have they made so much progress?
I mean, first of all,
and by the way, at this point, just so you know, the argument is now not about Muslim.
I know it's not.
I know, but the argument is why are some winning, some are not?
And I explained war plays a big role in this.
Well, Mehdi, a part of it makes sense.
I just pointed out to you the 3 biggest refugee groups on the boats going into England are Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan.
Sure. Yeah.
Coincidence? No, those are war-torn countries.
I'm not disputing that. What I'm trying to tell you is even with that, if you sit here and say every single time everything is America's fault, what responsibility do they take? Do they take any responsibility that they're not making the right decision for the people?
Just to be clear, people can rewind. I know Rob does screenshots, but people watching on YouTube can rewind. Never did I say it's all America's fault. I've never said that. Have you read? You said you've read my stuff. You've seen my stuff.
I've seen your stuff.
I'm very critical of Muslim majority countries. I am very critical of the Iranian government. I'm very critical of the Saudi government. I'm very critical of the Emirati government.
What do you think they can do?
I do a show for Al Jazeera, and I grilled the Qatari foreign minister on that show about the lack of democracy.
Dude, I've seen your stuff.
I'm critical of Arab governments, Muslim governments, Pakistan.
Do you think the Middle East is a safer place with IRGC in charge of running America or somebody like a Pezeshkian, more the moderates?
Of course, I'm more of a moderate. I would like to see. And again, who undermined the moderates?
Okay, I have a better argument here. I think IRGC and its militancy would have caused sufficient military deterrence against Israel and may have even allowed Iran to develop a nuclear weapon, and therefore would have created an environment of long-standing peace far before this current iteration of the conflict ever took place. There is a real argument here that there is, I mean, he said IRGC running America, but I think he meant Iran, for the record. So I'm just like skipping past that point because that'd be really funny. I don't, but yes, there is a real argument here for there being more regional stability if Iran had shied away from the path of strategic restraint and moved in the direction of deterrence. Yeah, it's the North Korea argument, obviously.
Iran. Sorry, it's going to be the answer
I
you don't
agree.
like. The United States of America.
No, I disagree.
The United States of America.
No, I disagree. I don't think that's the case.
Who
Israel.
Oh, well.
No, I don't put
Our
it on-
proxy then.
No, but
undermined.
listen to you were not expecting my answer.
No, because I don't
they-
accept this fake split between US and Israel.
But this
Sorry.
is not it. But let me tell you I do. Because what I see going on right now is I see Israel, in a way, I actually like what's taking place. Let me explain to you why I like what's taking place. A part of what's going on right now is the world is able to see Bibi's motive versus Trump's motive. Like, you remember that one time when the Trump and Bibi are on stage speaking, and he's saying, yeah, we're thinking about taking over Gaza, and we're going to build a hotel here. And then you see Bibi goes like, wait, what? You never told me that. He kind of got, I don't know if you remember that session or not.
It was
Okay.
the West Bank equivalent.
So a part of it for me, I like that this is happening because I prefer this to be in the public's eye. I prefer for Trump to show, hey, listen, if I want to go become a prime minister of Israel, I would do it. You're there just because of me. I like him saying that publicly.
All right.
I like that is taking place. But to me, who wants IRGC to be gone?
So a couple of things. On the Trump point, I agree it's better these things happen in public, and there is a weird upside to Trump having such a big mouth and saying crazy shit all the time. There is a pro to that. I get that. But let's not forget, Patrick, you saw the New York Times big piece where we discovered from Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan that Benjamin Netanyahu went to the Situation Room and made the case to Trump with Mossad joining via Zoom or wherever it was, and he persuaded Trump that this will be a walk in the park, cakewalk, all of that shit. That happened in private.
What's your percentage that happened?
That happened in private.
What's your percentage
high
happened?
percentage.
Give me a number, 80%?
80%.
I'm 50.
I don't know what to even add as feedback. Like, it's like hard to continue his like the things that he's weaving into the conversation are so strange. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. That might genuinely be the stupidest argument I've ever heard in my entire life. Straight up. And I've seen a lot of, like, I'm talking like, Twitter posts, subreddits. Patrick Bet-David's lack of knowledge and lack of intellectual curiosity is genuinely confusing me. If that argument is 2 + 2 = 5, this is 2 + 2 = fish. Incredible. This is beyond a non sequitur. I've actually never seen the nuclear grade enriched uranium version of stupidity until this very moment. That's right. We're moving on. We're back to Patrick Bet-David. Ladies and gentlemen, it's valuetainment time. Are you valuetained?
That Benjamin Netanyahu went to the Situation Room and made the case to Trump with Mossad joining via Zoom or wherever it was, and he persuaded Trump that this will be a walk in the park, cakewalk, all of that shit. That happened in private.
What's your percentage that happened?
That happened in private.
What's your percentage
high
happened?
percentage.
Give me a number, 80%?
80%.
I'm 50-50 that happened.
Okay. You think Trump did it on his own without Netanyahu?
No. I said I'm 50-50, meaning I believe there's a 50% chance because...
But you don't deny that behind the scenes, the Israelis are putting pressure on the U.S.
Of course I know.
Okay. So then to come back to your
But
broader
I don't
point,
think he's Bush. I don't think he's Obama. I don't think he's Biden. I don't think he's those guys. I actually,
in many ways, he's worse.
No. I don't think
He doesn't have any independent views.
The one thing I know with you, Mehdi, is the fact that no matter what he does, he's not going to get victory from you. We have to put those two.
Again, you can go back on YouTube, rewind an hour. I said if he restrains Netanyahu in Gaza and Lebanon.
You said
But
if.
he won't. I know he won't.
No, I understand. But have you ever given him any credit for anything he's done? When we set out to create a shoe that blends comfort, function.
Ain't no way, dog. Ain't no way that Patrick Bet David has a shoe. Okay, we got to watch this ad. I'm sorry. He has a shoe that says future
Luxury.
looks bright.
We had the choice to make it fast. We had the choice to make it cheap. We chose neither. Instead, we chose Tuscany, Italy. We chose true Italian craftsmanship, each pair touched by 50 skilled hands. We chose patience, spending 2 years perfecting every detail, and we chose the finest quality at every step. Introducing the Future Looks Bright collection. Not rushed, not disposable, not ordinary. Rather, intentional, luxurious, timeless.
Oh my God. What the is this, bro? Oh my God. It looks so bad. Oh, what do you do? What do you do when the homie rolls up in them Patrick Bet Davids? Ah! Yo! Yeah. What the hell is this? It's like, is it casual? Is it supposed to be dressy? He made these shoes. First of all, there's no laces, but he wants to have the appearance of laces. And it's supposed to be like a casual shoe that you can wear under a suit. Nah, Loki, get a pair. Ain't no. Wait, what? $600? $600? $600. Ain't no way. Oh my God. He chose to make them neither fast nor cheap nor good looking. Brother, this is incredible. God, Patrick Bet David, you're actually a legend, dude. God, you're a legend. Holy shit. You are a goddamn legend for this.
In the first term, I wrote a piece for The Intercept. I got a lot of shit for it because I said credit where credit's due. He's going to withdraw from Afghanistan. Remember, he laid out that timeline that Biden then got attacked for following. It was a Trump timeline to pull out of Afghanistan.
He did it. The Biden, the way
Trump
he did
would have done it better. Come on. It was always going to be a disaster. No matter how you pull out of Afghanistan.
There was many military personnel said there was better ways to leave.
No, I don't agree on that.
But many military.
Can I come back to your wider point?
Tell me.
Oh my God, he's showing me. I need to take a shower now. Bravo, Donald Trump is the headline. Rob's too fast. All right, so let me come back to the wider point. Forget Trump.
I always knew. I introduced him properly at the beginning. Big MAGA supporter.
That's 2020. 6 years ago. We all grow, evolve, learn from our mistakes. So the broader point about America and Israel, Iran, to go back to your IRGC point, forget Trump for a moment. Let's just take US foreign policy as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
When you say it's Israel, I don't accept that. I think this new thing on the right where you say, Tucker Carlson, Joe Kent, all this line, which is like, America's good. It's bad Israel, making good.
Also, Trump's Afghanistan deal wasn't bad, which is why I also gave Joe Biden credit for that too. Ironically enough, Donald Trump literally delivered that deal to Joe Biden's administration, and then Joe Biden actually pulled the trigger on it, and then Trump never let him go. Trump consistently yelled at Joe Biden over the Afghan withdrawal, which was his deal. But yes, pulling out of Afghanistan objectively was a good thing, okay? What the
America.
That's
I'm not
not
saying
me.
you did, but I'm saying
No?
others.
Yeah.
It's becoming a very
Sure.
consensus view, which is America's really good, and then evil Israel comes along and makes good America do bad things.
No.
We need to take agency and responsibility. We are the superpower. And when Israel's murdering Iranian nuclear scientists or murdering Iranian diplomats who might do a deal with them, we have to take ownership for that. They don't do that without an American green light. They didn't kill HasanAbi without an American green light. They don't do shit without an American green light. So I don't buy this idea that Israel is some rogue force. Going back to the Barak Ravid point about there's all these splits between the president and the prime minister. 9 times out of 10, America and Israel are on the same page. 1 time out of 10, they're on a different page.
Yeah. So
we had moderate
that's
presidents in
not-
Iran. They got screwed over. Khatami, Rouhani. They got screwed over by
But
Western governments that wouldn't do a nuclear
Israel
deal.
went out and killed the 50 guys. You know, we could have worked together, whatever. They kept, and Trump kept saying, everybody we're negotiating with, they're killing them. Who's they? Who's he saying
And you
they?
think Israel can do that if Trump wanted them to stop? Come on.
No. What I'm saying to you is Israel, when they get their intel and they want to take somebody out, you remember the pagers. They got very good intel. They don't have a problem going and doing what they're doing. I understand Israel's motive.
So do I.
I understand Israel's motive.
But I'm saying they get a green light from the U.S.
I don't think as much under him as others. I do think they're an ally for the Middle East. And I'm not, like, you're a business guy now. You're a capitalist. So one of the things you'll experience, because you're a capitalist, it's nothing wrong. You should be proud of it. You should be, look at the smile on your face. You're making more money than ever
Smiley,
before.
You're
it's
a
good
numbers
line.
guy.
It's a good
I'm
line.
an-
It's a good
It's a
line.
good, are you making more money?
I'm a numbers guy. You're a business guy. Okay. And I know business. I'm a numbers guy, but I'm a business guy. Taliban in power is a good thing. Objectively, a better thing than us still occupying Afghanistan. Yes. Wait, what? You literally are arguing against the Afghan withdrawal? What the f? There ain't no way, bro. 11-month subscriber? Are you serious? Wait, you... What? I know you like a number. What the f? Bro. Defending the Afghan occupation in the Big 226. Oh my Lord. Have you seen Afghanistan now? Yes, I have. Wait, are you... There's no shot you're genuinely saying the American withdrawal should have never happened from Afghanistan, right? Oh my God. Respect, Chatter. Chatter's like, hey, I know we spent $8 trillion. I know we spent $8 trillion to replace the Taliban with the Taliban after 20 years. But what if it was 21 years and $9 trillion instead? Just one more year, bro. Just one more year and we would have fixed it up. America fixed it up. Shouldn't they fix it? There is no fixing it.
You're less money right now.
I'm making more money.
That's good. There's nothing wrong. We should
I didn't
be
say
proud of it.
Did I say that? That's not my definition
But
of
here's where I'm
capitalism.
going with this. In the last couple of years since you've been private, how many opportunities have you had to do deals with people?
Many?
Many. When you're on the call, do you know their motives?
No.
Their motives are typically beneficial to who?
Themselves?
Themselves. Is that something that you and I would be surprised with? No. Why are you here today? Why do I have you on today? It's going to be a good show for us. Why are you on here today? You don't live down the street. You came. There's a motive.
Yes.
Both of us have a motive, so both of us are winning from this exchange that we have. Okay.
Understood.
In that sense, the way they negotiate, then it goes to who's the better negotiator. Then it goes to who gave up more. Then it goes to all the other stuff that you got to go through, and you got to make adjustments.
Well, Trump is a horrible negotiator. And as Benjamin Netanyahu said, these are Benjamin Netanyahu's words. For 40 years, I've dreamt of attacking Iran. He's the only president who would listen to me. Those are Netanyahu's words. I'm
For 40
paraphrasing.
years, Trump
Every
said
president said no.
in 1987 he would go and take over Carrick Island. He said that in 85. You make it seem like this guy's not an independent thinker.
Well, he's not independent.
Trump said that in 85.
Hold on. He also said, none of us knew they would hit the Strait of Hormuz. None of us knew they would hit the Gulf countries. You idiot. Everyone knew this.
You can't give him credit that he said this 40 years ago.
Yeah, I don't know how he got that one thing consistent.
Oh,
but what
yeah,
about the actual
I don't know
war?
how this one thing he did.
Wait,
I don't know
what?
how he,
Come on.
I don't know how he
Okay,
came
Patrick.
back.
Dog, who gives a f? Yeah, we hit Karg. It was a bad decision. So it was a bad decision in 1987. Who cares? It has remained a bad decision. Wow. You don't understand. You don't understand. Donald Trump was wrong in 1987, and he kept being wrong in 2026. Okay. What am I supposed to give him credit for? Who gives a f if he was stupid all the way back then? Now he's stupid with actual intelligence on his side.
Patrick, you keep asking me to give him credit.
Yeah.
The Iran war, you praised them.
Here's the thing. Also, Donald Trump himself said voting for Kamala Harris would mean going to war with Iran, like waging unnecessary wars. So expecting consistency from him is unbelievably stupid. So yeah, if you're trying to claim that this is like his decision because he's consistently wanted to wage war with Iran since 1987, well, okay, he's either consistently stupid and wrong, and we're currently living through that, or if you want to recognize the reality that he's not an independent decision maker in this situation and he totally got goaded into it in large part by Benjamin Netanyahu, if you don't want to recognize that reality, rather, then you have to still recognize that he either independently made this bad and stupid decision, but that's not exactly a good thing for Trump, or he got goaded into it by Benjamin Netanyahu. Neither outcome is good.
On day one of the Iran war. Would you accept today it's been an absolute disaster because Donald Trump is not a war leader? He doesn't understand foreign policy. He doesn't understand war. He just said this week, I'm bored. You know what he said this week? I'm bored of all this.
Mehdi.
Like a child.
Mehdi, let me tell you what it is. You know, I have a local doctor I want you to go see. He specializes in TDS. And I think you would work very well with him. Over a 6-month period, he'll be able to get rid of your TDS.
I have a guy who's a psychologist, and he deals with cult members.
Yep.
And I think he'll do well with you guys who can't get out of the Trump cult.
See the difference?
I asked you, I gave you an opportunity in front of your audience to criticize Trump on Iran. You can't do it.
I will.
It's been a disaster.
Can I tell you?
Please.
The difference between you and I is I will sit there and I'll give credit and I'll criticize.
I'll give him credit. What should I give him credit for?
I am more supportive of him than you are.
What should I give him credit for?
Because the longer you're a capitalist, you're gonna want somebody that's pro-capitalism.
The economy is horrific under him.
Because
my business is doing badly because of him.
Because
of the war? Who started the war? He did.
I take ownership that he started the war.
So when you say give him credit,
can I
finish?
You're gonna allow me to finish my thought?
Please.
Did you give him credit with Venezuela?
No, of course not. Illegal action.
So that's also no.
He broke international law, American law, the Constitution.
So that's a no for you as well.
He killed a grandmother.
Let me ask you a question.
And he brought this guy into a court case that he might lose.
If they take over Cuba, would that be a victory in your eyes? So give it already criticism up front.
You think I'm supporting? You want me to come here to Florida and support imperialism? You support imperialism.
So
you support just invading other countries.
So you go back.
Patrick.
You go criminal. Well, how the hell do you think America got so big? What do you think they did? It was an expansionist James Polk idea.
Oh my God. It's so funny. He's literally like, dude, this is why Republicans win though, straight up. Because like a lot of people are just very dumb and they're like, what do you mean? If you got it, you got to use it, man. It's good. I guess the counter to that literally is like liberalism, internationalism under a liberal world order is a progressive force in history. And the question at that point is, okay, do you think that we should still have like warring factions and unlimited tribalism in the world and go back to an era where, you know, the French and the Englishmen were fighting each other for 100 years? Like, do you think that that is a better situation? Because that's what happens with might makes right. The American design had to abide by at least some boundaries. The American design had to abide by certain restrictions. Obviously, America violated it all the time, but there was at least like some kind of lip service offered to the international rule-based order at times, and that kind of kept things intact. Might makes right is the reason why currently America's getting its shit pushed in by Iran, because Iran was like, all right, if you don't play by the rules, we can't play by the rules either, and that's the reason why we're going to close the Strait of Hormuz.
Let's go out there and buy all these other places.
Was there international law, the UN Charter, the Geneva Conventions at the time?
But you're sitting here complaining about something like this where you're living in a country, it's because of the byproduct of the visionaries previous to us that they made it what it is today. Why do you...
Oh my God, it's Zen fascism. He's doing it. Mehdi, you don't understand. You're also a beneficiary of American imperialism. You're a part of the labor aristocracy, my friend. Don't you realize that this American bounty that inevitably comes back to you is the reason why we have such a robust system? If we don't extract natural resources from the periphery, someone's got to do it. I just spat out a piece of rice from my mouth. I don't even know where it went. I'm a numbers guy.
feel so safe here?
Bizarre argument.
Why do you feel
I know
so
you
safe
really
here?
like
Why
the
don't
numbers.
I
Alaska,
feel
we
so
should
safe
go
here?
conquer Cuba.
No, that's not what I'm telling you.
Sounds like it.
If they're expanding, I don't mind an expansionist president. I don't
You
mind
like
it.
imperialism. So
I
how
don't
are you
mind-
different to the
I
IRGC?
don't mind an expansionist.
How are you different to the IRGC? Everyone says
kidding me?
everyone says
Islamic revolutionary guard.
they're accused-
Everything is about.
Wait, what? Mehdi, what the has the IRGC done that is dude, come on, Mehdi. God damn it. Let him finish? Okay.
They're
God
accused-
tells them what to do and
no.
death upon America.
they're accused of being expansionist, of trying to take over the Middle East. That's the big allegation that the Gulf states make against Iran. And yet you're sitting here saying, but we should take over the Western Hemisphere.
By the way, do you know what I would actually say?
I'm
to
not
them?
imperialist.
Let me ask you a question. You got how many?
Insane that we're having a conversation about
How many
imperialism.
subscribers do you have with your channel right now that are paying you
On Substack?
on Substack?
I'm not going to say that number.
Let's say it's 100,000 people.
Okay,
There you
no,
go.
It's not.
Wait, he did it again. He did it again. He literally keeps asking these questions. As soon as Mehdi retaliates and offers a reasonable counter, instead of addressing the counter at all, Patrick Bet-David immediately moves on to a totally separate question. Oh my God.
Not sadly.
Okay, but let's just say you have 50 to 100,000 people. You're doing well. You're making good money.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you taken any viewership from anybody else?
What do you mean?
Are people watching you that used to watch somebody else on YouTube?
course.
What an expansionist you are.
this is-
what a shameful
What time is
expansionist
it? 2 o'clock.
capitalist.
I've been with you for 1 hour,
bullshit
20
Mehdi.
minutes.
Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. That might genuinely be the stupidest argument I've ever heard in my entire life. Straight up. And I've seen a lot of, I'm talking Twitter posts, subreddits. It sincerely reminds me of when people try to make the comparison that I'm basically Jeff Bezos because I react to other people's YouTube videos or whatever. And it's still somehow dumber than that. I would much rather have to deal with someone sincerely believing that I'm basically Jeff Bezos and I'm exploiting other people's labor by reacting to their YouTube videos. I think that's a more intelligent argument. And it's not an intelligent argument at all, but it's still a more intelligent argument than the one that Patrick Bet-David just advanced. Yeah. If that argument is 2 + 2 = 5, this is 2 + 2 = fish. Incredible. This is beyond a non sequitur. I've actually never seen the nuclear grade enriched uranium version of stupidity until this very moment. And he's so happy about it. Look at his face.
This guy's expanding his YouTube channel, but God forbid anybody else does it.
I've waited an hour, 20 minutes for you to say the dumbest thing with respect, Patrick. That is
I've
not an
noticed
analogy.
every time
That
you
is
say the dumbest
worst
things is when you get
analogy.
cornered. What do you mean you're expanding?
That is the worst
You're
analogy.
expanding.
Did
By the
I
way,
go into the New
you're-
York Times? Hold on. Let's
you're
take your
expanding.
analogy. Did I walk into the New York Times and abduct the editor-in-chief of the New York Times,
Yeah.
put a bag over his head,
Do you have
and
any
take
employees?
him out in
Do you have
order
any
to undermine
employees?
the New York
Do you have
Times?
any employees?
Yes.
How many of them came volunteer? How many of them did you recruit and hire away from another company?
How many of them did I get with a gun and a special forces team?
it's not-
You're making a ridiculous analogy.
my
You
goodness.
expand
If-
as a business. That's the same as illegally occupying other people's land.
What la la land are you living in? Like, what do you think happened to this
world
world?
of law.
What do you think happened to this
You
world?
do realize the problem that the MAGA folks have when they say this is you lose any credibility to criticize anyone else. You can't criticize Iran then. You can't criticize Hamas.
And I don't.
You don't criticize Hamas?
No, I don't criticize. If you're able to expand,
So if Hamas goes into Israel, you're for that.
it's not about if I'm for that or not. If you're able to successfully do it, that's your vision. I know I have to defend against it. What?
Oh my God, he's so awesome. All right, I'm back in. No, he literally is so one-track minded on being Sigma grind set that he literally said if Hamas were to militarily occupy Israel, then that's their vision. And they went out there and they said, I'm a numbers guy. We're going to ChatGPT it. We're going to grok it. And we're going to seize Israel. And they did it. You got to defend it. I'm a numbers guy. Listen, the problem with Hamas that I have, Patrick Bet-David, is that they're not Sigma grind setting hard enough. They're not locking in. If they had actually bought my new shoes, that would have given them the confidence. If they were wearing my $600 shoes, that would have given them the confidence during October 7th to seize control over the Knesset. Okay? At which point I would be defending it because they locked in. They have the vision. He said, look.
Able to expand.
So if Hamas goes into Israel, you're for that.
It's not about if I'm for that or not. If you're able to successfully do it, that's your vision. I know I have to defend against it. What do you think companies do? How do you think companies work? What do you think companies are supposed to do?
I think it's insane that you're comparing business expansion to us going around the world killing people.
Mehdi, why do you think we have military? For what?
Ourselves.
Against what?
Threats.
Against
but
another
you
one
want to be
expand.
the threat.
I'm not saying that.
You think Cuba's trying to expand right now?
No.
You think Cuba's trying to expand? Where are they expanding to? Miami?
No.
You've been living in Miami too long.
By the way, maybe
I think you've been drinking too much Miami water.
I actually rarely go to Miami. Maybe that's their fault. Yeah, maybe that's their fault.
What's their fault?
Maybe their ideology, communism, created a poor country and their people want something better.
But that doesn't give us the right to go and take over the country.
How do you think all this stuff happened in history?
Okay, lots of things happen in history that weren't right.
Yeah, but guess what?
This is 2026.
Dude, you understand. You've taken...
Dude, it's actually shocking. Patrick Bet-David's lack of knowledge and lack of intellectual curiosity is genuinely confusing me. Okay? I did not realize that people like this actually existed in the real world. Like he has expanded. His first principles are it's a dog eat dog world. Everybody capitalist, everything capitalism, everything business. Okay? And because that's his only worldview, that's where it begins and ends, he is applying that to international relations. And what's shocking about this worldview is that it would literally justify chattel slavery. Like every single awful thing that has ever happened throughout history, you would justify with this mentality. It's awesome.
Market share from other people. Your viewers were somebody else's viewers that came to you.
So you support,
kudos to you.
So you want just to be clear, you want some kind of law of the jungle where might is right, power.
What do you think the law is?
You're fine. You're fine.
What do you think the law is?
I noticed you don't answer any question.
No.
It's a very simple question. Yes or no? Do you support a law of the jungle where might is right?
Do you believe in non-compete?
You can't answer a question with a question. You have to answer the question. Do you support a might is right view where law of the jungle, whoever's powerful gets to do what they want?
I'm trying to find... No. I'll answer it for you. I'm trying to find out what other law of the land you think we live in. Help me understand.
We have domestic law. We have international law. We have criminal law.
What is the...
I don't know where you're living.
What do you use?
You've been in Florida far too long.
Do you use ChatGPT or do you use Claude? Which do you use more?
Probably ChatGPT more.
No, I can't. No, I'm sorry. I almost choked on a piece of chicken, bro. This guy never answers a question. I'm realizing he never answers a question. Every single time, bro. Every single time. It's always a non sequitur.
GPT more than Claude? Okay. Do you know when it first started who had the biggest market share?
ChatGPT.
Oh, who do you think's killing it right now?
Claude.
Claude's picking it up. Why?
Because they invaded another country, kidnapped the president.
Because they produced a better product.
And hold on.
Why?
Did Amade? What's the guy's name? Dario Amade. What's his name?
Yeah.
The guy who runs Claude. Did he go into Sam Altman's house in the middle of the night, take Sam Altman and his wife, put bags on their heads, and fly them back to his compound, and kill a grandmother in the process?
The only difference is that, but war is never.
That is the big difference, Patrick. I can't believe you don't see it.
No. I understand what you're saying in the argument of that, but the reality of it is, which is what?
A law of the jungle where the might is right. Do you support a world? Do you like living in a world? Are you pro? Do you support the idea of living in a world where powerful countries should be able to do what they want?
Can I ask you a question? What country?
You keep answering question with a question.
Why do you live in America? Why do you live in America? The most
powerful
I like
country
the law.
in the world. You know what I like about the US?
It's the most powerful.
No.
Go live in Iran.
No.
Go live in Iraq.
I don't live here because it's the most powerful country.
Why do you live here?
Because many reasons.
Give me.
One is it's a country that's governed by laws, principles, free speech.
Yes.
I love the First Amendment, the Constitution.
Yeah.
I don't favor presidents and people who say we should just break the law because we
I didn't say break the law.
What do you mean? Taking over Cuba is breaking the law. UN Charter. That's the law of the land.
If they come and they try to take over.
Who's coming?
Whoever it is. Trump's already talking about it. Rubio's already talking about it.
The Cubans are not taking over anything.
No, Cubans are not.
I'm going to keep it $1.50. I get why millions, tens of millions voted for Donald Trump. Yeah. Like this guy's an intellectual giant on the right. Think about that. Like we're over here dunking on him. We're like, he's so profoundly stupid, right? Meanwhile, there's out there who not only watch this guy hang on every word of his, think he's brilliant. They buy his $600 shoes. Those guys vote. And you bet your ass they're voting for Donald Trump. Okay? Yeah. We were wondering why they keep saying like Cuba is going to do an attack. There's an imminent threat from Cuba. It turns out Patrick Bet David.
Not taking over
We
anything.
are launching a war of aggression, like the Nazis. Nuremberg called it. You know what the Nuremberg Tribunal called a war of aggression?
I'm
the
assuming
Supreme International War
Is
crime.
it fair to say you were against tariffs on day one?
Yes.
I was for tariffs. Guess what Supreme Court ruled?
Against terror.
Okay, great. Guess what? You just.
Okay.
That's what happened. If they go.
You want to live in a world where Trump says F the Supreme Court, and that's what
No,
J.D.
not-
Vance has said
no,
on the
no, no,
record.
not at all.
J.D. Vance
Not
has said
this
this on
guy.
the record. But you just said you
No,
want to
I'm not.
powerful
I'm not.
people
But let me
get to do what they
look.
want.
Let me tell you.
said it. Everyone
today,
can watch it.
Trump's the president. Okay. A few years ago, Biden was the president. In 2028, AOC could be the president. Newsom could be the president. Rubio could be the president. Somebody else could be the president, right? Every time the opposing side is the president, the opposing side thinks it's the end of the world. What ends up happening to America? What ends up happening?
Bad things.
No, not necessarily. Eventually goes back to normalcy. And it's like, yeah, I'm going to go the
I
other.
look at the Trump first term and I see 500,000 people killed from COVID because he couldn't handle a pandemic.
But do you know why, though? Do you know why, though? What protects America the way it does?
I would argue our laws, constitution,
I agree.
principles, history.
I like Supreme.
And you're saying I want to throw it all out
No, but
to have an imperialist nation.
If a leader comes in that is a visionary leader that wants to expand and grow, and he can do it within his terms, and Supreme Court and law allows it, I don't mind him doing
First
that.
of all, the Supreme Court law doesn't allow it. Venezuela was unconstitutional. Congress declares war in this country.
Yeah,
not
then if that's the
not
case,
the president.
well, we saw that with the 60-day rule with Iran.
He's violated that.
I understand that, and they're working around that right now in different ways.
American law. What about international law? Even if the American Congress votes to attack Cuba, that doesn't make it legal in international law. You can't attack other countries.
Mehdi, let me ask you, if, for instance,
Tomorrow you'll say
innocent
9/11 was
people-
just. Do you support 9/11?
innocent.
Do you support 9/11?
No.
Why?
No,
Al Qaeda
I
could do it. They did it. According to your logic, Al Qaeda had every right
No,
to do it.
there's a difference between me supporting it and then them doing it and then me retaliating to you. Like right now, if you and I were sitting
But you
here,
don't think it was illegal?
do I? Of course it's illegal.
Why? According to you, it doesn't matter.
No, of course it's illegal.
Oh, so 9/11 is illegal,
No.
but us attacking Cuba is legal.
I
What do
didn't tell you.
I'm trying to follow.
You never heard me say attacking. If they can go and take it over without attacking and the laws allow it, guess what? I'm for it.
But none of those things are none of those things happened with Venezuela, and actually the exact opposite of those things happened with Venezuela, and you are still supporting it. Who cares? I genuinely think he's like flailing around here to try to hold on to some kind of counter position because he has nothing. Straight up. He's got nothing. Like, there is no real disagreement here because there is no argument here. He's just being he's just operating off of vibes and being a pure contrarian because Mehdi is woke and a libtard. And he has to like defend Donald Trump. That's it. Because like, look, the principled stance here, the right-wing principled stance here, the pro-American intervention stance here is already laid out. He just doesn't know the talking points. Like, you have to say that you have to lie, basically. You have to say that Venezuela is an imminent threat. We have to actually redouble our efforts to make sure that our own neighborhood, our own backyard is clean of any sort of like foreign intervention. Venezuela was a launching pad for Russian aggression against the United States of America, Chinese aggression against the United States of America. Venezuela also happens to be a major oil provider to Cuba, which is, again, 90 miles off of our coastline, imminent security threat. Like, there are talking points that you could advance. But he hasn't even read the talking points. He doesn't even care. By the way, I'm not saying these are correct, okay? I'm simply saying he hasn't even dignified Mehdi Hasan with a clear-cut, agenda-driven worldview as to why what Trump is doing is good. He is just a pure reactionary. He is a pure reactionary that is simply going, no, Trump did it and is good because he's got the power, he's got the bitches.
That's a whole different argument.
It's not
if
a whole
the Cuban
different.
people vote in a referendum to become the 51st
Don't
state.
spin right now and make it seem like I want to go kill people and take
You
stuff over.
defended Venezuela. We killed people to get him out.
I never said but by the way,
You said give him credit.
Wait, you never defended Venezuela? You did. I know you like number.
For Venezuela, you did say that.
you don't think that was a good move?
No.
You don't think that was a good move?
I don't believe you should. I don't support regime change. I don't support assassinating foreign leaders. What did George Washington say? Don't go abroad looking for monsters to slay. Or was it Adams? I forget. Founder.
So you don't support what he did.
I do not support the United States government.
Well, I thought that was a
attacking
massive
foreign
victory,
countries,
especially the way they did it,
and killing foreign leaders. Even if it has a good outcome, I don't support it because I support laws and principles.
Well, I do also support laws and principles. But if you say you support laws and principles, you're trying to tell me Obama followed everything?
No.
You telling me
he violated the law in Libya. I criticized him for
every one of them.
Because I'm not in a cult, I criticized Obama in 2011 for doing Libya.
You know what's the difference between you and I and them?
I criticize people on all sides. You don't.
Yeah, we do. We do it as well. But you know what's the difference between you and I and them?
Go on.
What's the difference?
Wait. What criticisms does he have of Donald Trump? As much as I hate to admit it, your accent is getting better. I know you like number. Moving to another question. Yeah, it's actually crazy. He's genuinely asking because he doesn't know.
We do it as well. But you know what's the difference between you and I and them?
Go on.
What's the difference?
You and I and who?
You and I talking, giving our opinions, and Obama and Trump. What's the difference between you and I and them?
We're not politicians.
They made it into the White House.
Okay.
And so they're going to be able to do whatever they're going to do. You and I can talk about it, give our opinions.
We don't have an imperial presidency. We
Dude,
shouldn't have
what? He's like a child. He literally, okay. I think this is his actual worldview. I don't like, a lot of chatters initially were saying, oh, he's like, acting aloof. He's being obtuse on purpose to like try to manage the argument. No, I think he has like toddler brain. He's like, no, those guys are powerful. They won their races and they're the big business guy. I'm a business guy. I'm a numbers guy. They are the biggest business guy. If they want to me, they can. I have to open up my butthole and say, go on in, Mr. President, because they actually did it. They actually did it. They became the president. If you're the president, you are the big boss. You do whatever you want to do. F my wife, please. You can f my wife all day. It's okay. There's nothing I can do. I'll sit around. I'll say I'm a numbers guy. I'm a chat GPT it. I will grok it. But that's how it works. Like everything is a business. Everything is a business. Anyone with any power deserves the level of power that they have because they've worked tirelessly to get it. Okay? And whichever way they abuse that power, it's actually valid because they have the power to do it. If it's successful. If it's unsuccessful, well, then maybe we can have a different conversation. But of course, if it's Donald Trump doing it, I'll still act like it is successful, as is the case with Iran.
Imperial president.
We did. That's why we have the freedom of speech of giving.
Hi, Hasan. I really like your PBD impression very much. Is there a way to rewatch it? Yes. Subscribe to Valuetainment. If you subscribe to the broadcast, Piker Broadcasting Service, it's not as good as Valuetainment PBD. Okay? But this isn't PBD. This is PBS. Okay? I'm a numbers guy. And if you subscribe to the People's Broadcasting Service, independent media, you will get Valuetained more than you ever have gotten Valuetained. That's right. If you subscribe, you can rewind. If you subscribe, you can send me links. And when are we getting $600 shoes with no laces for our subscribers? Soon. But yes, subscribe, chat, for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. This is the only foolproof way to support the show. Your subscriptions, your voluntary subscriptions in the form of a $5 a month or a free one in the form of Twitch Prime, are what allow me to maintain my editorial independence. I haven't been farming subs in a minute. Why exactly should I pay to send links? You shouldn't. You don't have to. There's no guarantee that I'll even click on them. The only reason why we do that is so that random people can't send like spam random links. Do a level 10 reward again? No, I don't think we're going to do it. Kill me if I ever give money to a Twitch streamer. I don't think you should be killed if you ever give money to a Twitch streamer. You're pretty cool though. I'll be honest. We all think you're cool. Cause like it's a little bit, it's a little bit cooler if you were to say that on Twitter. Cause most people do that on Twitter, which is, again, at least it's not literally on Twitch. But you're currently on Twitch. On what I assume is a sock account created and following at the same date. So I think you are a far bigger loser than the way you perceive a mega donor to, a tier 3 subscriber to Pokimane. By the way, your mods banned me for saying your beard was going gray. Okay. I don't know why they did that, but you've proven once again that it was a worthy ban by doing this, creating a sock account. And you're now a subscriber, by the way, so you've de facto given me money. Truth equals ban. Yes, exactly. That's how we do it. Take a second off, bitch.
Given our opinions.
We also have a vision of America, which is supposed to be a restrained commander-in-chief. The founders came to, we're celebrating 250 years of American history. They came to this country, from where? From my old country, the UK, to get away from a mad king, not to recreate a mad king.
Okay, so we can get past this. I mean, when maybe the next time we'll do the podcast, we'll do it in Cuba or Venezuela, just for the sake of what we'll enjoy ourselves with. Anyways, let me get to the next story with you. By the way, Mamdani Spencer...
Alvay's trying to top you in sub count. They're getting dangerously close. Hey, yo, chill. Subscribe now. We cannot allow the sanctuary city of Alveus, sanctuary city for animals, to defeat us in the marketplace of subscriptions. Subscribe now.
Brad, what commonality do you see between the two of them?
Very little.
Very little.
Very little.
Tell me why.
Because I know this is argument that says all of these candidates who make a lot of noise, do well on social media, are similar. But I think people have underestimated what Mamdani is. Mamdani, yes, is charismatic, had a great social media game. I interviewed his team that made his social videos. Great people, smart people. The video he did where he jumped into the water, freezing cold, to show freeze the rents. The video he did for halal.
You're saying Mamdani or
Mamdani. I'm just talking about his campaign was brilliant online. No doubt about it. The halal.
Maybe one of the best.
One of the best, yeah.
Maybe one of the best.
One of the best.
And the guy that
came out of nowhere, 1%.
Yeah, I agree.
1%.
I agree.
But what happens is a lot of Democrats took the wrong lesson from that. They said, this guy is so good on social media. We got to hire the same people who did his social media campaigns. We got to do video. Did you notice after Mamdani won the primary, suddenly you saw all these congressional Democrats primaries walking down the same videos, same cutaways, same... And they think that's how you replicate Mamdani. They misunderstand. Mamdani, yes, the social media game helped him get his message across, helped him get the youth out. But at the core of Mamdani was a very clear message. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to compare him to Trump right now.
Be careful.
I'm going to compare him to Trump. Donald Trump, I asked this question to everyone. I can't get fired. So
you're a capitalist. You're free.
I'm free. 2016, I say this to everyone I talk to about politics. I said, tell me. I say this to leftists. I say this to liberals. I say this to Muslims. I say this to non-Muslims. Tell me what Donald Trump's 3 main policies were in 2016.
What was it?
You tell me, what was his slogan? Do you remember what Donald Trump, what did he run on? When he first ran, what did he run on?
Get rid of these rapists and all this stuff.
Ban Muslims, build a wall. Remember that? That was all his big lines.
Build a wall is one. Yeah.
So we remember all those slogans.
Sure. Yeah.
Right? Do you remember what Hillary Clinton's lines were? No.
I'm for her, and that's about it.
No.
First female president.
But her own slogan, which she had a great, 77-page childcare proposal, I'm sure. I'm sure it's better than Trump's. But people don't campaign like that. And I think what Mamdani did is, even now, you ask me, what does our Mamdani run on? Okay, freeze the rents, free buses, free childcare. It was message discipline around a set of policies that people identified with, that helped with this ridiculous affordability crisis, that made him seem like he was in touch. And I think
this is what I try. This is why I try to force candidates into doing this.
If Democrats only take away, or people in the media only take away from Mamdani that, the guy's slick, he smiles well, Trump loves him, he does great social videos.
You don't
that's
think
a
Pratt
mistake.
has that?
I don't think, what's Pratt's main policy platform that's going to get people out for him?
Kill the homeless. Melt the homeless. Melt the homeless, throw them in a vat of acid. And anyone that might look homeless even. Did I win that? Did I get it right?
The fires, homelessness.
Everyone says they want to deal with that. That's
but that's because that's
the guy is a reality TV star. I'm not a fan of reality TV stars running for president. I wrote a piece saying Oprah should not run for president years ago. Although I have said Jon Stewart should run in a primary.
Do you think Spencer Pratt stands a chance?
Yes,
because
because America's up right now.
You think Spencer Pratt stands a chance?
Donald Trump is president of the United States twice. I'm never going to rule out anything in this country. I thought Trump wouldn't win in 2016. That's how dumb I was in 2016. That's why I don't do predictions anymore. No, 24. I said he would win, and I said he's going to win, and he's going to be a fascist.
When did you say he'd win in 24? When
All of 24. I spent.
Patrick Bet David posted a video excited about the numbers from Backrooms and even knows how it started. He had to grok it. Some film criticism from Patrick Bet David. Just got done watching the Backrooms. Budget 10 million. Gross 140 million. 14x. Director Kane Parsons, 20-year-old. Obsession. Budget 750K. Gross 150 million. Director Curry Barker, 26-year-old. Mandalorian.
So we just got done watching the movie Backrooms. What a weird movie. Crazy movie. For 2 hours, I'm thinking, what happened?
Oh my God. Oh my God. This is a joke. This is a joke. He doesn't make this. He makes this to f with people, right? Like it says the future looks bright under the brim too. And in reverse. Oh my God. Stop. Stop. There's no way. There's no way this is real. Bro, this is elite satire. This is elite satire. Please stop. What the? I have never seen uglier merchandise. I've never seen uglier merchandise in my life, dude.
Why is this lady glitching? You go through that wall. All these hotels I've stayed at, and you're now thinking about.
No, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I mean, I slandered Teddy Fresh, but this is worse than Teddy Fresh. We have officially found merchandise that's literally worse than Teddy Fresh. Okay, straight up. It's not saying much because this is the worst thing I've ever laid eyes on. So it is remarkable in and of itself.
About these rooms. And this guy, Kane Parsons, 20 years old as a director, $10 million is what the movie costs. It makes $140, $150 million. Then you have Obsession. This guy, 26-year-old director with $750,000 makes a movie that does $150 million, 200x on your money. And in Mandalorian, that's supposed to be this big project, $300 million investment, doesn't even make $300 million. 2 weeks later, it's at 240 right now. So amateurs built the Ark, professionals built the Titanic, and Hollywood's got massive disruption, and it's being done by young, ambitious creatives. Can you imagine what the future of Hollywood could look like? I think Kane was the one that, based on a meme that came out in late 2019, 2020, takes that, makes a video on his own, gets 7.9 million views. That same video today has 79 million views. And if you've seen Backrooms, I don't know if maybe you got the entire theme and you know what the story's all about. It is a horror movie, but a very, very weird movie. Very weird movie.
Dude, I can listen to this guy talk about movies forever. I take it back.
My son loves horror movies, so I got to go watch it with him. But I'm excited. I'm excited about the future of Hollywood with young men and women taking over simply because they have access to something called YouTube for free. Isn't that amazing? I'm inspired by this. Wanted to share it with you.
Okay, this goes back to him being a numbers guy. Every piece of art critique coming from Patrick Bet David is about performance, is about the numbers. I know you like a number. God, he's so awesome.
An Order 24 warning.
Got it.
I said, get rid of Biden.
So
I said, Carlin needs to change her performance.
You think this is the new era? You think that this is the new era of types of people that run for president, which before you
is not good.
General, military, all this stuff.
Yeah,
now
I don't think it's a good thing. And I wrote this piece when they were thinking about Oprah. Do you remember a few years ago, people were pushing Oprah Winfrey's name? And I wrote a piece for The Intercept saying, come on, no, let's not go down this road. I do think you need politicians.
I think Mehdi Hasan's biggest weakness is that he tries to always be consistent. Or rather, he thinks his opposition cares about his consistency. Like, that's the reason why he's bringing up the Oprah thing, where he's like, see, I even said Oprah shouldn't run for office. And it's like, dude, the guy in front of you doesn't understand basic concepts. Like, you don't have to literally engage in the ass covering of being like, see, I'm legit. Like, it's so funny. Like you have your integrity. I believe you. You don't have to literally defend it. Okay. His problem is that he thinks liberalism can be consistent. Yeah. Patrick Bet David doesn't understand object permanence. You don't have to literally be like, see, I said Oprah shouldn't run. And then he even qualifies and says, well, maybe I thought Jon Stewart should run. It's like, that's too much. That's too much. You with anti-Semitism, though, unironically, no, that's not the same at all. Because hyper-focusing on, or rather, casting aside anti-Semitism as a non-issue gives ground to people on our side to believe that, yes, it is Jews potentially. Okay? That's the problem. I don't do it because I think my opposition will be like, well, he said he's not an anti-Semite, so he's actually, I now I'm going to actually think whether or not he's an anti-Semite or not. Why question marks is the repetition I'm talking about? No. The reason why I bring up anti-Semitism as a separate issue is literally because if I don't do that, I worry that other people will then hyper-focus on it because it's a much easier argument to understand. It's a much easier argument for the average American to believe that like Jews are magical money people that are literally dominating the financial sector, dominating Hollywood, and dominating the American media, and dominating the American government, and they're doing this for their Jewish purposes and all this shit. Okay? It's much easier to teach someone to be anti-Semitic, especially when virtually every institution is leaning into those conspiracies, whether willingly or inadvertently, than it is to teach people to be anti-Zionist from a principled framework, from an anti-genocide framework, from an anti-fascist framework. Will you talk about the elephant in the room? What's the elephant in the room?
With charisma. And that's why people think of Hollywood stars. That's why someone like, I love Jon Stewart. I would love Jon Stewart to run in a primary just to shake things up.
He'd be fun.
I don't think he'd be a great president, but I think him running would just add to the race. But my biggest problem is I take politics seriously. To go back to, I've been studying, I've been a political journalist for 25 years.
This is your sport.
I did politics at university. I did politics at high school. I do debate. I take this shit seriously. And it annoys me when, look at Donald Trump. What did he say yesterday? I'm bored. I'm bored of the Iran negotiations, like a freaking child, right? You cannot have people who are unserious people.
You can't help yourself, can you, with Trump?
I can't. Unserious people in charge of our countries.
Have you ever met him, by the way?
No.
You've never met?
I've never met Donald Trump, no. No, should I go to a White House briefing?
No, I'm just trying to see if you've ever met him.
Should I go to a White House briefing and try and get called on by Caroline Levitt?
Did you?
I got a few questions.
Did you meet Biden?
Did I meet Biden? I'm trying to think. I was in an event with Biden. I don't think I met him. But
Obama?
No, he was before my time. I arrived at the end of his presidency.
Did you interview?
I was in a room with Obama. I interviewed a lot of his people, Ben Rhodes, a lot of people around him.
Not him.
Not the president.
Okay,
the president gave me an interview. Then I was out. Yeah, no.
Got it. Surprised you've never met Trump.
No.
Would you want to meet him?
I'm a journalist. How would I not want to meet him? I'd love to interview.
What would you ask him? What 3 questions would you ask him? You sat with him. What do you ask him?
I mean, I'd only get 3 because he'd walk out after 3.
Do you think he would?
Oh, he's super thin-skinned.
You think he would want?
Look, he gets upset with like, I regard American interviewers to be softball interviewers. I'm from the UK where we do tough interviews. My biggest criticism of the American media is weak-ass interviews. Norah O'Donnell barely asked him anything the other day. The guy had a meltdown. He's like, you're so rude. You're so rude. You're so disgusting. He just can't handle. He's got such a thin skin. He's the whiniest leader we've ever had.
He asked about, if I'm not mistaken, he asked about the guy's letter.
Yes.
That had to do with rape and pedophilia and something like that.
Yeah.
She started with, and you could tell she was nervous when she asked the question.
This is CBS. This is now in the can for Trump. Let's not forget.
Sure.
This is the guy who says, be quiet, piggy, to reporters. He can't handle tough questions.
So what do you ask him? You got 3 questions. What do you ask him?
I would ask him, I wouldn't ask him opinion questions. It annoys me when people say, what do you think, mister? He loves that shit. I would ask him fact questions about what is happening in the world. I would ask him, it depends on the day, right? If I'm interviewing him right now, I would say to him, you said, my opening question would be, you said a few weeks ago that people say Donald Trump's going to get bored of this war. I don't get bored, you said. And yesterday you said, I'm bored of this war. How do you explain that? That would be my first question later on.
What else?
I would say to him, are you out of your depth in this conflict? And I would give it the evidence as to why he's out of his depth and ask him to deal with each of those examples. For example, the Strait of Hormuz. For example, the Gulf countries. I also wouldn't be able to resist having some fun. I always think someone should ask Donald Trump. I would love for someone at a White House briefing to stand up and ask something that completely exposes this man's pig ignorance of the world. I would love someone to stand up and say, Mr. President, when will you be going to Wakanda? They are building a Trump Tower there and they love you in Africa. And he would say, I love them too. Because he doesn't know that Wakanda is a fictional country.
You think he would say that?
Oh my God. Not only is Mehdi right, Patrick loved it. God damn it. God damn it. You know he's stupid. Patrick, you know your boy is dumb as bricks, bro. That's crazy.
110%.
You think it would say that?
I would pay money to any White House correspondent watching. They get fired on the spot by the network.
It's obvious. Do you put him as an intelligent man? You put him
What's
as
your depends how you define intelligence.
Well, how do you-
like street smart, getting ahead, getting his way? Yeah.
Sure.
Like he wouldn't be able to get where he got to. if he wasn't.
he's probably not a well-read guy in your eyes.
That's an understatement. I think
Yeah.
he's one of the most ignorant people I've ever come across. You seen the latest stuff? He keeps being like, I call them Democrats. You have to take the B off of dumb. Most people don't know that dumb has B on it. No, most people do know that. You probably just discovered that there's a B on dumb. You know, there's a Trump tick. I watch him so much. Whenever he says most people didn't know this, it means he just discovered something himself 2 minutes ago.
You literally think he just discovered how to spell dumb?
I know it. And talk to the people who worked with him. We're second-term Trump, Patrick. I don't have to make this stuff up.
Yeah.
Dozens of people have now left the administration, have told their stories, and it's all the same thing. The guy is an egomaniac. The guy is vain. The guy is dumb. The guy changes his opinion based on the last person he spoke to.
This is a guy that won in business. This is a guy that
He didn't
won
win in
media.
business.
This
5
is a
bankruptcies in a row. You're more
this is a-
successful than
this
he
is-
is.
This is a guy that took a show
in
from
business.
0 to
He's not
1,
Steve
15
Jobs,
years.
for
This is a
God's
guy,
sake.
dude, the guy won
Oh,
presidency two
Apprentice?
times.
I give you apprentice.
2 times.
I give you apprentice.
See, I'm telling you, oh my God, we are peeling the layers of the onion of his mind. And yes, much like an onion, it might be a little smooth, but it's like he genuinely is like, no, you're a business guy. Everything is business. Everybody casino, everything computer, Donald Trump business. And when you're the big business guy, when you win the biggest business of all, which is the American presidency, you get to do whatever the fuck you want. I wonder how he treats his employees, honestly. With that mentality, holy shit. It's awesome. He truly is like, the presidency is the biggest business, and you've won that. You've won that seat of power, which means you can do whatever you want.
Apprentice, great reality TV star.
2 times.
Great. I'm not going to question his ability to run a reality TV star. I'm questioning his ability to run America.
How do you think about his kids? Do you give him compliment as a parent, as a father?
No. Have you read the stories about
You don't
his
think he's a
children?
good father? Why do you think his kids love him?
You think the kids love him?
You don't think they do?
I mean,
Why
if
do
you
think
read
they wanna be
some of
around him all the
the if you
time?
read some of the tabloids, well, money and power can be
You think that's
great.
the only reason? I know
Well,
a lot of billionaires that
again,
have kids don't want to be around him.
if you read the New York tabloid press that Trump was very friendly with, the kids didn't like him when he was young. They were annoyed that he was cheating on their parents, his respective mothers. Things changed. There's stories about him allegedly. It's denied.
There we
There's
go.
stories about allegedly him, slapping Don Jr. at college in front of his friends, and all sorts of stories. I don't know if they're true or not, but this is what's reported. Tiffany Trump, he never
Coming
talks about.
from a Muslim and a Middle Eastern dude, what did our parents do to us when we were kids? Did you ever get slapped?
That's, of course.
Dude, are you like, you and I don't have the permission to say anything with that.
No, that's
so we
fair.
got to
That's
change the
fair. I
subject.
withdraw that.
Yeah, withdraw
He
that.
didn't go to his son's. He didn't go to his son's wedding so he could do troll posts about Ro Khanna. Ask
Nah, I
yourself
don't
that
think he didn't
question.
go to the wedding because they had to go back for the war and everything that was going on.
Come on.
Question.
Not a great-
When it comes down to Muslims, 2020 vote to 2024.
They love you.
Curious.
You did whatever you did.
Hang
You
on.
came back
You-
to
no,
Muslim.
you-
Why are you
you
obsessed
like-
with Muslims?
you like
Because you left
stats.
Iran?
I wanna give
No,
you
I want to
stats.
know why you're obsessed with
I
Muslims.
want to give you stats.
You know there was a terrorist attack on a mosque recently.
I want to give
Did
you
that bother
stat.
you?
I want to
Patrick?
give you a stat.
Did that bother you?
Can I, Mehdi, invite me to your show. I'll
Oh,
answer
I'm
questions
inviting
for
you up to
So
this.
here we go.
Sure.
So
you've all heard
Twen-
it. He said to invite him, Rob. You heard it. Everyone on YouTube heard it. I'm inviting you to a
okay,
show.
all right, so here
Got
we
a lot
go.
of questions for you.
2020, Biden had 69% of Muslim votes.
Yes.
Trump had 24%. 2025, Kamala dropped the Democrat vote from 69 to 50%. Trump went from 24 to 31%. Third party got 12% and increased by 9%. Why did Muslims become Republicans?
Gaza. There are other issues too. The bathroom transgender issue in places like Michigan. A lot of conservative Arab Muslims didn't like that.
No.
They don't like they don't like that was happening even before Gaza. No doubt.
No, it's Gaza, man. Come on. Come on. Conservative or not, Muslims, first of all, Muslims are nowhere near as conservative as evangelical white Christians are. And evangelical white Christians are obviously far larger in numbers and have a far more outsized level of influence in American politics. But Muslims overwhelmingly voted for, or the Muslims that did actually vote for Trump overwhelmingly voted because at the time, the Democrats were the ones responsible for the genocide. Yeah. Plenty of them just didn't vote. But it's Gaza, 100%.
about that. But it was still a kind of fringe issue. What made it an
You
issue
said
in the
the
Muslim community?
the LGBTQ.
Yeah, like there were conservative Arab communities in Dearborn who were like,
And
we don't
I'm
want
glad
this.
you brought that up.
We don't want this. And they brought that up. That was before Gaza. There's no
I'm
debate.
glad you brought that up because although I also, as a numbers guy, don't like the transgenders, I am now going to cynically talk about how the Muslims are barbaric for not liking the transgenders. That's the other thing. Yeah, that's why I said I'm glad you brought that up. These guys always are like, yeah, I think trans people should be forcibly detransitioned. And then they'll turn around and be like, and you know, this is why Muslims are bad because they're against the transgenders. It's like, well, you're against the transgenders. Is it only bad when when it plays a role in your argument that Muslims are an anti-progressive force? You're an anti-progressive force.
Some were shifting already to the Republican Party.
Sure.
But they were a tiny minority. The vast majority of Muslims still voted. Democrats still supported, still understood the Republican Party is Islamophobic, white supremacist adjacent party right now.
You think number
has
one
Randy
reason is,
Fine in it.
You think number one reason why they vote the other
Gaza
side is
by a
because
mile.
of Israel?
10 miles.
Okay.
Gaza. No, not Israel. The Gaza genocide. You have to understand, I spoke to a lot of these people. I traveled through all these communities in 2024.
Yep.
And I tried to point out, yes, Biden and Harris are complicit in a genocide. No one's defending the Democrats. I was very critical of the Democrats and what they did between 2023 and 2024. But Trump will be worse or as bad. He's not going to be better. And people bought the Trump shtick. No, he's anti-war. He didn't start any new wars. He's not interested in the Middle East. He's friends with MBS. He's friends with Erdogan. It's going to be great. I met Palestinians who told me Trump will be better on Gaza. He's transactional president. They bought that shit. Look at him now. Look how many Arab countries have been bombed. But Muslims were not voting for Trump as a whole. You mentioned third party too. Jill Stein picked up a lot of votes in some places. Not as many as people thought she would.
12%.
Of Muslim votes, yes.
Yeah.
So in certain places. So
Majority was like.
Okay, I think I'm gonna keep it $1.50. I have to show you guys something. I think there are a bunch of quote unquote anti-capitalist accounts. A bunch of anti-capitalist accounts that have been paid by either like Zionists directly or either paid by Zionists directly or like are being paid by the lobby potentially. Okay? Look at this. Look at this. This is an account called Question Everything. Okay? I just saw this on my timeline. Guy follows me, 17,000 followers, end capitalism. The change we really need will never be on any ballot, anti-electoralist, ultra. Okay, you scroll down and they're like, obviously talking shit about a bunch of people, right? Ostensibly an anti-capitalist account, supposedly pro-Palestine, shitting on, a Zionist account of Zionist account questioning whether or not like dog rape happened. Okay, then you keep scrolling down. Fuck the police, #ACAB. Crickets from Hassan Piker D on Adam Smith and Krishama Sawant, right? Keep scrolling. Diddy Piker D calling everyone Diddy is gold. Reposting Dan Saltman. Now here's the question. Question everything. How the did you find yourself as an anti-Zionist? Yeah, I saw it and I immediately bookmarked it because I was like, how did you find yourself as an anti-Zionist, supposedly, reposting one of the biggest Zionists on Twitter? The ultras are aligning with Stalkman and the Latin American food. Very strange. The enemy of my enemy is my friend? No. There's no way. This guy's highest priority is supposed to be like shitting on people who are. This guy's highest priority is supposed to be shitting on people who are pro-Israel. Look, reposting. Now that Hasan himself has been subpoenaed and banned from the UK, he sure likes to fantasize about suing others and limit free speech. His understanding of defamation and the law is kind of childish too. Reposting some guy who's like responding to Awk 2000. Explain what you think their rationale is. I think they're 100%. I think they're getting either paid, either they're like unbelievably delusional, or they're just straight up getting paid to go after prominent critics of Israel but as an anti-Zionist, positioning themselves as an anti-Zionist and then straight up getting paid by maybe Dan Saltman or maybe other Zionist groups to make it seem like there's a better method of combating the Israeli influence in the United States of America, and that's what it is. Like, how does a guy who's like question everything? How does a guy like this that spends a good deal of time talking about Israel Palestine? How does a guy like this find a Dan Stalkman post to boost to his, marginal audience with the Palestinian flag in his profile? Could be a bad Empanada fan, but again, a bad Empanada fan. What has bad Empanada been focusing on? What has he been focusing on? All of his enmity, all of his anger and resentment has been directed at left content creators on the left who he considers to be not going far enough on criticisms of Israel. What is this? Yeah, his mom scolded him for being big time for being mean to Joe Biden. Crystal ball. I think guys like this have to be getting paid, right? If they're doing this for free, that's pathetic. What is this? MLK Jr. writing about Pike or Kasparian Cedar, Kulinski, Crystal Ball, the white moderate who is more devoted to order than justice. I don't know, man. Some of these accounts are a little suspicious.
My bigger picture is every time I said to someone,
kind of reminds me of how they tried to call the last attempt at Trump a HasanAbi head. This account, wait, that account did? No. That guy reposted a tweet about you from November 19th, 2025, 3 days ago. No, the other guy's account.
Trump is going to be worse than Harris. They said legitimately to me, but we have to punish the Democrats. That was the line. We have to punish the Democrats. They can't be seen to get away with a genocide. And when you say Kamala dropped it to 50, well, Joe Biden dropped it to 50. Harris kept it at 50 by not distancing herself from Biden. Her biggest single mistake was going on The View, and my friend Sunny Hostin said to her, what will you do differently to Joe Biden? And she said, nothing. And the minute she said that, I knew she's lost. And that was it. Until then, I had some hope. She could beat him. She was leading in the polls after the convention.
Is this the worst candidate you've ever seen on the left? In our lifetime. This is your sport.
I don't think she's as bad as people thought she was. I think she was definitely handed a poison chalice.
Worse than her on the left?
But who's ever had a 100-day campaign? Like she got a shitty legacy. Let's just be fair to her, right? If we're going to be fair, we should be fair that she got a shit. Joe Biden should not have been in the race until July of 2024. No, that was insane.
I'm with you on that one.
She then got
you
coronated.
Saw what Joe Biden came out and said,
what a load of bullshit from Joe Biden. She's like, oh, I thought he had a stroke that night. No, you didn't.
And then the video says, oh, Joe, you did so good.
Yeah, we saw you that night.
Yeah.
If you thought you had a stroke, why didn't you call the White House doctor? Bullshit, but rewriting of history. I did a video that night after the debate in my basement, in my home studio. I got attacked for it by some people saying Biden needs to stand down. It's ridiculous. And I still think Trump should stand down. He's also got mental issues. But Harris was a good candidate for a very short period. She had all this momentum, the honeymoon period. Americans love rehabilitation. You give somebody a chance. She comes in, she gets a boost. She runs this, I'm Joy. Remember that? Goes to the convention. I was at the convention. It felt like a freaking party. I remember a member of Congress was there.
As if it's already
a Democratic member of Congress said to me, this is bad. We have not won. This is way too early. There's a member of Congress said this to me, a lefty. And I remember sitting there watching, Beyonce is going to be here. It wasn't Beyonce, it was Leon Panetta. But anyways, bizarre. We come out of that convention, and then she starts tacking to the right. She starts saying all this shit about, what was it? Oh, they were shutting down Lena Khan, the antitrust stuff. She had Mark Cuban, Liz Cheney campaigning for her. She campaigned more with Liz Cheney than with AOC and Bernie, right?
By the way, that was horrible move.
Insane.
Horrible move.
It didn't win over anyone.
Did you think that was a good idea?
No, I said at the time. At the time, I said, these people are not going to switch over. Olivia Troy, who's a good friend of mine, former Trump official turned never Trumper, she was part of that. And she admits now, I've interviewed her. She says, yeah, we tried, but we thought there'd be like this mass of conservative women that would come over.
How much money did they raise? 2.1. What was the number? 1.5 billion or 2. That's a big number.
It was a lot.
Yeah. But so you
But she also had her brother-in-law, by the way. There's a lot of reporting that suggests Kamala's brother-in-law, her sister's husband, I think it's Tony West is his name, big Uber lobbyist. He was pushing her to drop all the affordability, good stuff, drop the ads. There was poll testing
some
done.
controversy with him as well, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't
Tony
know.
West,
But the affordability agenda that she dropped, she should have gone economic populist, right? She did not go economic populist. Instead, she campaigned with a billionaire and with a war criminal. And I think that was a huge problem. And then she went on The View and said, no change. This is a change election. You can't go into change elections. I'm not going to do anything different from the guy who's going out. It was just
So you think, okay, so go to 28.
But she could have won, by the way. He didn't win a landslide. Trump lied his ass off.
What do you mean she could have won? She lost every single state, 7 states.
Have you looked at the numbers? In the 3 key swings.
She helped more counties become Republican in America.
Have you looked at the numbers? If 115,000 people had voted differently, she would be president. That's what it came down to in our ludicrous system. She lost by 1.5 percentage points. One of the narrowest. He got one of the narrowest wins in modern American history. You know that, right? I know he lies, and people like you give him credit. He lies. He says, I won a landslide. He won one of the worst. You can pull it up, Rob. I wrote a piece for The Guardian with all the receipts.
Every county became more Republican
pull up my piece.
in America.
Pull up my piece.
Every
Guardian,
county
2024, Mehdi landslide. Type it out.
Can you please send this chart to this man here?
Pull it up.
He's the Muslim community is becoming more Republican.
As we move closer to Game 3 of the NBA Finals on Monday night, Madison Square Garden, the United States Secret Service want to help ensure a safe and enjoyable experience for all ticket holders by sharing important security procedures that will be in place. A strict no bag policy will be in effect, and fans should make every effort to limit personal items to an absolute minimum. Fans should expect enhanced security measures when entering Madison Square Garden, including TSA-style screening procedures. Guests are strongly encouraged to arrive at least 2 hours before tip-off to allow additional time for screening and entry. He's a bad Empanada fan. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's just straight up doing bad faith. Is Bad Empanada working with Sex Pestiny? I genuinely think he is. I think he might have just totally switched sides at this point. He just despises, he pulled remember when Glenn Greenwald hated liberals so much that he just basically became a Republican? I think he's actually doing that now. He hates other anti-Zionists so much. He thinks Adam Hamawi is not pro-Palestine. I think he might be getting paid. Not this guy. I'm talking about Bad Empanada, and his fan base is stupid enough to go along with it. Look at Bad Empanada's video history. He started punching right and got a solid base. Then it was 1 in 5 punching left, and 2 in 5. Now it's all punching left. I increasingly believe it's a plant. I think so too. A Mehdi endorsement is how you know it's actually not a huge win for the pro-Palestine movement. You know who's a real hero for the Palestinian cause? Not an anti-Zionist who's being smeared as an Al-Qaeda operative who literally went to Gaza and saved lives in Gaza. A weirdo Cypriot Australian who moved to Argentina, who makes YouTube videos yelling about everyone who is insufficiently pro-Palestine. Yeah. That's who in order for someone to be sufficiently anti-Zionist, you have to be a repulsive freak who constantly yells at other anti-Zionists for not being sufficiently anti-Zionist. You want to watch how slop-brained Bad Empanada is? He literally said you were spreading Jewish conspiracy theories when you were talking about the Jewish Insider. Wait, what? Is he also making anti-Semitism accusations? No, there's no way. I think he chose the opposite lane of that on that conversation. What the? Yeah, didn't this guy literally do a video about GDF's anti-Semitism back in the day? He's an opportunistic hater and an op. He will say anything. He believes in nothing. He called Mike an anti-Semite last year. I don't think he is a Fed. I think he's having a ContraPoint moment. Being too online fried his brain. I used to like him, but he got obsessed with you and it was off-putting. Bad Empanada just farms left to drama because he realized that's the most low-effort way he can farm an audience. He tried to promote Maureen Galindo, but was talking about being an army wife. Exactly what he complained about Plattner and was pushing for her. What the I've never said that Bad Empanada is a op. I've always said he's crazy, but I always thought he was sincere and unhinged. But lately, I'm beginning to change my attitude on it. I no longer think he's sincere. I think he's bad. I mean, he's totally bad faith, and not just like, oh, he's bad faith because he's insane. Like bad faith because I think he's like actively trying to. I think he's actively trying to cause chaos within any kind of like online organizing surrounding anti-Zionism.
Look,
Patrick,
which is great.
Patrick, will you give me permission to read from your screen?
Go for it.
Can we scroll down?
Yes.
This is a great moment for me, taking over your show. Scroll down. Let's keep going.
And there are still people who always, no, there's still always going to be people who, because he uses the right language, and there are always going to be people who want something more radical. That there are always going to be people in this community that go, no, I think he's fine. I think he's just fine. He's just a little mean. He's just a little mean. Buddy, if you're talking about a doctor that went to Gaza and you're saying that a doctor that went to Gaza to save lives is actually not a real anti-Zionist, you're out of your mind. You know, what have you done? You've done nothing. You've literally done nothing. He said his approach is Sinwarian, which is absurd since Sinwar's whole thing was uniting different factions. Yeah, what the Bad Empanada. See, and then there's the stupid people. Chat feels like IDF signifier. Get your American heads out of your American asses. Bad Empanada applies agitated propaganda as he sees fit. Dog, you know what's really funny about this? Bad Empanada used to always say, like, my fans are a part of a cult. You're literally a part of a cult. Okay? You're straight up a part of a cult. I don't know what it is about, like, left position, left, like, ideological tendencies, like, different ideological tendencies, but it's always strange because, like, there's always people like that. There's the Larishites, there was the Black Hammer cult, right? I usually have a pretty good nose. Regardless of my naivete, I have a fairly decent nose at, like, cultish behavior and cultish thinking, and this is turning into a cult. Not really, dude. I'm just tired of American exceptionalism. Yeah, that's what we're doing here. American exceptionalism. Bro, his impact is marginal. You give him more attention than he deserves. It distracts your community from actually doing organizing and focusing on stupid Twitter beefs. Yeah, no, these are like the shining path guys. This is how you end up radicalizing yourself into, like, believing in Lyndon LaRouche or the Shining Path or Bob Avakian's Revolutionary Communist, that kind of thing. The U.S. is the source of all of this, as you know, and your working classes are not organizing. Yeah, which pales in comparison to what you're doing here, which is to constantly chirp. Like, what do you mean? What's the goal here? Do you think you can get every one of the labor aristocracy to, like, successfully kill themselves or something? Because if that's your goal, you're trying, it's not going to work. But, like, what is your solution? It's nothing. You're just posting. You're saying posting is praxis. But at least if you're going to do posting as praxis, you might as well post in the most unhinged ways possible. If we're both posting, you're just posting more repulsive style. That's it. You're not going to post your way to communism. You're not going to post your way into building any sort of robust anti-imperialist movement. Like, you're chirping about FD signifier in my chat. FD signifier. Is that the revolutionary praxis? Complaining about FD signifier in another Twitch streamer's chat? Go organize then, dumbass. The fuck are you talking about? I don't understand. What's the goal here? I once pushed back politely on him going after you got kicked out of the NCI and I got banned, hit him from his comment section for being too much of a fan of you. He calls anyone who disagrees with him his fans, and he are lame as yeah. No, but I'm tired of everyone calling Bad Empanada a maniac when he's just tired of your antics. Oh, brother. My antics, dude. I know. When I inevitably go to federal prison, you'll find a way to justify that too. It's actually deep undercover, right? My antics. Clearly, people in positions of power see what I'm doing to be a significant enough threat because they don't think that just simply chirping about other anti-Zionists on the internet and anti-Zionist content creators not being sufficiently anti-Zionist is probably not the revolutionary praxis that you think is disruptive, okay? You're failing to comprehend what Bad Empanada is doing is unprincipled. It's nothing. It's irrelevant. And not only is it irrelevant, unprincipled, and nothing, it's actually deluding a bunch of other people into participating in this cultish way. Okay? I'm sure there's plenty of fans of mine that would follow me in a similar cultish manner to whichever ideological tendency I go to. But I'd probably lose a fuck lot more if I just stopped advocating for the things that I'm advocating for. If I no longer believe the same things, because people come in here to like hear a different perspective. Okay? But they're here for the politics to a certain degree and the entertainment as well. You are just fighting another YouTuber's battles right now on the internet on a Twitch streamer's chat. Do you feel like this is advancing some kind of cause? Do you feel like this is advancing some kind of cause? Do you feel like Bad Empanada is a figure that has actually shown so much, that has been so impactful in his advocacy, in his organizing, that you feel like he is a figure worthy of defending right now? Like, which one of the last, I don't know, couple of weeks' antics do you think was worthwhile? Okay? Which one of the antics? Was it the efficacy around the deploying the term Zog slave? Was that the productive organizational principles that he was advocating for? Was that what it was? Was it saying Adam Hamawi, a doctor that went to Gaza, is actually not sufficiently anti-Zionist because Mehdi Hasan said he's you know, an important voice against advocacy against Israel, someone who just got elected, who's being called a Al-Qaeda terrorist right now for that reason? Or is it the 750 posts about Graham Plattner that are identical to the New York Times, one of the most Zionist newspapers of all time, using a smear piece from one of the most Zionist newspapers out there? Or do you think it's when he talks about murdering Zoran in the streets, or even murdering me in Cuba, like when he jokes about stuff like that? I know he's joking, but do you think his antics are good? Are his antics revolutionary praxis as opposed to my antics are bad? Can you explain to me which of those things are worthy of not only defending, but also defending so much? Oh, no, his antics are extremely aggro. Oh, okay. I'm asking you seriously, where is the productive discourse? Where's the productive discourse? I know you said you don't like debates and whatnot, but you are in here debating at the behest of Bad Empanada. Where is the meat of the argument that you think is so worthy of defending? That you are so parasocially defending your favorite YouTube streamer. Not only are you parasocially defending your YouTube streamer, but you're also following along with his campaign to call out other content creators and call them IDF signifier or whatever the. Notice how this conversation is entirely about drama. These guys genuinely, I think, a lot of people. He's also not a comrade. For example, the UK ban. Yeah, the fact that Mohammed El Kurd was allowed in, but not Cenk Uygur or Hassan Piker makes the game clear. They want to bring attention to centrists and frame them as radicals. Actual radicals are being allowed to speak, no problem, but they'll get no attention. Yeah, I'm not going to. I speak to Mohammed. It's clear that Bad Empanada doesn't. I'm not going to reveal anything more than that. I don't think Mohammed would agree with that. No, he's saying Mohammed El Kurd is more radical than me, and therefore he was allowed entry into the country, and I wasn't, because they're trying to. It doesn't even make sense, guys. It doesn't make any sense. They're trying to say that he's trying to say that the UK banned me from entering the country, so there's like more attention towards me and not more radical speakers like Mohammed Al Kurd, right? And it's just conspiratorial, delusional thinking. They're trying to say like, oh, these guys are actively trying to make Hassan the face of the pro-Palestine movement because he's a centrist in comparison to Mohammed Al Kurd or other people. Okay, so why did they ban others as well? What's the Palestinian soccer reporter who started reporting for Dropsite, who was in Gaza? Why did they ban him then? Was he not radical enough? Yeah. Actually, his visa was revoked to frame him as a radical Islam. Mohammed El Kurd got in, no problem. I saw this when he said it. Like, he genuinely is insane. And it's kind of stupid, too. He's, like, remarkably stupid. He's very well read. But I think his mental illness sometimes stops his brain from functioning appropriately. It's not dissimilar to assuming that the New York Times report on Graham Plattner was also an op to boost Graham Plattner, because deep down inside, they know that he's secretly going to be a reliable vote for Israel. Okay? Do you understand? Yes, dude. He's literally just D-logic but leftist coded, idiotic shit, can never be correct or valid. You are always the op. Exactly. No matter what evidence is suggested to the contrary, no matter how hard Zionist advocacy groups go after me, there's always a hidden underlying thing, because the highest priority for Bad Empanada has become the exact same thing for Destiny. That's why they always work backwards from that highest priority, and that is Hasan is bad. Okay? That's literally it. I don't know what causes people to behave this way. It's got to be something I'm doing. Maybe it's the algorithms that benefit it, and people slowly but surely, especially content creators, because this doesn't happen in the real world, but it does happen to content creators. I think the highest priority for a lot of these guys becomes, oh, if I say Hasan, I'll be able to draw people. I'll be able to gain attention and gain new followers. The algorithm will boost it. And then they work backwards from that position. I think that's what it is. It's additionally ironic because Bad Empanada saw this with his own two eyes and even wrote about it, right? He made a video about it. He joins the likes of D, Roach, and E, where Hasan Bad is a pillar for every take. Even when they're cornered, they just make shit up. Yeah. That way, you can abdicate all responsibility from your personal actions or your personal inaction, right? Because at the end of the day, there's always a figure, a polarizing figure you can point to and go, well, he does something worse, right? I think that's what it is. El Kurd got in, no problem. I saw this when he said it. Like, he genuinely is insane. And it's kind of stupid, too. He's, like, remarkably stupid. He's very well read. But I think his mental illness sometimes stops his brain from functioning appropriately. It's not dissimilar to assuming that the New York Times report on Graham Plattner was also an op to boost Graham Plattner, because deep down inside, they know that he's secretly going to be a reliable vote for Israel. Okay? Do you understand? Yes, dude. He's literally just D-logic but leftist coded, idiotic shit, can never be correct or valid. You are always the op. Exactly. No matter what evidence is suggested to the contrary, no matter how hard Zionist advocacy groups go after me, there's always a hidden underlying thing, because the highest priority for Bad Empanada has become the exact same thing for Destiny. That's why they always work backwards from that highest priority, and that is Hasan is bad. Okay? That's literally it. I don't know what causes people to behave this way. It's got to be something I'm doing. Maybe it's the algorithms that benefit it, and people slowly but surely, especially content creators, because this doesn't happen in the real world, but it does happen to content creators. I think the highest priority for a lot of these guys becomes, oh, if I say Hasan, I'll be able to draw people. I'll be able to gain attention and gain new followers. The algorithm will boost it. And then they work backwards from that position. I think that's what it is. It's additionally ironic because Bad Empanada saw this with his own two eyes and even wrote about it, right? He made a video about it. He joins the likes of D, Roach, and E, where Hasan Bad is a pillar for every take. Even when they're cornered, they just make shit up. Yeah. That way, you can abdicate all responsibility from your personal actions or your personal inaction, right? Because at the end of the day, there's always a figure, a polarizing figure you can point to and go, well, he does something worse, right? I think that's what it is.
Keep going, keep going. Stop. So the former president's margin of victory over Harris is a minuscule 1.6 percentage point. Actually, it's 1.5. It went down after that. Smaller than that of every winning president since 1888 other than JFK and Richard Nixon. In fact, in the 55 presidential elections in which the popular vote winner became president, listen to this. Oh, your viewers are getting some good facts today. 49 of those 55 elections were won with a margin bigger than Donald Trump's in 2024. I hope the president is watching your show. I know he's a friend of yours. He's coming on the show.
Can you do me a favor?
Donald Trump, you lost.
Can you show
you won with a
how many
49th
counties?
Who gives a about counties?
Won.
I'm showing you the margin of victory.
Dude, Mehdi.
He won by 1.5.
Anybody
you can raise your voice, but I've already done my receipts.
If there's anybody that has room to say anything, look at this here.
My receipts are up.
Look at this here. You
Patrick,
run away. Look
I love
at this here.
You know, land doesn't vote.
Converted Muslims into Republicans.
Patrick, you know, land doesn't vote. I love these maps. That's land.
You showed us that.
Land doesn't vote.
Dude,
I gave you the numbers.
Voted for him.
Still more for the Democrats.
No. Muslims went from 24% for Trump in 2020 to 31%.
Patrick, I'm not on the right.
He's winning your people over.
Patrick, and it kills me. Patrick, I'm not on the right. I'm not an election denier. Donald Trump won, but he didn't win 50% of the vote. You know, people say he won the popular vote. You know, he didn't win a majority of the votes. He's run in 3 elections.
I know that, but
you know, he's run 3 elections.
You know who's the last
majority
Republican that has?
George W. Bush.
Yeah, it's the last one that did it. It's not a. That's not like oh my God, he didn't win the majority. You know.
But he hasn't. But he brags and says he does. But he's never won a majority of the vote. Today he's polling in the 30s. He's lost, by the way, he's lost all that support from Latinos, young people, and Muslims. You accept that, right? That coalition he put together is gone now.
Yeah. So this the part where guys like you come out and they'll say what they'll say.
They'll say facts.
Did you see the spot? Did you see his endorsement? How they did? Did you see his endorsement? How they did? Everybody he picked. Did you see how many of them won?
Oh, in the primaries.
Yeah. Did you see?
Great news for Democrats.
Great news. Tell me why.
You think James Tallarico wants to run against Paxton or Cornyn?
I'm actually curious. Tell me why.
No, he picks horrible candidates. Remember, what was the Georgia candidate? They should have won Georgia and they lost. Who did they put up? Herschel Walker. Remember that? Remember Herschel Walker?
I remember.
Remember the dude in Alabama?
He had a hard time speaking.
Remember the dude in Alabama who was accused of child molestation that he denied? I can't remember his name. Alabama guy from his first term. He backed him. He lost.
Talk about now.
He picks.
Talk about
picks
now.
Bad.
117. 117.
Yeah, but why would you back Paxton? Let's just talk about the main.
Tell me why you. So you like establishment candidates? Like
not about what
40 plus years.
I hate John Cornyn. I hate Ken Paxton. But who would you want to run against? I want the Democrats to win the Senate, obviously, to save democracy.
So you think Tallarico does better with Paxton than he does with Cornyn?
You don't?
I'm asking you.
I'm asking you.
No, I ask you.
I 100% think he's going
to do better.
Well, the polls show he's doing better.
Yeah.
I mean, just trust the polls. He's leading in the
So
polls.
you think his power? By the way, do you guys in your family celebrate Pride Month?
Do we celebrate Pride Month?
Yeah, I mean,
what does
Pride
that mean?
Month. I'm just asking. Like, do you have a way of celebrating Pride Month? Because Tallarico.
Not personally, but I support people who do. Do you see Mamdani yesterday?
No.
Interesting couple of posts. You know, he was like Muslim Sharia. He's an extremist.
What do you say?
People on your side. 9 a.m. he posts Happy Pride Month. Mayor of New York.
Yeah.
Midday, Happy Eid. Hosted Eid at Gracie Mansion. That's modern America. People that want to make this guy into some kind of extremist. You guys on your show. I see you getting worked up about prayers in New York. This guy. Zoran Mamdani.
You think okay, so by the way, I think Tallarico's formidable. It's not like I don't think he's formidable. I think he's a very good communicator. I think he's to be honest with you, I think he's a better version of Pete Buttigieg. I think he's a better version of Pete Buttigieg.
Okay.
I think he's got a bigger upside than Pete Buttigieg.
Okay.
So I think
he's very talented.
I think he's very talented.
I want to interview him again. He's a very, very good talker. His policies are good. Texas is difficult. My wife is from Texas. I spend a lot of time in Texas. I'm under no illusions. It's a difficult state to win, but it's not as red as Republicans want you to believe.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
And I think that they could have probably won with Cornyn, but I think now it's in play. And you have to ask, what is Donald Trump's political strategy? You know, Patrick, that every Republican senator is pulling their hair out wondering, what the hell did Donald Trump do here? He's now put the Senate in play in a way it wasn't in play before. Because even if Paxton wins Texas, they have to divert a bunch of resources from other states which need them more to protect him. That's the problem, strategically.
For Paxton or Tallarico?
For the Republicans trying to save their Senate majority, they're going to have to divert resources to
you know how much money
Texas.
they're going to spend on this?
Yeah, but it could have been spent elsewhere.
We're going to see the money going there in ways we've never seen
But it
before.
could have been spent elsewhere.
Could be. I mean, that's the part about...
They got a tough race in Michigan. They got a tough race all over.
By the way, just out of curiosity.
They're losing in North Carolina.
I'm curious what you're going to say with this. So out of curiosity, you have two people to choose as a candidate. One is a hardcore Republican, capitalist, pro-Trump guy who's a Muslim. Second one is a hardcore socialist, progressive, liberal who is a Christian. Which do you vote for?
Obviously, I vote for the person whose values and policies I support. I don't vote based on religion.
So you would vote for the second person?
Of course.
Because the values and principles.
Of course. I don't vote based on.
How is that shocking? Why would that be shocking? Who the would be like, oh, I'm voting for the Muslim every time? What the? How is that confusing?
Religion. Mehmet Oz ran against John Fetterman. He would have been the first Muslim senator. If Abdul El-Sayed pulls it off in Michigan, he will be the first ever Muslim member of the United States Senate in American history.
Yeah, we've
this
never
year.
had one.
We never had one.
Yeah.
Mehmet Oz
We have
could have
5 congressmen.
Mehmet Oz could have been the first Muslim
But he would have
senator.
been a Republican.
Exactly, and his policies were horrible.
So for
His
you,
fealty to
that's a no-go.
Yeah, because I don't care. It would be nice
So
to say, hey,
policies
I'm Muslim.
over
of
faith.
course. But then, by the way, who did I back against him? Literally the worst Democratic senator, he turned out to be John Fetterman. But let's put that to one side. But Mehmet Oz, yeah, I don't vote on religion. I think it's crazy if people vote on religion. You shouldn't vote on religion.
Okay, so
Muslims shouldn't vote for Muslims. Jews shouldn't vote for Jews. Christians vote. You should vote based on your policy platform, the principles and values.
Do you think we'll have
Muslims are not a monolith. I don't agree with all Muslims. You just mentioned some of them who vote for Trump.
do you think long term America will be at a point where we'll have a Muslim governor or a Muslim president?
Muslim governor, I hope. Maybe Mamdani. He can't be president, right? So where does he go next after
Well, he
mayor?
could be governor.
He could be governor, he could be senator, right? He can't go anywhere else. Secretary of State, whatever it is.
Yeah.
He can't be president, sadly.
Not even
tragically.
VP, right? VP, you can't
No,
even be
because
VP.
you have to be-
So Speaker of the House, you could be.
Would you rather have a piece of toast with shit on it, but it's your favorite brand, or a peanut butter jelly sandwich, but it's made with Sara Lee bread? I'm going to get you on this. I'm a numbers guy. I'm going to get you on this, okay?
No, I think that if he chooses to go that route,
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. Because
Can you pull that up,
Speaker
Rob?
of the House is third in line to the
I
presidency.
think you could be Speaker.
But then what if the president, vice
I know,
president, God
I
forbid,
know, on the
dies?
same plane, but that's why they're not on the same flight when they go. You'll notice some of the stuff that they do.
Well, I don't know. I don't know the answer to the question. If you're,
listen.
if you're ineligible from the presidency, can you be in the
Yes,
line of
the
succession?
Constitution does not require the Speaker of the House to be born in the U.S.
But it
So,
means they would have to skip past the speaker if something happened.
yeah,
to the
it would go to
president. Okay.
somebody else.
So he could run for Congress, be speaker, he could be whatever. So, but to come back to your question, yes, Muslim governor, I think hopefully very soon.
Yeah.
Inshallah, as Joe Biden might say. And president, I don't think for a while. Look, let's first get a woman president. This country is so behind the rest of the world. We haven't had a woman leader. Pakistan's had a woman leader.
He's such a freaking lib. I mean, I know he's angling it to talk about AOC probably, but even them, bro. New dump. Oh my God, big dookie dumps. Nithya Raman, new dump as of 2 minutes ago. Nithya Raman is closing the gap on Spencer Pratt at an exceptionally fast pace. Even bigger margin today. Another large drop moved sharply in her direction. Pratt's path was already very narrow, and this latest update may have made it even harder to see. What about Steyer? LA race. LA mayor. Oh my God. Oh my God. 26.2% to 27.3%. Oh my God, the mules. Oh my God, the mules, dude. Oh, the mules are kicking. It's diarrhea dumps. Oh, it's dookie time. Oh my, I think it's out. I mean, I don't want to say it, but it kind of feels like it might be done. Because at this rate, given the trend line so far with closer to E-Day votes now being counted, the closer you get to the E-Day, the higher the percentages are by wider and wider margins for Nithya Raman as opposed to Spencer Pratt. There are still likely a ton of votes left to count, and Steyer will likely finish within a point or two of Hilton. So yes, Katie Porter will probably end up being a spoiler, even if you split her votes evenly between Becerra and Steyer. Been sneaking Steyer votes up my ass. Steyer LA dumps. Oh, plus 9.5 for Steyer. Holy shit, dude. Everyone that was a Steyer Nithya Raman voter literally came in at the last moment to vote. Like, the closer it gets to E-Day, the more they vote, the more likely they are to vote for Tom Steyer and Nithya Raman. Katie Porter update? Yeah. I know. But I don't think Steyer is going to make it either. Yeah, I don't think it's looking too good for the Steyer bros. Steyer bros, it might be Jover. She made up 14,000 votes in just a 40K drop. There are 190,000 votes left, and she only needs 7,000. It's over. Pratt is cooked. I mean, if it keeps going the way that it has been going, yeah, it's over for it's over for Spencer Pratt. Turns out maybe it wasn't California. Actually, the Javier Becerra Tom Steyer race shows it is still California. LA County's update of 58,558 more votes in LA mayor's race breaks 40% to Raman, 33 Bass, 17.7 Pratt, shaving another 13,178 votes from his lead for second place. Rahman now trails by just 7,494 votes and will likely overtake Pratt with the next batch. If it keeps going at 10% of the pace it's been going, she wins. She's way ahead of what she needs to win at this pace, to be honest. Yeah. You are still too negative. Tom will win. Dude, Tom's margins are way gnarlier. Come on. Obviously, it's the governor's race, so there's a lot more votes to make up for, but his margins are not looking good, okay? Oh my God, should have been Ray. Dog, come on. Like, yeah, there's still more votes left to count, and Steyer will likely finish within a point or two of Hilton. Pratt is probably taking this really well and has no concerns about mules or mail-in ballots. Yeah, I want to know how Spencer Pratt is gonna view this possible loss. I mean, he's been talking about how he had this in the bag. With a 17-point net gain, Steyer hits exactly the benchmark he needs in Los Angeles to keep the race for second competitive. He needs similar number from Orange as well. Well, that's probably not going to happen, right? I can tell you exactly what's happening. The Supreme Court is going to declare late arriving mail-in ballots illegal this summer. That would be nutty. I hope you're not right. They're going to say something like election day is election day. If Nithya Raman versus Karen Bass, who wins, I think is a competitive race. But Nithya Raman has to literally get like a speech coach or something, like a debate coach. Because I was so nice. Like, obviously, I had, some serious questions that I wanted to ask her. But that was like failing an open book test. You know what I mean? Like, there are obviously areas where she shines. Transit, and combating homelessness. But in a contentious environment, she clams up. And I'm not just saying that because Ryan Grimm just said she's taking pro-Israel money. Who is? Nithya Raman is? That'd be really funny. If she's currently taking she's taking pro-Israel money while simultaneously coming on my show is crazy. I'll look into it. Yes, he said it on Friday. On Breaking Points, I'll ask him about it. Spencer Pratt breaks silence in chilling response to LA fraud election theft. Evidence goes viral. Hashtag vote Pratt. Update. Hashtag save LA. By the way, I think it's pronounced Rahman, not Ramen. No, I think it is Ramen. I thought it was Rahman as well. Orange County drop. Steyer cooked. Is it over? Is it Jover? Steyer heads? Every day we have a dump day. We have a dump moment. Orange County drop. Orange County dumps. Santa Clara County 6-6 drop. Steyer at +10. Not even beating Becerra in Billionaire Row. Yikes. 5.9 in Orange County. That's good, right? Or is it not good? Steyer is still 300,000 votes away from second. How did Michigan's largest labor union endorse their actual working class candidate like Abdul, but we get the opposite with our unions? Don't even get me started. The orange drop is close to what he needs. Actually, you take his number and add it to Hilton. That's 13.4. That's just short of what he needs, but he's been overperforming in other places. This will be very close. Steyer's check to me bounced, so I didn't do my mule drop. Sorry, guys. Notice how besides Shoykot, it's the candidates that are not outspoken about the genocide who are lacking in these races. Yeah, but Shoykot was outspoken and he got clobbered. Let's be real. Raman needs to beat Pratt by 8.7 points in the remaining vote today. Instead, she won this drop by 22.5 points, and it was a large batch. That puts Nithya Raman on track to join Karen Bass in November, runoff between the two Democrats. Yeah. I think LA might be saved, boys. I think LA might have been rid of the Spencer Pratt cancer. Why don't you believe in Cali racism? Old white guy versus old Latino guy? Come on, America, you got that dog in you? No. I'm going to be honest with you. This is a literal crime scene. There's no way this is an honest election. Oh my God. Everyone who was like you were way too hard on California. We can do this. Are you kidding me? The fact that there's a race at all is enough of a reason for me to be sufficiently hard on California. That's number one. Number two, we need better candidates. Like, I'm sorry. That's crazy. That's crazy. And also, California is the one state where Latino privilege is higher than white privilege. Well, obviously not when it comes to, systemic racism and whatnot. But in an election, being Latino would probably be more beneficial than being an old white billionaire. Well, not just California is not the only state, but in comparison to everywhere else. Conservatives are saying the California Democratic establishment is stealing the second place spot from Pratt, but in reality, they wanted him to be in the runoff more than anyone because he'd lose by a lot. Yeah, that's true. That's unironically true. Karen Bass is probably pissed off. Karen Bass probably hates that it's Spencer Pratt versus Karen Bass. Starr got solid numbers today in 3 of his better late vote counties, but still only outran Hilton compared to 6-2 numbers by 16.7 points in the aggregate this morning. He likely needed closer to 17.2 points the rest of the way. That is enough to suggest this may take a couple more days to call, but not enough to change overall.
America will be at a point where we'll have a Muslim governor or a Muslim president.
Muslim governor, I hope. Maybe Mamdani. He can't be president, right? So where does he go next? After
He
mayor?
could be governor.
He could be governor. He could be senator, right? He can't go anywhere else. Secretary of State, whatever it is.
Yeah.
He can't be president, sadly.
Not even
tragically.
VP, right? VP, you can't even be
because
VP.
you have to be...
So Speaker of the House, you could be.
Would you rather have a piece of toast with shit on it, but it's your favorite brand, or a peanut butter jelly sandwich, but it's made with Sara Lee bread? I'm going to get you on this. I'm a numbers guy. I'm going to get you on this, okay?
No, I think that if he chooses to go that route.
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. Because
Can you pull that up,
Speaker
Rob?
of the House is third in line to the
I
presidency.
think you could be Speaker.
But then what if the president, vice president, God
I
forbid,
know,
dies?
on the same plane, but that's why they're not on the same flight when they go. You'll notice some of the stuff that they do.
Well, I don't know the answer to the question. If you're ineligible from the presidency, can you be in the line
Yes,
of
the
succession?
Constitution does not require the Speaker of the House to be born in the U.S.
But it means they would have to skip past the Speaker if something happened.
Yeah,
to the
it would go to
president.
somebody else.
So he could run for Congress, be Speaker, he could be whatever. But to come back to your question, yes, Muslim governor, I think hopefully very soon.
Yeah.
Inshallah, as Joe Biden might say. And president, I don't think for a while. Look, let's first get a woman president. This country is so behind the rest of the world. We haven't had a woman leader. Pakistan's had a woman leader.
He's such a freaking lib. I mean, I know he's angling it to talk about AOC probably, but even them, bro. New dump. Oh my God, big dookie dumps. Nithya Raman, new dump as of 2 minutes ago. Nithya Raman is closing the gap on Spencer Pratt at an exceptionally fast pace. Even bigger margin today. Another large drop moved sharply in her direction. Pratt's path was already very narrow, and this latest update may have made it even harder to see. What about Steyer? LA race. LA mayor. Oh my God. Oh my God. 26.2% to 27.3%. Oh my God, the mules. Oh my God, the mules, dude. Oh, the mules are kicking. It's diarrhea dumps. Oh, it's dookie time. Oh my, I think it's out. I mean, I don't want to say it, but it kind of feels like it might be done. Because at this rate, given the trend line so far with closer to E-Day votes now being counted, the closer you get to the E-Day, the higher the percentages are by wider and wider margins for Nithya Raman as opposed to Spencer Pratt. There are still likely a ton of votes left to count, and Steyer will likely finish within a point or two of Hilton. So yes, Katie Porter will probably end up being a spoiler, even if you split her votes evenly between Becerra and Steyer. Been sneaking Steyer votes up my ass. Steyer LA dumps. Oh, plus 9.5 for Steyer. Holy shit, dude. Everyone that was a Steyer Nithya Raman voter literally came in at the last moment to vote. Like, the closer it gets to E-Day, the more they vote, the more likely they are to vote for Tom Steyer and Nithya Raman. Katie Porter update? Yeah. I know. But I don't think Steyer is going to make it either. Yeah, I don't think it's looking too good for the Steyer bros. Steyer bros, it might be Jover. She made up 14,000 votes in just a 40K drop. There are 190,000 votes left, and she only needs 7,000. It's over. Pratt is cooked. I mean, if it keeps going the way that it has been going, yeah, it's over for it's over for Spencer Pratt. Turns out maybe it wasn't California. Actually, the Javier Becerra Tom Steyer race shows it is still California. LA County's update of 58,558 more votes in LA Mayor's race breaks 40% to Rahman, 33 Bass, 17.7 Pratt, shaving another 13,178 votes from his lead for second place. Rahman now trails by just 7,494 votes and will likely overtake Pratt with the next batch. If it keeps going at 10% of the pace it's been going, she wins. She's way ahead of what she needs to win at this pace, to be honest. Yeah. You are still too negative. Tom will win. Dude, Tom's margins are way gnarlier. Come on. Obviously, it's the governor's race, so there's a lot more votes to make up for, but his margins are not looking good, okay? Oh my God, should have been Ray. Dog, come on. Like, yeah, there's still more votes left to count, and Steyer will likely finish within a point or two of Hilton. Pratt is probably taking this really well and has no concerns about mules or mail-in ballots. Yeah, I want to know how Spencer Pratt is gonna view this possible loss. I mean, he's been talking about how he had this in the bag. With a 17-point net gain, Steyer hits exactly the benchmark he needs in Los Angeles to keep the race for second competitive. He needs similar number from Orange as well. Well, that's probably not going to happen, right? I can tell you exactly what's happening. The Supreme Court is going to declare late arriving mail-in ballots illegal this summer. That would be nutty. I hope you're not right. They're going to say something like election day is election day. If Nithya Raman versus Karen Bass, who wins, I think is a competitive race. But Nithya Raman has to literally get like a speech coach or something, like a debate coach. Because I was so nice. Like, obviously, I had, some serious questions that I wanted to ask her. But that was like failing an open book test. You know what I mean? Like, there are obviously areas where she shines. Transit. And combating homelessness. But in a contentious environment, she clams up. And I'm not just saying that because Ryan Grimm just said she's taking pro-Israel money. Who is? Nithya Raman is? That'd be really funny. If she's currently taking she's taking pro-Israel money while simultaneously coming on my show is crazy. I'll look into it. Yes, he said it on Friday. On Breaking Points, I'll ask him about it. Spencer Pratt breaks silence in chilling response to LA fraud election theft. Evidence goes viral. Hashtag vote Pratt. Update. Hashtag save LA. By the way, I think it's pronounced Rahman, not Ramen. No, I think it is Ramen. I thought it was Rahman as well. Orange County drop. Steyer cooked. Is it over? Is it Jover? Steyer heads? Every day we have a dump day. We have a dump moment. Orange County drop. Orange County dumps. Santa Clara County 6-6 drop. Steyer at plus 10. Oh. Not even beating Becerra in Billionaire Row. Yikes. 5.9 in Orange County. That's good, right? Or is it not good? Steyer is still 300,000 votes away from second. How did Michigan's largest labor union endorse their actual working class candidate like Abdul, but we get the opposite with our unions? Don't even get me started. The orange drop is close to what he needs. Actually, you take his number and add it to Hilton. That's 13.4. That's just short of what he needs, but he's been overperforming in other places. This will be very close. Steyer's check to me bounced, so I didn't do my mule drop. Sorry, guys. Notice how besides Shoykot, it's the candidates that are not outspoken about the genocide who are lacking in these races. Yeah, but Shoykot was outspoken and he got clobbered. Let's be real. Raman needs to beat Pratt by 8.7 points in the remaining vote today. Instead, she won this drop by 22.5 points, and it was a large batch. That puts Nithya Raman on track to join Karen Bass in November runoff between the two Democrats. Yeah. I think LA might be saved, boys. I think LA might have been rid of the Spencer Pratt cancer. Why don't you believe in Cali racism? Old white guy versus old Latino guy? Come on, America, you got that dog in you? No. I'm going to be honest with you. This is a literal crime scene. There's no way this is an honest election. Oh my God. Everyone who was like you were way too hard on California. We can do this. Are you kidding me? The fact that there's a race at all is enough of a reason for me to be sufficiently hard on California. That's number one. Number two, we need better candidates. Like, I'm sorry. That's crazy. That's crazy. And also, California is the one state where Latino privilege is higher than white privilege. Well, obviously not when it comes to, systemic racism and whatnot. But in an election, being Latino would probably be more beneficial than being an old white billionaire. Well, not just California is not the only state, but in comparison to everywhere else. Conservatives are saying the California Democratic establishment is stealing the second place spot from Pratt, but in reality, they wanted him to be in the runoff more than anyone because he'd lose by a lot. Yeah, that's true. That's unironically true. Karen Bass is probably pissed off. Karen Bass probably hates that it's Spencer Pratt versus Karen Bass. Starr got solid numbers today in 3 of his better late vote counties, but still only outran Hilton compared to 6-2 numbers by 16.7 points in the aggregate this morning. He likely needed closer to 17.2 points the rest of the way. That is enough to suggest this may take a couple more days to call, but not enough to change the overall picture. As of now, Hilton has a firm hold on the race for second. Steyer heads, get in here. Don't let HasanAbi doomerism kill you. Yeah, sorry. I meant Karen Bass hates that it's her versus Ramen rather than this is your mayor.
As both a leader in our state legislature and a representative of Los Angeles, my goal has been a simple one, to actually make a difference. So that's why I first have to say that this day and this new church of Scientology is an exciting moment because I know your goal and your commitment.
Bro, you know how people talk about the Ro Khanna cycle, myself included? I think what's even stranger than that is the Karen Bass cycle. Get you a woman who can do both. Like, Karen Bass will go and deliver a keynote speech at the Church of Scientology with this ass music, but then also simultaneously will be like one of the biggest advocates for Cuba. You know what I mean? Karen Bass's background is so strange. In 1973, Bass, who's now a potential pick for Biden's vice president, traveled to Cuba with the Venceremos Brigade. I didn't have any illusions that the people in Cuba had the same freedoms I did, she said. Of course, scene of the crime, Edward Isaac Dover. She's also the only person in Biden's list who spent part of the 1970s working construction in Fidel Castro's Cuba with the Venceremos Brigade, a group that has organized annual trips to Cuba for young leftist Americans for half a century. Yeah, he's the hatchet man for anyone who's like ostensibly left. The Biden campaign knows about Bass's history with the brigade, which began as a joint venture of the Castro government and Students for a Democratic Society, a leftist anti-war organization that gave birth to the Weather Underground terrorist group. She told Biden's vetting committee weeks ago that this was probably going to come up. So far, it hasn't been a deal breaker. In fact, her potential to drive up African-American votes might help in Florida among voters who traditionally haven't been paid as much attention in the state. Isn't that crazy? As a Chicano that's not from California, I've been seeing Chicano pride accounts on Instagram calling Becerra a win for our people. Pure and unadulterated id poll with no class analysis whatsoever. It's disappointing because him being Latino is the only thing that matters. Yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised by that because, like, I feel like Latino voters don't usually do that. You know? Is that Scientology speech fake? What the fuck is America? Yeah. Another analyst saying Steyer's path is narrow. Not the Orange County drop Steyer campaign wanted. Luckily for him, the Santa Clara drop was just strong enough to help limit the damage. The race still isn't callable, but you're starting to have to squint to see a path for him. Yeah, it's not good. He's getting squeezed. He's getting squeezed, Steyer bros. I genuinely believe the biggest issue for Steyer was that he was not seen as sincere by a lot of people because he's a billionaire. Okay. And the only way he could have developed that loyalty is if he just made a bold declarative statement about Israel. I still believe it. He needed the alt. I feel like if he had done that, all the youth vote that went to Becerra would have been like, no, because Becerra would have to position himself as being supportive of Israel, because that's how all of the rest of the pile is. With no baggage, with no prior baggage, with tremendous amounts of credibility. You could literally be like, my father was a Nuremberg prosecutor. I know a genocide when I see it. If he just came out of the gate swinging like that, holy shit, dude. I think he would have cleaned house, especially because this would have polarized all of the other candidates, not dissimilar to Abdul El-Sayed going up against Mallory McMorrow in a much, much purpler state than California, by the way. Remember that. He's running for governor. Dog, what are you talking about? Are we stupid? He's running for governor in the state of California. California invests millions of dollars in Israeli bonds. What are you talking about? Yeah, he controls over $1 trillion in pension funds, dude. Like, that's just one aspect of this. California is a massive state with, like, even if you're not, for the record, even if you're talking about, like, as far as what the does a governor have to do with the foreign state, there's a shit ton. Gavin Newsom literally flew to Israel October 8th. What are you talking about? Gavin Newsom literally flew to Israel. He was the first American elected to fly to Israel. He literally flew there before Joe Biden did. Okay? What the fuck is the California governor doing there? I don't know. That's number one. Number two, yeah, was a first responder, bro. And number two, I mean, Steyer stood 10 toes down with trans people, which is objectively more bold in Israel right now. Buddy, yes. But also, that's not enough to gain him attention. That's not enough to gain him attention because the trans issue is a polarizing one. It shows that he's earnest on that issue, but it's not the same as like taking a strong stance on Israel, an issue that objectively people are hyper focused on. Unfortunately, a lot of people, even pro-trans people, don't pay close attention to whether a politician is pro-trans or not. And there's not that many trans people in general, right? Yeah, Israel, on the other hand, is unbearably unpopular amongst the masses and seemingly the most popular thing amongst the political class, which is precisely why you drive home that wedge, to showcase that you're a different kind of candidate, to show that you're earnest. I feel like you might be overestimating how many people are focused on Israel, but I agree it would have helped to an extent. No, dude, Israel is the entry point into having people pay attention to you. If you're going to look at it from a totally cynical perspective, okay? Because he had all of the money to get the name recognition, but regardless of the name recognition, there wasn't enough. There wasn't enough trust because he's a billionaire. And Chaddo's not getting that him self-sabotaging on a much more popular issue than the trans issue by failing to be on the less bold side of the public opinion might have very well cost him this election. It was one of the most overwhelmingly popular issues he could have easily used to distinguish himself from other candidates and also basically get his like major argument that he is a credible guy. Okay? It would have boosted tremendously with his credibility. Because that was his biggest weakness. He's not credible. People did not see him as credible. People learned about him because his name was everywhere, because he was spending hundreds of millions of dollars. Right? Yeah, contrast with Claire, who's attacking her opponent on being silent being silent during the genocide.
Okay, Ms. Valdez, your turn to ask a question.
Mr. President, for the last 2.5 years ago, the Israeli government made it very clear that they intended to wage a full-on genocide in Gaza. Since then, many others have been in the streets calling for a ceasefire, calling for the end of U.S. complicity in that genocide, but I never saw you there. As far as I can tell, I don't believe you've ever called for a ceasefire, and the first time you called it a genocide was when you launched this congressional campaign. What took you so long?
Well, what's happening in Gaza is an atrocity.
Claire's so awesome. Anyway, look, it's not up to me in any way, shape, or form. You know what I mean? I said what I said. I have my lines, you know. I will, you know, I'd like to see no Republicans on the ballot. That's what I'd like.
Bangladesh has had a woman leader. Most European countries have had a woman leader. America still needs to do that basic thing. And
Just a genuine question. Why not endorse Tom Steyer if he aligns more with their politics versus the other candidates? I think endorsing a billionaire as a socialist is already ridiculous. And in order for that to happen, he needs to establish more credibility. And if he had come out in our conversation and straight up was like, Israel's doing a genocide, I'm in favor of an arms embargo, I would have endorsed him on the spot. He would be the only candidate on that with viability. He would be the only candidate with viability on that stage in the top 5 that would have said that. Viability at that point supersedes ideological consistency, or not ideological consistency, ideological alignment. Because if not, then Ramsey Robinson's right there. You know what I mean? There's a very good chance that Rahman will pass Pratt and this race will be callable in less than 24 hours. This might actually be the result of him being honest. He's not willing to lie about his position on Israel to win an election. I know, but he should have done the reading and realized the truth regardless. He's an adult, you know? I think what he should do is fund the Democratic Socialists of America. I think he should be the Engels of the American socialist movement. If he actually is a real one and he cares about this, instead of spending all this money on the race, he could have literally just given that money, lump sum, to a political organization and change the game entirely and be written in the annals, in the halls of heroes, revolutionary heroes. Like, think about it. It's what? How much did he use? He used like $100 million on this race, right? $200 million, more than that, $200 plus million. You know what the DSA could do with $200 plus million? Oh my God. Oh my God. With $200 million, the DSA could literally start an actual party and fight for ballot access in many states. The DSA could set up its own payment processor for $200 million. That's not ActBlue. I mean, that would probably be the biggest waste.
What do you, your thoughts on, you know, a lot of people in America, you got things that's happening in Texas with that one city, what is it called? Epic City or something like that in Plano, Texas.
Yeah.
What do you say to some conservatives that are worried about Sharia law making it into America?
I would say, please do not worry. You're being lied to. You're being gaslit. You're being distracted. This is a fake moral panic that's been blown up.
Because it'll never happen, or because Sharia law is not that bad?
Because it's not. Two different things. Number one, Sharia law's not what you think it is, but that we can park that for discussion for a moment. I'll come to that. It's not happening. There's nobody I know who's pushing Sharia law in this country. It's completely fake, and it's being pushed in ridiculous places, not just Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana. Did you see the lieutenant governor of Indiana said recently, we need to hate Islam. It's a demonic religion, right? And I'm going to fight radical Islam and Sharia. Do you know what the Muslim population of Indiana is? Less than 1%. Like, this is ridiculous fear-mongering.
It has 3x the U.S., I think, in the last 26 years, if I'm not mistaken. Muslim population.
But it's still less,
not Indiana.
But it's even nationwide. What is it? 1 to 2%.
I want to say 4.5 million.
It's which is what?
Yeah, you're right. It's 1 or 2%. But by the way, you're 3x and in 26 years.
I'm a numbers guy. One Muslim is too many.
Years. Okay. It's not like you're not doing a good job. You're growing.
We're growing. Elon Musk wants people to have more kids. But my point being is, it's not going to happen. But also, a few things. Number one, please let's not talk in this demonizing way about Muslim communities being a threat to you, because it has real world consequences. We just saw in San Diego, a mosque was attacked by 2 Nazi teenagers who shot and killed 3 people, including the security guard, who had 8 kids. Police say he was a hero, saved 100 kids in that mosque, in the school, right? Murdered by 2 guys. Do you read their manifesto? I don't like reading these shooters' manifestos.
I did them. I read the whole thing.
Some of the lines in there are crazy. They say, you know what they say?
Towards everybody.
You know, towards everybody. Jews, women, Muslims, gay. But the line about Muslims is really scary, because they say, we don't hate Muslims. We hate Islam. We hate the invasion of our country. That is rhetoric that you hear on right-wing media. That is rhetoric that you hear in the House of Representatives. That is what you hear from Randy Fine. That is what you hear from Republicans. That is what you hear in America. So that is not just some Nazi shooter. That is mainstream rhetoric that has been mainstreamed on the right, and has real-world consequences. If you say, look, I've seen some of your shows. You've talked about Muslims praying in Times Square, that being some kind of threat. I would say just have a sense of what the real world consequences of our rhetoric can be. Words have consequences. Crazy people out there can pick up weapons and think Muslims are coming to take over my country.
You know, I would tell you, I've interviewed a lot of weird people on my podcast. A lot. You tell them, I'll have them on. I don't have a problem talking to anybody. I had a great conversation with Wes Moore.
Yeah.
What was it, 5 weeks ago? I've had mobsters on, Sammy the Bull. I've had Kobe on. I've had, you know, many different people on. You know what's the only one that brought so many death threats? Bibi was the only one. I've had a lot of people on.
Okay.
Multiple presidents. We did a podcast with Bibi. I've never told this story publicly, so they'll know. It was on my birthday, and I come out of the podcast. My security says, there's a guy in the front lobby that just got caught with cops with grenades. I said, this is a terrible joke here, because everybody always tried to prank me for my birthday, and I always catch people. Like, they're trying to surprise me. I'm like, listen, this is not the right way to do it. He says, I'm not laughing. This is an 18 Delta guy. And I said, really? He says, yeah, look at the front gate. So I go to the front gate. I'm looking. I'm like, wait a minute. What is that? Cops everywhere. Guy shows up. I'll show you the pictures afterwards. With grenades, with weapons, with guns that came in here. And the number of death threats that we started getting afterwards, insanity, just for having Bibi.
Dare I ask, what was the guy's background? Do we know?
I couldn't tell you. I know he went away. I know they took his weapons away. I'll show you a couple texts and emails.
Was he quote unquote far right? Was he quote unquote Islamist? Do we know what his ethnicity was?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I don't know that. I have no idea what that was. But the point is, the threat started increasing only after Bibi. So here's the part. When you say that, I think that applies to both sides.
I agree.
If you think about like who in the
100%.
history of America has had more assassination attempts as a president, where do you think that's coming from?
Wait, Donald Trump has not had more assassination attempts. I mean, does he know that American presidents have been assassinated, or at least like literally shot in a much more severe way than Donald Trump has? What the hell is this man talking about?
A fascist, Hitler, this, that.
But
He's a bigot.
he deals it out. He's the one who started the threats and the violence.
I'm not going to sit here and apologize for him.
He calls his opponents Nazis.
He's called a lot of people a lot of things.
He called Biden a Nazi.
But the guys, after how many times they called him, he couldn't get anything right. When he was coming up, the media was just...
Come on, in 2016, he suggested the Second Amendment people should take care of Hillary Clinton. Come on, I have a longer memory. But let me come back to what I was saying. I agree with you. We need it across the board. I don't think we should have political violence. I don't support political violence on any end. I don't justify going after capitalists or anyone else. I'm against violence. So I'm saying to you, for example, you did a show recently, or not recently, I looked it up because I knew we were going to talk about Islam here. You have a show on YouTube called Islam's Hidden Threat to the West. You have another headline, Will Muslims Run America in 30 Years? Now, I know you like to host good faith discussions and debates, but you have to understand, if people get this in their feeds and their social media all the time, are you telling me that people are not going to start, if they hear Micah Beckwith of Indiana say Islam is a demonic religion, and then they hear guests on your show saying Islam's a threat to the West, and they hear Randy Fine saying Sharia law is taking over America, you don't think two Nazi teenagers with guns are going to go, well, I'm going to go deal with this mosque down my street? You're telling me there's no link between that?
Yeah.
Come on.
No, I'm not going to say there's no link between that. Of course,
we have to be careful. Let's not.
Wait, is he just openly taking ownership over like fomenting Islamophobia, which led to a literal terror attack recently? That's crazy, man. I mean, it's honest, but it's honestly crazy. What's the argument? He's like, well, you know, if the Muslims, if they're good enough, if they're strong enough, they actually do a hate crime on me instead, because might makes right. Like, what were you saying? You said might makes right. That's why Muslims got to organize, just like Hamas. If they were going to fly over with their little flying golf carts over the compound, the Patrick Bet-David compound, I have to respect it. They obviously visualized a goal and they achieved it.
We know that demonizing minority communities, look what happened to synagogues. And I would say the same thing about the Jewish community. We have to be careful about our criticism of Israel so it doesn't lead to attacks on Jews.
The question becomes, for me, it's all on data, meaning if you live
because he's a numbers guy.
My community, you make it safer, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
If you come and you create jobs, I'm all for it. If you come and you assimilate, you love America, I'm all for it. If you come in, you don't contribute, you take advantage of the programs that we have, You don't want to create jobs. Where is the incentive? Why are we
That's a
bringing?
different argument. We
But
can
it's
have that
not.
argument. It is. I'm talking about incitement. When you say Muslims, are they going to run America in 30 years? Of course not. We're 1% of the population.
I don't think so. No,
when
I don't
you
think
say
so. You're not
Islam is a
tiny
threat
Dude,
to the
you
West.
guys-
Oh,
what
come
are
on.
you
1% of the
By
population.
2050, you guys are going to be the biggest population in the world. You guys make 2.9
But not in
babies. We
America.
don't.
Not in America. Okay. We're not even going to be. We're not even.
Oh,
pull up the numbers, Rob. What are we going to be in 2050?
The difference between you and I is, I think long term.
And even if, by the way, if we do grow as a community, even that. This is. I'm sorry to go back to World War II and the Nazis, but look at the rhetoric that Nazis used about Jews in 1920s, 30s. These people are aliens. They are parasites. They're leeching off our state. The rhetoric is it's very similar. When I listen to Andy Ogles and I listen to Chip Roy and I listen to Randy,
yes, you think Ilhan Omar loves America?
Yes, you know how I know she loves America.
You think Ilhan Omar loves America?
Yeah, you don't.
Absolutely not.
She absolutely.
Dog, what have you done for Americans other than hawk ugly ass merchandise at them and maybe a multi-level marketing scheme? Ilhan Omar is literally a representative. She has constituents. She has constituent services. Like, of course she loves America and Americans. There's nothing more I love America than running for Congress, dude. What the a country that objectively despises her too. A country that outright yells at her, smears her, slanders her good reputation. I don't understand. In spite of all of that, she's still like, no, I want to do what's right by Americans.
Loves America. You know how I know she loves America?
Tell me.
Because she came to America, she decided to run for office. When she ran for office, she ran as a lefty who devotes her life to trying to improve people's lives. She wants healthcare for everyone. She wants healthcare for every Trump voter watching this show.
Speech of saying she is eventually going to return to her country and contribute to her country. She's only doing this to advance her country.
This is bullshit. Ilhan Omar.
It's her words. Pull up the video.
Listen to me.
Pull up her video.
Oh my God. Yo, Patrick Bet-David actually thinks he's white. I'm going to repeat this one more time. Patrick Bet-David unironically thinks that he is a white man. And also, if Mehdi were to say that about any like Jewish congressperson about Israel sincerely, like not any congressperson, like just like random Jewish, like imagine if this is like saying that about Bernie Sanders, okay? Like this is the equivalent of Mehdi Hasan turning around and be like, well, Bernie Sanders is Jewish. Of course, he only cares about Israel. That's why he actually wanted to become president, so he could be the president that will do right by Israel. That's the equivalence of being like, well, Ilhan Omar obviously ran for office so she could defend the interests of Somalia. Dude, you think you're white Tula out? I feel like I'm a little bit more white passing than this man is. Come on, let's be real. And no, I'm under, I know I'm not perceived as such. Plus, it doesn't even matter because I'm not advocating for white supremacy like he is.
Her words. I just showed you Sam Piker, and you're like, I've never seen that video.
Let me say this to you.
Go ahead.
Donald Trump has made more anti-American remarks than Ilhan Omar. If we're going to go down who loves America, she loves it more than Trump does. She did insider insurrection.
Ilhan Omar loves more.
100 times more.
Saying this.
100 times more.
I'm so glad
Not even
the audience
1,000
can
times
see
more.
that Ilhan Omar loves America more than Trump.
Well, one person incited an attack on our democracy. One didn't. One tried to undermine American democracy. One didn't.
Well,
one pardoned 1,600 people who attacked America. One didn't.
What happened with her finances? Where did the $30 million network come from out of nowhere?
So now,
it was an accounting.
Hold on.
Wait, what do you mean? No, her husband is rich. Well, that's it. What these are like easily addressable talking points. I don't know why they always do this. Where it's like, yeah, she got married to a rich guy. Like that's it. That's literally the point. That's what happened. I'm so confused about this. Also, really funny to be like, oh, how does she make her money? Dog, you have been eating Trump's asshole, dick, and balls for the last 2 hours. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, there is any metric that you try to disparage Ilhan Omar with, Donald Trump has done a millionfold. What are you talking about? Shit that you're making up about Ilhan Omar, shit that you're suspecting about Ilhan Omar, Donald Trump actually has done 1,000 times more. Not even things that Ilhan Omar has actually done, mind you. Just like even when you make stuff up, when you're like, oh, she obviously made $30 million by being corrupt, and it's like that's not the case. Her net worth grew as a consequence of her marriage to a rich guy, but also Trump actually did do that, and it wasn't to the tune of $30 million. It was to the tune of like $4 billion.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on.
Stay on the line. Don't go Trump, but
I am going to do that.
Go do the but
because
Trump.
Your argument now is if you're, first of all, I don't want to get into rights and wrongs of politicians' finances. You're telling me Republican congressmen are not corrupt?
You're doing a but. Okay, got it.
No, I'm just wondering.
Forgive Ilhan.
I'm just wondering because
just
Patrick,
like you have this winding.
No, because
Ilhan Omar amended a congressional financial.
What's that got to do with beloving America? You're telling me people's finances don't have.
Yeah, look. Wait, you grokked it. Her assets, this corrected a major accounting error in an earlier filing that mistakenly listed her and her husband's shared assets as high as $30 million. That's it. That's literally, you grokked it. It says, that's the answer. You grokked it. Mehdi should let him read it and then explain it. Like, Mehdi should have stopped right here and just been like, read what's in front of you. That's literally Gemini, brother. Okay, whatever, dude. I just like saying I'm a ChatGPT. I'm gonna grok it. I'm a numbers guy. I'm gonna Gemini this.
Amended a congressional financial.
What's that got to do with beloving America? You're telling me people's finances don't have. Donald Trump is the most corrupt politician in modern American history. You just said he loves America.
Donald
Trump is the most corrupt politician in America.
That's your opinion, guy.
He just made $3 billion. No, it's not.
In your eyes.
Okay, Rob, pull up the numbers. How much? Pull up the numbers, Rob. Forbes magazine. How much money did Donald Trump's net worth go up by last year?
Let me ask you.
$3 billion.
Just out of curiosity.
$3 billion. How did he make that?
Are you going to go?
How did he make $3 billion while president?
Are you going to go? Are you going to go and show the same? Wait a minute. If you're going to allow me to rebuttal,
you always rebut with a question.
Are you
noticed that?
If you're going to allow me to rebuttal,
I answered. I said Ilhan loves America.
You're a professional yabba.
I said Ilhan loves America.
Just out of curiosity.
You're the jump around guy.
What is this? This was maybe my favorite moment of the 2.5 hour podcast because one, it's true, and two, I knew the viewers' heads would explode hearing someone actually defend Ilhan Omar, who has been so thoroughly, dishonestly, and ridiculously demonized and smeared in right-wing media. Yeah, these guys think like, I mean, I have almost a similar effect on people where the moment that you like bring my name up in these sorts of circles, they go, oh, that's like an actual terrorist. I've actually talked to some people about this. I think there are legitimately a decent chunk of right-wingers who think that like I'm like a radical terrorist. And I think they think the same about Ilhan Omar as well. Like, it's not someone cynically claiming that because they're racist. You know what I mean? Well, they are racist, but they're not like faking it. You know what I mean? They genuinely think it. They genuinely think that I'm and Ilhan Omar as well. Like we're actual straight up, you know, wearing the Hamas headband secretly and doing terrorism, doing acts of violence. I brought your name up to my left-leaning but uninformed number 2 at work, and her first response was, "Is that the guy who beats women?" Beats women? Does she think I'm Grant Plattner or something? What the I think that person just was confused. Like, I don't even think that's a meta. I don't even think that's a lie that they've told about me yet. Yeah, they literally think that your stream is you teaching young Americans how to become Hamas and do terror.
Talking about who loves America. Now we're talking about
Are you also going to
Look
go?
at that line, Patrick. Look at that line.
Man,
Rob is good.
Can I show you something?
You know, you said capitalists expand, Rob. If you're ever looking for a job, my friend.
Yeah, everybody's been trying. So if you go back here, then what's your argument if you say, look how, no, stay on that, Rob, stay on that.
No.
Then what do you say? His first presidency, he lost so much money. Did you ever say that? You never said that. Because that doesn't add to your argument.
But this is, no, I've always said the second term is the term where he's got no guardrails. He gets to do whatever he wants.
No, but his first term, he lost money.
Okay, but the second term?
What about a second term? Market's gone up. He's made money. Market's gone up. Have you made more money in the last 18 months? He didn't make it from markets.
Do you know what happened on January 19th? The day before he became president, inaugurated?
Tell me.
The Emiratis put $500 million into his crypto fund. You think that was the market going up? They gave a $500 million bribe to Donald Trump. $187 million went straight into Trump bank accounts. Ilhan Omar can work for the rest of her life, do whatever. She'll never make $187 million. Trump made that in one day from the Emiratis. If Biden or Hunter Biden had done it, you'd be up in arms. Now, back to the topic of who loves America.
You said Ilhan Omar loves more than I'm so glad
tell your
you're going to be
here.
judged quoted for that.
Please quote me.
Yeah.
Let me finish the quote.
And then let's go back to
Let's finish
Islam
the
as well.
quote. I will. Ilhan Omar has spent her political career trying to get free lunches for every American child, including the children of MAGA voters. Donald Trump has spent his presidency taking away Medicare, taking away health care from people, taking Medicaid away from people. So yes, Ilhan Omar loves Americans more than Donald Trump loves Americans. And by the way, when she was threatened by a Trump supporter who tried to kill her, he went to prison, tried to kill Ilhan Omar in 2019. She went to the sentencing and she asked for his sentence to be reduced to give him grace. I can't imagine Donald Trump doing that.
Do you know?
Gosh, she's so cool. Actually beast mode, dude. I mean, what do you say? Oh, what a saint. We genuinely don't deserve Ilhan Omar. We don't.
So I do think Ilhan Omar is someone who has actually a very good role model.
Do you know how many endless,
I wouldn't have done that.
Do you know how many endless stories?
You know what's also crazy, actually? Now we're going to have a lot more. Like, by the end of this midterm season, all of these like anti-electoralist ultras that also obviously have tremendous respect for Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, who have been yelling at me for propping up candidates, are going to have like 8 more candidates that they can point to that they love just as hard as Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib. And that's what's so ironic about it. That's what's so funny. If you ask every single ultra unconditionally, like, if you were to pick 2, 3 politicians that you actually do respect in American Congress, they would all say the same thing. They would say Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib. Okay? Now there's going to be like 8 of them. Bro, they don't like them. Law, they hate them. No. That's not true. Summer Lee's another one too. I think you're super wrong. You think they would respect them if they need to disrespect them to attack you? No, I think there's plenty of ultras who just like sincerely have a disagreement with me. I'm not talking about bad empanada guys. What the No, I'm talking about people who are like not even ultras necessarily, but like there are people who are very critical of AOC, very critical of Zohran Mamdani, and outright criticize them with regular frequency, who obviously still very much love Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib. Those are the people I'm talking about.
There are of what Trump's done behind closed doors for people. Do you know how many?
Yes, and do you know how many of them are? Do you know how many of them are him screwing people over? Do you know what he did to his niece? Do you know what he did to a baby in his family?
This is all you're gonna do. This is your hit piece, just going on him right now.
I mean, you're doing positive. I'm going to do negative. Isn't that the point?
You're building up, man. You're building up Ilhan. Like if there's anybody,
there's no comparison. Anyone who knows Ilhan Omar says she's a good person. All of her friends, Donald Trump's people. Everyone who knows Donald Trump says he's a horrible person.
What is the investigation into her right now?
Why did no one in Donald Trump's cabinet endose Donald Trump for president second time around?
What is the investigation?
Why did his vice president not endorse him for president?
You know how he is, though. He
Why did his vice president call him Hitler? Why did the HHS secretary call him Hitler as well? That's the other thing that these Republicans do all the time that I find very funny, where they're like, you're calling Trump Hitlerian. You want him to die. It's like, well, you know who else did that? His vice president. You know who else did that? RFK Jr., okay?
He's a guy that
they all hate him.
Rivals.
They hate him.
Why did they come back? Why did they come back? Why did they come back?
His national security advisor.
Why did they come back? Why did they come back?
Because the Democrats everything up. Joe Biden and Merrick Garland.
Okay, got
everything up. He should have been in prison.
Whose fault is that?
The Democrats.
Beautiful.
I'm agreeing with you.
But how come
Merrick Garland? I blame 2 people for Donald Trump.
How come unified Republicans?
I blame two people for Donald Trump. Merrick Garland and Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell should have voted to convict in 2021 to prevent him from ever running again. And Merrick Garland should have got off his ass and investigated him from day one and not outsourced it to Jack Smith with 1 year to go. And I just do want to come back to the Islam question.
Let's do it.
Muslims love America who live here. According to the polls, according to the Pew polls, 92% of Muslims in America say they love being American. So this is a myth that Muslims don't love America.
No,
and by the way,
I have Muslims who work with me. Right afterwards, come with me. I'll take them to them. If you want to meet.
Yeah, and they, dude, I love when he does this. He's talking about his Turkish chef, by the way. God, I'm such a Patrick Bet-David head. You know his chef is Turkish? He's like, I'm Armenian, and my chef is Turkish. He's a Muslim guy. Very good guy. And he basically parades him around. How do I know that? He's talked about it before. Because I forget who it was, but someone brought it up. Someone brought it up before that he like hates Muslims. And he's like, no, I'm a numbers guy. I know Muslims.
So my point is, and their families are worried for their safety right now. Every Muslim in America I know.
They are. I think they feel the safest in America.
Let's talk to you guys afterwards.
I think they feel the safest in America.
Every Muslim I know, Patrick, trust me on this. I spend a lot of time with Muslims. Every Muslim I know is worried about what they're going to do. Have a plan B. Where are you going to go? Where are you going to go live if it becomes intolerable?
Go ahead and leave America. How come they don't?
Because they love America.
That's the point.
What
No,
if
they feel the safest
No,
here.
but what if? But it's changing,
Yeah,
right?
but if.
You don't
got
think
12 years to
Hold
do,
on,
but
but
if, how come
Jews
you
feel the
haven't
same
left?
way, Patrick. You know that, right?
To do
Jewish
what?
communities right now saying we don't feel safe in America. You know this. They're saying it
Yeah,
every day.
sure.
They're saying where synagogues are being attacked, we're
You
being
have- you
demonized.
can
So
say that.
Muslims feel the same way,
but-
especially when a mosque is attacked by two Nazis.
Yeah.
Republicans can't even bring themselves to condemn it. Do you know that Ted Cruz wouldn't even condemn it till
We
I called
talked
him out
about it the
on
day
social
on.
media?
We talked
You did.
about
I'm
it
talking
on the
about
podcast.
Republican
Yeah.
congressmen.
I can't speak on their behalf, buddy. I'm not them.
No, good. But
I'm
the
speaking on my behalf. Whatever
Good.
they do is their position.
But on
whatever,
your show too, Patrick, come on, you did a whole thing, I watched it, of you obsessing over this Times Square prayer. Like this is some act of domination. Why are Muslims not allowed to pray in Times Square? Why are Jews allowed to
it
do
is
Hanukkah?
expansion.
Why is Jews allowed to do Hanukkah? Hindus do Diwali.
You know what my argument is
Catholics
against that?
do
You know what my
Easter.
argument is against
Why?
that? Guess what my argument
Go
is
on.
against that? You ready?
Go on.
It's going to go back to something you don't like.
Please.
You ready?
Go on.
Here we go. If Muslims do a better job expanding, they deserve everything they get.
But it's not expanding. It's
No,
not the
but it
prayer in
is
Times
though.
Square.
No, it
It's
is though.
changing the subject.
It is though. If Muslims, I'm a capitalist to the
Yeah.
core, meaning
Yeah.
if you beat me,
Yeah.
guess what I do? You got to tip your hat. I don't know if you follow
What if people
basketball or
aren't
not.
trying to beat you? What if they just want to pray in
no,
Ramadan?
but they're visual. You want to go watch how many of the videos like long term we're going to come America. Sure,
have,
here's
you
where we're going to be.
have you seen the Christian prayers at the National Mall? They're not the same?
No, you can't.
Have you seen? Are you kidding me?
What is this? What does he actually believe this? He must, right? Like I guess there are people out there who are just like running around constantly thinking like every Muslim wants to kill America. He's just like, yeah, you don't understand, Mehdi. You're Muslim, I'm a Muslim guy. You're a Muslim, I'm a Muslim. I'm a Muslim guy. I know how it is. All of you people are always plotting to do attacks on U.S. soil. You want to do 9/11s.
Can I ask you a question?
watch?
Can I ask you a question?
God,
Your
Patrick, you
position-
need to get
what
out
was your-
more.
what
You're
was
on,
your
you're on the
position-
right-wing
what was your
algorithm
position-
too
what was
much.
your
You watch
position?
Ilhan Omar videos
Do
and
you,
Times
do you
Square
know at
videos
one point?
all day long.
Do you know at one point I was sitting down with Muslims trying to find out what things we have in common?
Yeah.
Okay, and
Patrick Bet David does a sit down with Muslims to find out what they have in common. You know what the answer was? Nothing.
literally, I was bringing Muslims to sit down and talk about them. You know why? Because to me, the LGBTQ, specifically on the T side, was getting a little too far. And
What are you saying? What could possibly be in the papers in front of him that he's holding up right now? He's like, this is the time when I went and saw a Muslim. And the Muslim told me he hates America. What do you have to say to that, Mehdi?
I think deep down inside to the core, you're there, but you know you can't say it publicly because it's politics for you over what your religion believes.
Oh, my favorite dumb guy is like, oh, you also secretly agree with me, but you can't say it. Okay, good argument, man.
As a Muslim, what is the Muslim position on LGBTQ?
There is no one position. Islam is not a monolith, but yes, in general.
Oh, let me read it.
Hold on,
to you.
let me finish.
Go for it.
Come on, bro, you're Shia. Talk about how Iran is more woke on trans rights. Perhaps a bit too woke. Remember when I said that and everyone got mad at me because they didn't know? I was making a joke in general, but everyone clipped it and they were like, Hassan Piker says Iran is more woke on trans rights than America. You. And then everyone got mad, and then only like 8 people corrected the record, and they were like, no, actually, yeah, Iran doesn't give a fuck about trans people at all. As a matter of fact, they literally do forced trans, like they do forced conversion on gay men. Yeah, they make you trans if you're gay.
Islam in general, obviously, I'm not an Islamic scholar, but Islam as traditionally practiced, like Christianity and Judaism as traditionally practiced, is very hostile to the idea of homosexuality.
Okay.
Theologically.
We have
Let me
that
finish.
in common.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Pew polling. Let me give you some polls because you keep talking about
I've followed all
Americans,
the
this and that.
polls.
So in 2017, Pew did a poll of Americans, and they found that Muslim Americans were
I
more
love that poll. Yeah, he's right.
likely
He
to
has
say
it.
52%. I think
He's
it
a
was
numbers
Muslim
guy.
Americans said that
He's a numbers
homosexuality
guy.
should be accepted in society. You know how many white evangelical Protestants said that? 34%. 34%.
Protestants was 34%.
34%.
I have that data.
So Muslims were more accepting of homosexuality.
Yep.
Rob, I love you, Rob. They were more accepting of homosexuality than white Christian evangelicals, right? So my question then is, when you talk about integration, assimilation, America is a liberal country. It's a pro-gay country, whether you like it or not. Muslims, and by the way, we ran a poll. We ran a poll this year. One last point, Patrick. We ran a poll earlier this year at Zeteo from Opinium. They polled Muslims in the UK and the US. Guess what they found? Muslims in the UK and Muslims in the US support democracy more than non-Muslim Americans and non-Muslim Britons. Muslims in America and Britain support gender equality more than non-Muslim Britons and Americans.
May I read
so for your
something?
viewers, I just want to make clear, you've been lied to about Muslim attitudes. I'm giving you the numbers.
But let me ask you, what was your position a few years ago on homosexuality?
My position when growing up was very hostile. That's
Very
conservative,
not hostile, probably very
hostile.
conservative.
It was hostile.
Okay, it was conservative.
Yeah,
Okay, so if I go to
and
some
I've
of the,
talked about how I've evolved on that.
okay, so if I go to some of the countries with homosexuality, 10 countries, homosexuality is a legal punishment in at least death penalties, legal punishment in 10 countries. Afghanistan, Saudi, Iran, Pakistan, Yemen, Qatar, Somalia.
What's the point?
UAE, Nigeria. This is where they're coming from. Okay, so Iran and Saudi, the only two national confirmed to have carried out government-sanctioned executions.
Horrific.
For that. Horrific.
Yeah.
Not one Shia majority nation is for same-sex marriage. Iran criminalizes
And yet Muslim
Iraq.
Americans are.
Well,
Interesting.
not at the highest
Because that shows
percentage as you.
integration.
No, not at the highest percentage as you think. I think the part where
More than most white Republicans.
the part where conservatives and Muslims, if you ask me, on why that Muslim vote went from 24% to 31% for Trump is because liberals got so caught in this LGBTQ community.
it's part of it.
Let me finish the thought. That I brought them here to sit down and talk and say, look, you have 2 daughters, I have 2 daughters, I have 2 sons, I have 4 kids. For me, this isn't a position of LGBTQ community or not. I don't have a problem with it. They work for me. I will literally take you to my office right now to meet some of these guys.
I got Muslims, I got gays, I got transgender. They all work for me. Actually, I hired them just so I could point to them at times like this to win an argument.
And give you a tour myself. So you meet some of my staff that I have. It's about the force that was down the throat of kids. It was forcing that we have to sit there and hear what LGBTQ is all about and all this stuff being taught by schools.
I'm not debating that had an impact. It had an impact, by the way, on Latino communities too.
It did.
There's a lot of Latino
and they went
Christians.
conservative. They don't like that.
But by the way, so 2 things. One, I'm not denying that. I said I'm the one who brought it up and said it was partly LGBTQ.
Sure, yeah.
But it wasn't the big driver. The big driver was Gaza, right? And number 2.
Well, by the way, just respectfully, we're going to find out if you're right or I'm right in 2028.
I agree.
You understand what I'm saying? Because we'll
right
see.
now, what's interesting
Fair,
is
yeah.
right now, as of right now, 2026, Trump has totally destroyed that coalition. He had a lot of Muslim support, not anymore. He had a lot of Latino support.
know in
It's collapsed.
28.
I know. We'll see
We'll
if
know
it's
in
the same.
28,
Well, we'll also know in the midterms. But yes, that coalition he seemed to have built, that scary coalition for those of us on the left, he's his own worst enemy, Donald Trump. With ICE, he destroyed his Latino support. With Iran, he supported a lot of his, and Israel, he's destroyed a lot of his Muslim support. But I would make a wider point, which is, at the end of the day, and I say this to Muslim communities, you can't vote based just on religion or just on foreign policy. You cannot be single issue voters. As a Muslim American, you need to care about everything in America. You need to care about the economy. You need to care about healthcare. And I think most Muslim Americans do. And I think they make decisions. By the way, the big reason the Republican Party will not win over Muslims or Arab Americans in numbers is because of the racism, Patrick, fundamentally.
That racism is BS. I don't think
What? You don't think Randy Fine's a racist?
Randy Fine's not my guy.
But he's a Republican in Florida.
No, he's to me is
You don't think Donald Trump is a racist?
not at all.
When he says to Rashida Tlaib, you should go back to where you came from. She's
if you
from
don't
Michigan.
like America, go back.
She's born and raised in
but-
Michigan.
but
That's
if-
racist, Patrick.
if-
When I grew up, you
to
tell
me,
someone to go back to where they came from, you start a fight.
If you don't, listen, we're both
He calls
from the
Somalis garbage.
Dude, we're both
That's racist.
You
And
lived
know
in
it.
UK. I've lived in Middle East, but we're both from the same area region. We are what a lot of, if we walked in the streets and say we don't have a name, they will look at us in maybe a different way than they do the average guy. You're not a white guy, I'm not a white guy. Okay. When you're talking about all this stuff, you said Muslim, people coming in here. I'll tell you another thing that is a concern of mine. I want to know what you're going to say about this. When it comes down to age for marriage in some of these countries, give your rebuttal. I'm curious. So if a person comes from a country, or like in Sudan, the minimum age for marriage is 10 years old. Are you for that? I don't think you are. In Iran, the legal age for marriage is 13 years old.
Okay.
As young as 9 with parental consent. Are you for that? I'm certain you're not, okay? And I'm not saying you're taking these positions. Yemen, No legal
What is your
minimum
point?
wage.
I don't know where you're
Let me get to it.
going.
I'll ask you the question. Yemen, no legal minimum age. 1/3 of women 20 to 24 will marry before 18 years old. Iraq parliament in 2024 moved to allow age girls to marry as young as 9 years old under Jafari school law. Pakistan, 1.9 million child brides in Pakistan, sixth highest in the world, okay? By the way, the good news with that, I want to give that credit as well. Islamabad, capital territory, just changed the minimum age to 18. Good for them. They're making progress. Nigeria, over 50% of girls married before the age of 15.
What's the question, Patrick?
This is the question. Culturally, if you're coming from this environment to America, notice I didn't say every other country that's coming from Muslim. If you're coming from that culture to America, does that coincide? Because if you've lived there for 30, 40 years, and these are the values you've lived with, then you're coming here, there's a clash with the Western ideology. What do you say to that?
I would break this man's brain. Ilhan Omar breaks this man's brain. Ilhan Omar is a hijabi Somali woman and is infinitely more woke than Patrick Bet-David. And so am I. I grew up for the first 18 years of my life in a Muslim country. What the I mean, these guys care about anecdotes more than anything else, which is why I'm saying like it would be, I guess, somewhat powerful. But I guess in his mind, he would say, oh, you're doing this to fake. You're a phony. You secretly also believe it. Like he implied Mehdi. He implied Mehdi Hasan is also secretly anti-trans, but he can't say it.
I will say two things. Number one, all of the social sciences show that when people move to a country within a generation, max 2, they do assimilate to local values. And I just gave you the numbers for it. Muslims in America and Britain who come from dictatorships support democracy more than non-Muslim Americans in Britain. The percentages are there. American Muslims are more open to homosexuality and the acceptability of homosexuality, having lived in the US, than white Christian evangelical Protestant. So the data shows that within generations, they do not, they do adapt or do assimilate, integrate, whatever word. These are all loaded phrases. And by the way, Europe and America are different, by the way, don't forget. Europe is a very secular place. So when you're moving there, it's actually very different. America is actually more hospitable to Muslims coming from those places because we are still very much a Christian country with very conservative attitudes. It's funny, Rob's on duty, I hope still. I got a request for Rob here. You mentioned you're giving me these child bride ages. Rob, pull up American states. How many of the states in America had child marriages until very recently? What's the age of consent? What's the lowest age of consent 15, in American 16, states till very recently? Like so when you're already at 13, 14, 15, until very recently, American states, that's now. You can see there are states that until very recently was 12, 13, 14. So America maybe doesn't get to give so many lessons on some of these things. And by the way, what is the biggest scandal in this country right now? It's the pedophile who was protected by the President of the United States. Donald Trump not just protected Jeffrey Epstein after lying and saying he would expose.
There are so many places I can go with that.
Please.
But I won't.
He also gave Ghislaine Maxwell a soft ride in prison. He also was going to appoint Matt Gaetz, a man who was accused by the House Ethics Committee of sleeping with a 17-year-old. He was going to make him Attorney General. Yeah. So please don't give lessons to other people now about ages of consent. Not you personally, but anyone in America. Let's clean up our own house first.
The question isn't about cleaning up our stuff. God knows we have a lot of stuff to do. FYI, when people start talking about Epstein, I can guarantee you no conservative podcaster has spoken about Epstein more than us. I guarantee, just so you know, we're not one that they sit there and say, hey, we love, because they're not going to talk about Epstein. Go online on YouTube when you leave here to just gain the credibility. Say,
you're talking about cultural clashes. That's the point you're making. There's a clash of cultures. I'm saying there's not.
You and I are sitting here, we're talking. Can you and I coexist?
Yes.
Do you think you and I can live in the same community?
Yes.
Do you think you and I can live in the same?
I mean, you live in a much bigger house on a richer street.
You're a pretty rich guy, bro. You're a multi-millionaire, Doug. Like, don't act like you're a small timer.
I read on the way here in a Spectator that you have a $75,000 a week house in the Hamptons. I can't get near that.
You believe this stuff? This is all fake.
It's not true.
Stuff that they
not
tell
true.
you.
He loves it.
You're so funny.
Oh, got his ass. Got his ass. Hey, you rich. Hey, yo.
Vinny, we have to make sure we don't post pictures this summer where we're staying at because Mehdi is going to be talking shit to us.
$75,000 a week. Well done.
Yeah. Where were we at? We were talking about, okay, you and I can coexist.
Yes.
Why?
And my parents are from India, which has a lot of backward things going on. But a lot of child marriage.
You got a little bit of UK. You went to a good school. You went to Oxford.
Who made the school happen? My parents from India.
Your parents.
They paid for it. They worked hard for it.
But
so they were immigrants.
It's an FYI. But, okay.
But what if Patrick Bet-David in the 1960s said my dad shouldn't come because he's from India?
Do you want me to go to a different place? Let me take you to this next place. You ready? Okay, let me go to the next place. What religious groups that come here make the most money in America?
No idea.
Of course you do. Hinduism, number one.
Yeah.
$166,000.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, great.
You know that number. Yeah, great community.
Now being attacked by right-wing Republicans in
Not
Texas.
me.
No, I didn't say you. I said
Again,
right-wing Republicans.
I'm telling you my
in Texas.
position. I know. And I have some, by the way, I have guys that are working here that say that. That's their position. But
That's why
can
the Republican Party's racist and you shouldn't defend
No,
racism.
we sit and we debate because we think that's the right way to do it. Because your book is called what?
Yeah, I'm
Win
open
the
debate.
Art of
Good
Debating
faith debate,
Argument.
not
Put the
racist.
link below, Rob, so if people want to go support the book, they have it. Watch this. Hinduism, $166,000, $200,000. Pretty good. It's contributing to society, right?
I'm a great admirer of the Hindu community.
Judaism, you're supportive of them? $115,000. You think they're net positive for America?
Yes.
Okay. Protestants, 82,500. Orthodox Christians, 78. Catholicism, 74. Islam, 68. Right? Atheists are 85. Okay, they're making $85,000. And then you got Buddhism. Man, that's a bad shout out to Buddhists. You guys got to figure out a way to make money, guys. This is like some serious stuff right there. They pray a lot. Yes. So to me, this isn't about skin color or racism. Like when I meet Indians in America, I got to tell you, the ones I've met, they love America. They actually love living here.
I get what you're saying, Patrick, but and this is a slight problem for you because you say I'm not speaking for Republican Party, but you are in the right-wing media space. There's no debate about that.
I'm not debating that.
Yeah, but you're an immigrant from Iran who came in as a refugee.
I have a slightly different view than they do. Yeah.
Exactly. So when you say Hinduism, great. Okay, go tell the Texas Republican Party. Go tell conservatives in Texas.
You know
why? Do you know? Let me finish my point. All these Hindus in Texas, well-off Hindus, they supported Trump and MAGA. And guess what? They're trying to build a temple in Houston, and people are protesting outside, saying, "Take this demonic religion outside."
Yeah.
I'm no fan of Vivek Ramaswamy, right? I've interviewed him.
Alert. It's election day, not election month. Donald J. Trump on California elections, right on cue. As soon as it was a guarantee that Nithi Raman was going to ice out Spencer Pratt, boom. Did he say it? Love the suit, by the way. Nice shade of blue. Thank you, chatter. Big dumps. Don't like it. The only dump I care about. Oh, it's your prediction. He hasn't said it yet. Okay, dude. You got me worried. Where you get your suits, This is my dad's. Why is Mehdi equating Muslims with foreign? I feel like a lot of immigrant Muslims or children of immigrant Muslims don't account for the black and American Muslim population. It's true. They don't.
We had a great clash, but I do admire him as a smart guy. He succeeded in life. He's super patriotic. He's very eloquent. He's running for governor of Ohio. Did you see the clip the other day? Guy stands up in the crowd. Groiper guy stands up, says, Hinduism's a pagan, demonic religion. Why should we have you lead us? This is what the Republican Party, for you to say they're not a racist party, when I'm seeing what they're doing to Vivek Ramaswamy, forget Muslims, what they're doing to Hindus in Texas, what they're doing to Hindus in Ohio. This is a white supremacist party. Yes.
White supremacist.
What's your definition of racism? Is nobody racist?
No one. I think.
What's your definition of racist, Patrick?
May I finish?
Please.
You're raising your voice. Why are you screaming? I'm sitting
I'm
right across from you, bro. Like, let's act American, not Middle Eastern.
You shouted earlier, but yes, Middle Eastern.
Fair enough. Okay. So to me, I think a part of it is, I think everybody has a little bit of bigotry in them, okay? Everybody. And I know it's going to sound like, what are you talking about? I think everybody is a little bit against some community. By the way, it could be as simple as you're a Red Sox fan, I'm a Yankee.
Yes.
White supremacist.
What's your definition of racism? Is nobody racist?
No one. I think.
What's your definition of racist, Patrick?
May I finish?
Please.
You're raising your voice. Why are you screaming? I'm sitting
I'm
right across from you, bro. Like, let's act American, not Middle Eastern.
You shouted earlier, but yes, Middle Eastern.
Fair enough. Okay. So to me, I think a part of it is, I think everybody has a little bit of bigotry in them, okay? Everybody. And I know it's going to sound like, what are you talking about? I think everybody is a little bit against some community. By the way, it could be as simple as you're a Red Sox.
God, he's like, the cuteness kind of wears off. The cuteness kind of wears off a little bit because, like, he is just such a relentless racist. Like, it's actually really annoying.
Sox fan, I'm a Yankees fan. I can't stand you. There's no way we can coexist.
Agreed.
It could be you're from Boston, I'm from New York.
Tribalism. People are tribal.
By the way, that's natural.
Agreed.
That's not like you were a kid, you were part of a gang, you're part of another gang. Hey, we're gonna
attacking a religious minority is not.
So that's that part. The other side is calling. Like, if there's one thing, like I brought the what do you call it, Westmore that we're speaking to, and I'm like, you realize, like, for Democrats, why did they lose so much of their support during this period? Let me finish, and you can argue and say we didn't. I think some of the positions they took in COVID was out of control. I think some of the positions they took with LGBTQ, to me, was out of control. Calling everybody racist, a little too much. Calling everybody a bigot, a little too much. Making everybody...
It's really funny that first he said, everyone is racist. And then he's like, you know what the real problem is? Calling everybody racist. I feel like the real problem is the one that you admitted. If you truly believe that. Like, yeah, everybody's a little racist. Who cares? You know? F it. Stop calling everybody racist. That's the real problem.
I feel like I'm a bad person.
You need to read the book, my friend. These are all straw man. Calling everybody a racist. I was very specific. I said Randy Fine's a racist. I said Donald Trump's a racist. I said the Republican Party's indulged racism and white supremacy. I can stand by those with the
Republican
receipts.
Party that racist.
If a party institutionally allows for racists to take power and do racist policies, what should I call it?
Oh my God.
Okay, let me give you one. Can I give you an example?
Yeah.
Okay, so right now,
Yeah.
when you came to America, you came in 1990?
Yep.
In 1990, I checked before I came here. George Bush Sr. was president.
Yes.
And he allowed in 122,000 refugees, of which 4% were from the Middle East. So you and your family, how many came from your family, if you don't mind me asking?
Me, my mom, my dad, my sister, four.
So four of you were
But my dad came in 84 because my parents got a divorce, and then he came back in 1990 separately.
Okay, so three of you came on that
We did, yes. We
vetted refugees
we
from
went
Germany.
to Germany. From Germany, we came.
I read it,
yes.
story.
Yep.
You came in 1990, so you're part of the lucky 5,000 people
I
from
agree.
the Middle East.
I feel like I'm the
who got
luckiest man alive living in America.
Okay, and that was George Bush Sr.
Yes.
I'm not a man I'm a fan of, but he did that.
Sure.
He understood the response,
Yep.
as did Reagan.
Yep.
You know, Donald Trump, since October, has allowed in 6,069 refugees only. Not 122,000, only 6,069. And do you know that 6,066, 99.9% of them are from white South Africa? Only 3 are Afghan.
Dude.
That's the numbers.
Are you serious?
That's a fact.
Okay, you're serious.
Pull it up, Rob. 6,000 refugees, all of them are white South Africans fleeing from an imaginary genocide.
The previous guy brought more people than 4 presidents combined.
Hold on, he brought in 125,000
He's trying to say, guys, time out. Let's get jobs for our people.
No, we're talking about refugees. Refugees are different. It's not about jobs. Refugees, your international obligation.
Like you're talking H-1B, green card, which one are you talking about? Okay,
refugees, vetted by, the vetted program.
Sure.
Where you're vetted abroad. You check you're not a terrorist.
You idiot, you. He's talking about you and your family specifically. Okay? That's who he's talking about.
All of that stuff.
That's
what happened to you?
Yes.
Biden did it too. He allowed 125,000 people. He upped the cap.
Okay.
Trump dropped the cap with Stephen Miller to 7,500.
Okay.
And since October, he allowed in 6,069, according to the
I
Washington
want to know
Post.
where you're going with this.
He allowed in only 3 Afghans and 6,066 white people from South Africa. There are 2 things I would say about that. Number one, that's racist. You let in 99.9% of your refugees are white people who are not refugees, and you don't allow people from Iran, Iraq, Syria. And the second point is, Donald Trump wouldn't have allowed you into this country, and yet you sit and support. You voted for him 3 times. Donald Trump would not have allowed little Patrick Bet-David into this country. How do you feel about that?
Kill shot.
So funny.
A genuine question.
You are so
Kill
funny.
shot.
It's a genuine question.
You're so funny. Kill shot. He's right. Bitch, you ain't white. You're a goddamn refugee too, on top of that. Who talks about refugees being scary coming from Muslim countries? What do you mean? Little Patrick.
He wouldn't have let little Patrick.
No Iranians were allowed in this year. So how would you have gotten
You know what would have happened? We would have waited 1 more year, 2 more years
for a
until we
Democrat
did.
to come in and let you in?
Bush Senior.
You're a bitch. That's not true.
Here, let us in. He was a Republican.
For a better
Don't act like
Republican. For a better Republican.
No, but that's
a non-racist
That's not the
Republican.
point. The part that
That is
you
the
have
point.
To,
He
it's
did not allow in
it's not.
That's not the point. What do you mean? This is your guy. This is your guy. Your guy hates you. Your guy doesn't want you.
Iranians,
Issues,
Iraqi.
Mehdi, is it fair to say issues are fluid? Things change. Meaning,
No, refugees are an obligation that America has always stuck to until Donald Trump.
what is an issue in 2020 may be different than what's a top 3 issue in 2016, then 2012,
Many.
then 2000.
Plenty.
Yeah, great. Guess what? What did his base want?
Who cares what his base wants?
That's who we voted for. That's
a
who we.
different argument. You're moving. Why are you talking about? Is he racist? I'm giving my evidence.
The-
He stopped all refugees from
the-
coming in from what did he call them? Shithole countries. Itself a racist phrase. And then he allowed in white people.
Would
from
you
South
disagree?
Africa.
Some of these places are shithole countries.
I don't think you call entire countries shithole.
You don't think some places
you
are
think
shithole-
generalizing about an entire place?
You think some places are not
What is
shithole
your
countries?
definition of racism, Patrick? Because you don't seem to think anything's racist. What do you define as racist? If you say there's no such thing as racism, fine, but be consistent.
No, I don't know
But
if
nobody's a racist.
No, I don't know if. I think it's a weak argument. I think it's a weak position to say, hey, that guy doesn't like me and my race and where I'm
Great,
from.
but what is your definition of racism? If you don't have one, say so.
To be honest with you, if you want this,
I think if you call an entire country, entire people shit, garbage, low IQ, that's racist.
Mehdi,
Did that to
I think
Somalis.
every single person has an element of racism in there.
That's a different
from 1% to
argument.
99%.
You keep moving the goalpost.
But you're asking racism. It's like not liking an ethnicity, not liking a community.
Yeah, not liking an entire country.
Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, if he says we're going to only have white people in and not shithole country people in, that's racist. Yes, I think that's racist. If that's not racist, I don't know what is. 99.9% of refugees are white South Africans. Come on.
Do you want to? Okay, Rob, can you do me a favor?
He calls all Somalis low IQ and garbage.
Like just the
That's
stuff
racist.
that you're saying right now.
It's all true.
Can you pull?
Why? Here's what I don't understand. Patrick Bet-David acknowledges everyone's racist and that it's like, I guess, morally vague whether or not it's good or bad, right? So just own it. Like, it's probably the dumbest conversation to have, to be like, oh, I don't think Trump is racist. How do you say Trump is racist? Everybody racist. Trump, not racist. How does that make sense? So everyone is racist except for Donald Trump? You just said everyone's racist except for Donald Trump. Why are you writing for him so hard? The conversation is over. The point, past the point of Mehdi being like, Donald Trump would not have let little Patrick into the country, is done. Right? From that point on, it's done. It's over. You're a cuck. You're defending a guy who objectively would not let you and your family into the country.
Biden's administration. Who was the guy that was the transgender that we're supposed
That's what
to
you're
leave?
going to? When I quote the president making racist remarks, you got no comeback?
Wait a minute. What's...
It's so funny. Every time. Do Republicans even try to argue anymore on the points? Like Ben Shapiro, for all of his faults and all of his failures, at least would like entertain the argument. The top dogs in the conservative sphere now just look at you like the whale meme and just go, well, Joe Biden was old. It's like, well, that's irrelevant to the point of contention, but thank you for bringing that up. Straight up. They don't even argue anymore. It's like there's two different rails. The conservative rail is just moving everywhere randomly. It has nothing to do with the actual point of contention. It's like, you know how the annoying strat on the internet is like, oh, you say you like pancakes, and then the opposition says, oh, you hate waffles. It's like, no, I didn't say that. That's a whole different sentence. These guys are like, you'll be like, oh, I like pancakes. And then this guy starts talking about, I don't know, how the color green actually smells strange to them. And you're like, what the f- does that, what? Are you okay? Are you having a aneurysm? What do you mean? What does that have to do with anything? And also, you should probably see a doctor.
The argument of DI with you that massively failed. Are you supportive of DI?
I don't know what you're...
What the f- does that mean? What? Joe Biden, transgender, DEI. What? 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 Please tie this back to the conversation somehow. And the more they get hammered with like actual direct points, the less defensible the conversation becomes, the more unhinged the non sequiturs get. If this went on, I think, for longer than 2 hours and 30 minutes, if it went on for 3 hours, the last half hour would just be Patrick Bet-David grunting. Okay? It would just be, Mehdi Hasan would be like, here's why Randy Fine is a racist supremacist, right? Here are the facts as to why Randy Fine is racist, right? Or is Israel first, whatever, right? And then Patrick Bet-David would just respond by going, and then maybe by some stroke of good luck, he could accidentally arrive at a talking point. I don't know, not even a talking point, just a thing. Biden old. Look over there. Look over there. Pull up the numbers. Look over there. Biden is old.
What's your definition
Are
of
you
DEI?
supportive of DEI?
I don't play. This is not right-wing bingo.
No.
Your words mean nothing to me. I'm from outside the right-wing media chamber.
I talk to
DEI is
guys.
meaningless.
Guy, I talk to guys on the left-wing side. Like, what do you
See, but Mehdi let him get away with it. Don't let him get away with it, man. Come on. It's off the rails. Yeah, Patrick Bet-David, Iranian style, doing mosaic defense like the IRGC, bro. Yeah. I guess, you know, you can get the boy out of Iran, but you can't get the IRGC out of the boy, you know? God damn. He just said, "F it, we're bombing. F it, we're bombing Dubai. F it, we're bombing Bahrain." That's what he keeps doing. He keeps slamming the bomb Bahrain button for no reason. Oh my God. What does the market think about this debate? Oh, everybody thought Mehdi destroyed him. I think Patrick Bet David doesn't want to invite you because he thinks you genuinely are a terrorist. Yes, I know that I'm telling you. He does. I think he thinks Ilhan Omar is legitimately a terrorist. I think a lot of right-wingers actually do believe the insane slop that they read. If they read at all, they probably watch Fox News. They don't really read. But they genuinely do. Yes. It's very funny because like I live in the lap of luxury. What the fuck do you mean I'm a terrorist, dude? What are you talking about? like you say that too. You'll be like, oh, he's a rich socialist. He's obviously a hypocrite. Okay, so I guess I have too much to lose to be a actual straight up terrorist. Like in your worldview, you should be able to comprehend that that's not the case.
You think I just talk to right-wing people?
No, but the way you say DEI and the transgender guy from Biden and Ilhan Omar, this is like right-wing bingo, Patrick.
Is this a good pick?
Like he thinks that if he invites you, you'll do a terror attack on him? No. I think it's kind of woke. It's the woke platforming argument, but for the right. I think a lot of right-wingers genuinely worry about like platforming someone like myself. Like they don't want to be associated with like an actual terrorist. People on IG comment thread were adamant that you actually full-time live in Qatar. Yeah. At this point, it's the insanity's gotten to a degree where people just like fantasize. They just straight up hallucinate alternative facts about my life, and there are plenty of people who will believe it because they've been so negatively polarized. You know?
Pick.
Yeah, Rachel Levine, I interviewed her on my show.
Was he phenomenal at what he did?
I'm sure she was very good at her job.
So you think
what's that got to do with Trump being racist towards Somalis?
You think
Patrick, you need to read the book.
Wait a minute.
Because in the book I deal with people like you.
This is what you do for a living. The difference with
you are
me
deflecting.
This is not
Donald
deflecting.
Trump says all Somalis are garbage, low IQ people. Is that a racist statement?
Allow this to come to you.
Rachel Levine.
Do you think?
I'm not answering your question.
Do you think this person was hired because they were the best person for a job or because he was playing politics?
Well, Rob,
that's a form of racism.
Rob, I'm going to read the second paragraph.
Go
Levine
ahead.
is a professor of pediatrics and psychiatry at Penn State College of Medicine. Previously served as a Pennsylvania physician general. So I think Rachel Levine is more qualified to work in the health department than Robert Kennedy Jr., who has zero qualifications. Do you think RFK was hired for his medical qualifications?
You think...
No, Patrick, do you think RFK Jr. was hired for his medical qualifications? What
by the way, do you know how many people previous to him were doctors?
Do you know, was RFK hired for his medical credentials? Yes or no?
RFK was hired because he was making the arguments.
Rachel Levine is a professor of pediatrics.
No, wait a minute. But
qualified.
I take it you heard you actually work for the IDF theory? What? People are out here claiming that I work for the IDF? Who the f***'s making that argument? I'm with you, Lamont. Oh my God, Jesus!
Saying RFK is not qualified for his job.
Not to be health secretary. No,
by a
Conspiracy
mile. I think
theorist who doesn't even understand
you
basic
take
medicine?
a transgender to be this job than a.
You think transgender people don't have intelligence?
No.
Is that a new attack on
no. You see what you're doing now. You see what you're doing now.
Yes, a credentialed transgender person is infinitely more qualified. The question is this, okay? Here, debate Lord Mehdi. You should have just straight up been like, you're literally about to die. You got shot in the gut, okay? There's a bullet inside of you, okay? In front of you are two people. One is an actual decorated doctor, okay? Went to medical school, did the residency, been a doctor for 10 years. That doctor is transgender. The other person is actually Robert F. Kennedy. Let's do that. No qualifications, didn't go to med school, loves crystals. Which one would you choose if given the opportunity to save your life? That's it. There's no way that he's going to be like, oh, I'm picking RFK Jr. That's just not happening. That won't matter. Patrick Bet David won't answer that question or any other question. Yes, a non-answer to that question is an answer to that question, chatter. You guys don't understand that question is positioned in that question is framed in such an obvious way that if you don't answer it, it doesn't matter. You've already answered without answering.
Gender person.
You're
What does that mean?
playing. See, the difference
So
between
are
you and
you.
I. No, I didn't go to Oxford and do debate 24/7
I gave
to
you
see this as my
hard
life.
evidence
No.
of Trump's racism, and you said, Rob, pull up the transgender woman. That's what happened. Everyone watched you do it.
But
I said Trump allowed in 99%
Mehdi, the point
white
is,
people.
The
You got
point
no
is, the
response.
previous guy picked people because of color.
Completely unacceptable to target independent journalists like this and reporters in general, from David Pakman and Brian Tyler Cohen to Don Lemon and Stephen at home. I wonder if there was another California resident who was targeted that you guys forgot to mention. Governor Gavin Newsom's press office. He didn't even tag Don Lemon because he's not even on. Yeah, interesting omission from this. Nah, he's talking about the new White House page, brother. I know he is. I'm on it too. Weird how my governor forgot one name on this list that is a California resident as well. Yeah, David Pakman isn't even in his state. I am. Gavin is not defending you. How come? What do you mean, how come? Notice how he also said he would come on the broadcast and has not done so because, he's got all the time in the world for Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, Steve Bannon, and no time for his own goddamn resident.
If there is any party that's
I'm not even
racist,
asking about that.
was the previous
You legitimately don't f- with you? Yeah, no, they don't. He does not f- with me, obviously.
guy
I'm not
because they
even
kept
asking
saying
about that.
black this,
I'm not even
black
asking
that,
about that.
black this many
I'm
female,
not
this
even
many
asking.
transgender.
Trump did the same.
The left is the party of the racists.
Even if I
you say-
concede that, it's irrelevant to my point that Donald Trump has blocked refugees like yourself. Patrick Bet-David would not have been allowed into
I would've
America
found a way to get
under
here.
Donald
You
Trump.
don't know me
You would have
well
come in illegally.
I would've
You're
came here
pro-illegal immigration.
You're so
This
funny.
is so interesting
I would've
today.
made it here,
Pat,
buddy,
you heard it here.
legally.
You're going to clip Ilhan
I
Omar,
would've
clip
made it
that.
here legally.
Patrick Bet-David said if he
Post-
wasn't allowed
post
in
it, have some
illegally,
fun with these.
he would come in illegally.
That's awesome. By the way, he does not realize that that's the common immigrant story that he rails against all the time. He's not even making that as a joke. Okay? He's not even saying that as a joke. He just genuinely doesn't understand that he is genuinely incapable of putting himself in the shoes of others, even if this situation is one-to-one comparable.
Difference between you and I, this doesn't bother me. I understand the game we're playing. I understand the conversation.
I'm not here for a game. I just said to you earlier, this stuff has real-world consequences.
Oh, this
Three
stuff has
Muslims just
real-world
got
consequences.
killed. Three Muslims just got
This
killed
stuff has
in a
real-world
mosque
consequences.
in San
just so you know
Diego
that.
because Republican Party racist rhetoric. And do you know what? Republican congressmen couldn't even condemn it. I assume you condemn what happened in San Diego.
We
obviously.
100% condemned it.
Do you know Republicans wouldn't do it until they were forced to do it? Brandon Gill was asked on the congressional
speak on
corridor.
their behalf.
I'm not asking you to speak. I'm
not
telling
speaking
you
on their
it's
behalf.
bad, right? That what they did, not
But
condemning.
do you realize you think it's also bad that everything we had to hear in 2022 with Biden getting elected was about how many black female candidate leadership team we're going to have?
Diversity
Who
is a
cares?
good thing.
No, it's not.
Yes,
it's
it
based
is.
on based on leadership. When he was president, we're going to find a way to have this percentage. Let me finish. This percentage of pilots got to be female and black. And by the way, Hollywood. You want to go to Hollywood? What standards they created? Do you remember the Hollywood standards? In order to win an Oscar,
That's not true. That's
Can you
bullshit.
please
It's been
pull that-
debunked. The whole,
Can you pull
you're
that
just
up,
parodying
please,
Elon
with
Musk
Christopher
propaganda.
Nolan's-
This has been debunked a million
Okay,
times.
let's-
a million times.
what time
and
are
by
we
the
at
way,
right now?
I got a flight to catch soon.
That's what I'm saying.
But this is an important conversation because I need you to concede that
Zero.
99.9% white refugees from South Africa is a racist refugee policy.
Zero. I got to
Not allowing people in from Afghanistan and Syria.
Next
is
time you
insane.
come in, don't book a flight afterwards so we can go 4 hours because I'm enjoying this.
Next time you're coming on my show, we all heard you agree to my invitation.
Hey.
I hereby invite Patrick Bet-David. You can bring Rob with him. If you need support, bring Rob with
You
you.
are so funny.
But we'll have you on
We'll
the
have a
potato.
good time. Let me wrap it up with some one-word answers, and then let's go from there. You ready?
Yep.
Okay. Since you already brought him up, I'll bring it up. So I'll give you a name.
Oh, Rob has just proved me right, by the way. 2 of 4 DEI standards. You don't have to. It's not something you have to tick some boxes.
What do you mean 2 or 4 DI standards?
Pull up the standard.
Yeah, you have to have 2 or 4 DI. They even said you have to have a underrepresented racial ethnic groups an ensemble cast of at least 30% represent from 2 underrepresented, some of them even disability.
First of all, diversity is a good thing, especially on screen.
Stop it.
I know you don't like that. I know it's a bad word. D-word is a bad word. Your people are like clutching their pearls.
You know why you're here?
All the valuetainment viewers are clutching their pearls because Mehdi said diversity.
Do you know why I'm talking to you? Do you know why I'm talking to you?
Because you needed to hear from me that you wouldn't be allowed into America if Trump was president.
Do you know why I'm
you would have
talking
to come
to
in
you?
illegally. That's
Mehdi, do your shtick. I'll let you finish, and then I'll say. Do you know why I'm talking to you? Why do you think I'm talking to you?
Please tell me.
Because you're good at what you do.
I appreciate that.
That's why you're here.
I appreciate that.
Imagine if I said, hey, Rob, moving forward, listen, we need 3 disabled, 2 black, 4 gay, 5 this.
I know you need to tell your audience.
No, I'm not doing
that. In fact, the person who does that is Hegseth right now. He's literally blocking black women and women from becoming generals and admirals.
You are so obsessed with Trump just asking for a job, bro. Just go and say, can I be part of this freaking cabinet?
He wouldn't give it to me because I'm brown.
I'm almost thinking you are so upset. It's like, these girls that are so in love with somebody secretly. It's like that's infatuated with.
I love that's the only argument you have.
Can I go? No, you lost this one, but it's okay.
No, I didn't, because technically you wouldn't be sitting here if Trump was president. You've already agreed.
I'm going to sell your book like no one's ever sold your book.
You are a great salesman.
Go buy this book.
I want to say something nice about you. I'm going to say you're a great salesman. Go for it.
By the way, the biggest part about this thing is I am so proud that we converted another socialist into capitalist. That is probably the proudest moment to somebody like
my own.
You did, and I give you credit. I am so proud of you that you're publicly now a capitalist and you're creating jobs.
You can be a capitalist and a socialist.
Can we do the one-word answers, please? All right. Tommy Robinson.
Bigot.
Nigel Farage.
Overrated.
Sadiq Khan.
Underrated.
Ilhan Omar.
Patriot.
AOC.
Presidential.
Interesting. J.D. Vance.
Fraud.
Marco Rubio.
Little. Trump. Little Marco.
Okay, I got you.
I want to quote my man, Trump.
Respect. Newsom.
Dude, he's like a kid. Dude, I swear to God, conservatives are so funny, dude. If you do that's why me wearing the Trump hat was such a good way to diffuse any conversation, like any heat off of any conversation. Like, they love when you make a mention of their God. That's why I carry this shit around all the time, okay? When you make any mentions to Donald Trump, all of a sudden, because they've decided in their worldview that you can't even mention Donald Trump, he's Adolf Hitler, like blah blah blah. That like if you crack a joke in the direction of Trump, that's like where you recognize his existence without immediately saying he's bad, they straight up melt like butter, bro.
Although Marco Rubio could be your president, by the way. Newsom.
Slick.
Interesting.
They're like Muslims, the white people showing interest in Islam. Yes, you're right. The Ummah loves a white boy that's like, oh, I say inshallah, I want to learn a little bit about Islam. And in the same vein, MAGA loves when a libtard is like even a little bit interested with Donald Trump, like even joking around about Donald Trump, but not in a negative way. Oh my God, they melt.
Idiot.
Bezos.
Spineless.
Spineless.
What's the point of having money if you never say f you? Just rolled over for Trump.
So you just want him to
He doesn't like Trump. I prefer the people who love Trump. I prefer the true believers.
Yeah.
These people who just hate Trump privately but roll over for him, can't stand him.
Spencer Pratt.
Joe
Rogan.
Enigma.
Yeah,
I don't know what to make of him. Sometimes I'm like interesting. Sometimes I'm like, what an idiot.
Have you guys ever done anything?
No, I've never done anything.
Well, you would do it though.
Would I go on Joe Rogan's show? There's a time when I said 100% yes. Now, maybe. I'd come on PBD.
Yeah.
I want to reach new audience.
Why did you say you wouldn't go? You said to Bassem you wouldn't go on a bunch of different podcasts.
Yeah, I didn't say I wouldn't. I said I struggle. Like Fox. I don't go on Fox. Maybe I should change everything. I've tried to have a hygiene rule. I talk about it in the book. Maybe I've just abandoned my hygiene rules.
I think you should go everywhere. I think you should
It's a tricky argument. There's pros and cons.
Do you know why?
There's pros and cons.
What's the con?
The cons are platforming people who don't deserve the legitimacy of mainstream platforms.
Okay,
it's a real.
So you're such a big deal. Like we shouldn't go to all these other places because.
No, like if I go on Fox, I'm basically telling people that's a legitimate news organization. I don't believe it's a legitimate news organization. It's a propaganda channel.
All right. Okay.
I don't want to be part of that.
Bibi.
Criminal.
Biden.
Criminal.
Hillary Clinton.
Annoying.
I'll finish with that one.
Wow.
So we'll finish with Hillary Clinton. She got a lot of credit. Folks, this was a good conversation.
Thank you for having me.
Go order his book. Win the art of debating every
That's a horrible
argument.
cover.
Win every argument.
I love that
Mehdi
cover,
Hasan.
but it can be misread. Win every argument, the art of debating, persuading, and public speaking.
We'll put
And
the link
I've
below.
even
Yeah,
persuaded.
what the is that cover, dog? Jesus Christ. All right. That was good. Don't miss the
Patrick
handshake.
today that
Mehdi,
he needed to be an illegal
Truly,
immigrant to get into Trump's
I
America.
enjoy talking to you. I appreciate you for coming out
appreciate
and
you having
taking
me
the
on.
time.
Thank you for
Thank
having
you,
me.
brother. Yes. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye, bye-bye.
Oh man, bye-bye. Okay. I was value-tained. I can't believe I watched a 2-hour debate, dude. I was actually value-tained throughout the whole process too. Anyway, that'll be all for today. Tomorrow is Pride Parade. Your boy might be in attendance. You know what I'm saying? Got to celebrate Pride Month a little bit. Just a little bit. Hasan Reaction is one of the best ones in the React channel.